Good morning, everybody, and welcome to CreativeLive Fashion Photography 101 with Lara Jade, live from New York City.
Woo, woo, woo.
So excited to be here. My name is Russ Andes, and I'm sitting with the wonderful, wonderful Kenna Klosterman. Good morning, Kenna.
Good morning, Russ. Hope everyone is doing well out there. We are pumped.
We are so pumped. And we are going to do about 10 minutes of pre-show here. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us all right, and let us know where you're joining us from. We love to hear where our worldwide audience is at. So, Lara, how you doing here?
I'm great. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
That's wonderful. We are so just honored that you are here. This is our first time in New York as a company, and we couldn't be more excited to have you start us off. This is wonderful.
So we are here at Canoe Studios. We'd like to give a big thank you to Canoe. As you'll see, the view here is magnificent, and we are, again, just really excited to be able to bring you across the country with us to New York, which is a perfect place to be for a Fashion 101 workshop, I would say. So, Lara, we're going to take a minute to introduce our students. We have 4 photographers here in our studio audience. Congratulations and welcome to the 4 of you. We are looking forward to getting to know you throughout the workshop. So if you could just let us know your name and your Twitter handle, your website. Tell us about what type of photographer you are and why you are excited to be here. So we'll start down at the end with you, Yin.
I'm Yin, and I'm from Hong Kong originally. My Twitter is yin-tang, YINDASHTANG, and I'm trying to do more fashion photography, so I'm here.
My name is Chloe Apple Seldman. I live here in Brooklyn, New York. I shoot events mostly, which includes weddings, and I do some infant stuff, and would love to incorporate fashion more into some portraiture. Kind of like Sue Bryce. You can find me at chloeapple.com or on Twitter at clophoto, which is CLOFOTO.
I'm Christina Rose. My Twitter handle is ChristinaXRose, and my website is ChristinaRoseblog.com. I'm from Philly, and I'm a wedding photographer. I do a little bit of portraits as well, and I'm just so pumped to be here. I just can't even believe that I'm here still. So thank you, CreativeLive and Lara, for having me, and I'm really excited to just learn a bunch of cool fashion photography stuff and implement it to my wedding photography.
I'm Jill Slofer. I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I shoot just mostly portraits, families, babies, kids, seniors. It's just been a dream to someday shoot fashion photography, and when this opportunity came up, I thought, why not? So, yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm so excited. So thanks for asking us to come.
Great. No, thank you for coming. It's great to have you here.
This is, wonderful. We have a great group here, and they're going to just have an amazing time. So, welcome. We also have a huge worldwide audience that is joining us from such places as Chattanooga. We've got London, Italy, the UK. We've got Winnipeg.
We have a bunch of people who are shouting for Chloe. We have...
Which is funny.
Yes.
Okay,
Bello is saying woot woot Chloe. Fashion TV, hi Fashion TV, is saying, where did Fashion TV go? Chloe Apple.
Nice.
And we have Ireland, Louise in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Colorado Springs. We've also got Belfast, Trieste, Italy, Tokyo. It's got to be early in Tokyo.
Zane from Dubai.
Brazil and the Netherlands.
Cody Cyan says, Chloe reminds me of Celeste, who is our producer extraordinaire, Celeste. So keep it coming. Let us know where you're joining us from. We have a whole bunch of time before we start. So tell us what type of photographer you are and why are you excited to see this course. And I'm glad that you are all here as you have figured out that we are starting 2 hours earlier than usual as we are here on the East Coast. So thank you for joining us, and as usual, we will be doing rewatches after the end of the day. So hello and welcome if you are joining us for the rewatch. We're happy to have you.
Definitely.
Where else are people joining us from?
We've also got Argentina, Israel, Portugal, down here in, hey, New York. Sue Bryce is here in New York.
Sue Bryce is in the house.
Sounds like a wonderful person.
Woo! We have the Netherlands, Belgium, Australia, and Melbourne,
We've got Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Finland, Helsinki, Dominican Republic, Dubai, just all over the world.
Everywhere.
Amazing.
How does that make you feel?
Just amazed that so many people are watching. I mean, you know, there's only like a limited amount of people here, but all the thousands of people watching at home, it's just crazy to even think about it. But I'm honored, so it's great.
Awesome. Let's talk about Miss Sue Bryce, because Sue is the one that,
I love
that
Sue.
introduced you to us and said, you must have Lara Jade on CreativeLive. So how did you meet Sue?
I met Sue, we were on a Gold Coast workshop in Australia. And as soon as I met her, I knew we would get on straight away. She's been a mentor to me. She's just been absolutely amazing, you know, really honest, telling me what I should do. And I've just been really inspired by her work ethic and her attitude as well.
And she says the same about you.
Yes. She does. I'm amazed. Like this is just so great seeing so many people join us, especially since, like she said, it's a different time for us. So we are, you know, we were worried a little bit that people might not have gotten the message, but we're so glad that you're here, and we are really excited to get started.
All right, so we're asking folks what kind of photography they do, so you
Okay.
know a sense of who your audience is. And Christine's fine photography does weddings but mostly children's photography. And we have Caroline in Wales, and she is, or he is, watching before my lecture at uni studying photography for fashion and advertising.
Nice, so
Awesome.
there's a good mix.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
It's great. We have Vincent Samuel, who is a fashion and portrait photographer from Sunnyside, Queens, New York, right
Okay.
here. We have Superkick Media, wedding and studio portrait photography, looking to rev up my studio work with a fashion twist, which
Nice.
is going to
Yeah.
be great.
We have Mika Lynn, who says, I've followed Lara on DeviantArt for years. Amazing. Now, I didn't know a lot about that site until recently. And in
Oh,
fact,
really?
I think it was you when we
Yeah.
started to look at you, and
then
that's
you
when I
found
went
it?
and looked at you work there.
Well-
Tell us about DeviantArt.
DeviantArt I came across back in 2005, and it was pretty much my outlet to share my work, get feedback. I got a lot of constructive criticism, which really helped me back in the day. It was a fantastic art community. But yeah, it's surprising when people say they know me from there because I have so much embarrassing work, the, you know, old self-portraits and stuff. But yeah, it's great that people have followed me for that long and are still interested in my work as well.
That's cool.
Wonderful. How long has it been since you've been active on there?
I try now and again to try and keep updated, but it's, you know, with every other site, it's just hard to keep track of everything. So yeah, I still keep my account on there just to browse and get inspiration.
That's great.
We have Fashion TV, who says, I shoot edgy images.
JT Noir, who does boudoir and fashion.
Yeah.
Sanja Peric is a fashion photographer from Bosnia.
All right.
Cool. Well, welcome.
And Natalie Bukri, who is a portrait photographer from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Nice. Nadavi is concept art photography from Israel.
And Jordana from Birmingham, UK, who is an aspiring fashion photographer who loves your
From my
story.
hometown.
So, following her footsteps, that's
Yeah.
great.
That's fantastic.
So as we were talking yesterday, we taled about your family, and let's give your mom a shout out
I gotta
because
give a shout out to my mom. She's gonna love me for that. But no, she's sitting there at home. My dad's waiting on her hand and foot so she can watch the course 3 days. She's been an amazing support to me over the past few years, so I'm proud of her.
so hi Lara's mom.
Hi, Lara's mom.
Lara's mom. What's your mom's name?
Christine.
Christine. Christine, we would love to see you watching Lara. So if there's any way you can take a photo of you, or maybe your dad can get a
Yeah.
photo of you watching Lara, send it on over to us at CreativeLive.
We'd love to
Support
see
at
it.
CreativeLive.
Absolutely.
So, well, we're getting there to almost to 9 o'clock. It sounds like our audio and video is good. I'm just going to ask if we can start a little bit early. Do you want us to start early? That's
Excellent.
fabulous.
I
Okay.
think we're about ready. So,
Well, let's do that. So, welcome everyone again to CreativeLive New York City. We have doing an entire week here in New York. And this is our 3-day workshop, day 1 of our 3-day workshop of Fashion Photography 101 with Lara Jade. So, we're just going to take a minute to get you started. give you a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch CreativeLive, and that is creativelive.com/live. Now this works on your iPad, iPhone, or Android-friendly device, so you can take us wherever you are this week if you have one of those devices. We're going to take a look at the live page, and if you are in an area of the country or the world that has a slower internet speed, you can control the speed of the video. So you just go down to the right-hand corner there where it says Ustream. You hover over that, click on that, and pick the speed that you would like for your video. That works best for, again, your internet speed. So you have full control over that, and then you'll see that the resolution changes. One of the wonderful things about having our global audience watching is that we invite you to chat and be part of the conversation. This is not just a one-way dialogue, but this is truly a conversation with you, with Lara, and with the students in person. So the way that you can chat with us and with each other is to click on that chat button there beneath the screen. It opens up another window, and there are 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is the CreativeLive tab, and this is the chat room for you to have your on-topic conversations. So ask each other questions, share your knowledge. We have an incredible base of knowledge with these thousands of people all over the world who are watching. Answer each other's questions in there for the on-topic conversations that you're having. And the second tab is Creative Cues. And this is where you will post your questions for Lara directly. So when you have your on-topic questions, drop them in the Cues tab. We have our folks at home who are off-screen helping out, passing those questions along to Russ and I, so we can pass them forward to Lara. And finally, we have the lounge. And folks, like we said, Chloe, you got a lot of fans in there. And yes. Oh, okay. Lounge is for after hours. So the lounge is where you can hang out, have some fun, get to know the CreativeLive community, and have your off-topic conversations there. So how to ask questions. In addition to that chat room, we also invite you to join the conversation and discussion on social media. So head over to our Facebook page, facebook.com/CreativeLive. Give us a like if you have not already. I'm looking at Lara's Facebook page, and she has 104,000 followers and fans on there. And I'm proud of we're getting almost close to 40,000, but we know that there are a ton more of you out there. So help us keep building that CreativeLive community on Facebook. And you can drop in your questions there and comments as well. And also on Twitter, we are using the hashtag JadeLive. So the way that CreativeLive works is that we bring you top-notch instructors like Lara Jade. We broadcast these events for free during the live events. And then when you're watching the course and you decide, I must own this course so that I can rewatch it over and over, you can purchase the videos of the workshop. And the videos are $149. When you purchase the workshop during the live event, it is only $99. So you're saving $50. You are also helping CreativeLive go on. So it's those of you who choose to purchase the workshops today that allows CreativeLive to come here to New York City and broadcast and bring you amazing, amazing educators. For every, say, one of you that purchases the workshop, you're also allowing 99 other people who might not otherwise be able to see this type of content and learn for free. So it's an incredible thing. I'm super proud of what we're doing here, and we thank you to all of our supporters out there. So let's take a look at how you purchase this course. Head on over to the course page, and when my clicker will work again, there we go. Here's what it looks like. You can enroll for the course. Highly encourage you to do so. If you haven't already, you'll be getting the email reminders and any other important information about this class that we send out to you. Next to that on the screen is where you can purchase the class. So you just hit the Buy Now button. Again, that $99 price point is only over the course of this live event. We also invite you to spread the news about this workshop. Again, it's free right now. Today it is free. Right now, anyone in the world can watch this workshop. So let people know on Facebook and Twitter and Google Plus and Pinterest, and you can do so right from that course page. Scroll down the page and you will see all of the videos that we will be creating today. Now, you may be used to us turning around those videos as quickly as possible, often the next day. And just want to let you know that since we are on, 3,000 miles away from our home studio, there will be a slight delay in that. So just an FYI. But all of the videos are broken out into downloadable chunks that you can go back and refer to exactly what you're looking to go back and rewatch. We are doing giveaways throughout the week, throughout this workshop. There are 2 different ways for you to enter the giveaway and the contest. The first one is on Facebook. When you go to CreativeLive's Facebook page, you'll see a CL contest button there, and you can click on that. It opens up another tab, and you will see how you can just enter your name. You have to put all of your information in there. You're going to pick out your favorite quote or tip from Lara as the day goes on. You're going to put that in there, and for a chance to win some wonderful prizes. We'll be giving those away when we come back from all the breaks. So again, look for your favorite quote or tip and put that in there. We can also do that on Twitter as well. So on Twitter, you're going to include your Lara Jade quote, and you are going to include the website for this course. So you can see the shortcut there on the screen, or you can just copy and paste the web page for this workshop, include that in your tweet, and that is how we search for those tweets. Be sure to follow us and Lara on Twitter as well, because that is how we let you know when you win the prize. And finally, as you may have noticed, CreativeLive is putting on so many more workshops, and the only way that we are doing this is by growing our team. So we encourage you, if you are somebody that loves what we're doing at CreativeLive, you live in San Francisco or Seattle, we are hiring, and you can check out all the jobs on the jobs page, which is creativelive.com/jobs. We are hiring in marketing, in tech, in web dev, and there are just a slew of opportunities. So we invite you, and we hope to hear from you. And with that, Lara, over to you. Let's do this.
Great. Have I got the clicker ready? The presentation? Okay. Great, so welcome to day 1 of Fashion Photography 101. Again, I'm so excited to be here and teaching what I know to you guys. As I go through the workshop today, I want this to be a conversation. I am going to be talking about myself and my background, but I want you guys, students, to throw me questions. I want the live audience to throw me questions. So kind of if there's anything anyone has to ask on any of the topics I cover, feel free to let me know. Okay, so the schedule over the next 3 days. Day 1, we're going to be talking about the elements of fashion, planning, and we're also going to be shooting primarily in the studio today. What's great about today is I'm approaching a shoot from a perspective of a new photographer. So I'm not going all out there and getting really experienced girls, getting a huge team. I've got a very small team. We've gone out and picked the clothes ourselves as well as pulling them. We've got new faces at agencies. So it's going to be more difficult for me, but I'm up for the challenge too. Next, we're going to be doing on day 2, style, vision, and shooting. And this is a day where we have a full production shoot. We have an amazing team, we have experienced models on set, and it's going to be more towards what I do today as well. Day 3, we're going to be talking about retouching business and marketing. Business and marketing, I think, was going to be one of the most important parts of this course because it's really how I've built my business up online through social media, the ways in which I approach my work, and that tough question that people have, how to price my work, how to market it, and how to get noticed as a fashion photographer as well. So quickly just talk about today's schedule so you know exactly what's going to happen. The morning, I just want to talk about my background and how to organize your shoot from start to finish. So from anything from choosing models to casting your team, we're going to cover all of that. Midday, I'm going to introduce you to my lovely styling team of models over there. We're then going to be shooting in the studio in the afternoon. So I want to start a little bit about my background, and I absolutely hate talking about myself, but I have to because it's relevant to exactly what I'm talking about. You need to kind of follow my journey to see where I've come from to know how I mic up my work today. So I was kind of hesitant to put these in there, but we all have bad work. So this is how I started at 14 years old. I was kind of like the loner at school, and I really loved art, but I always got really frustrated with how to form my medium, how to put what I see in my mind into photography. So during my GCSE exams at school, I just tried out photography for the exam. I was the first person in my school to do so, and my teacher, I really convinced him that this was the way to go. When I first started, it was really just about shooting self-portraits to hone my skills. It was about trying to find what technical thing I could find through the styling, through the light, through the posing, through the composition. And this is really where I started on DeviantArt. So I found DeviantArt shortly after I started the self-portrait work. This was all really simple. I'd go out of my way to go and find wigs on eBay. I kind of took inspiration from artists like Cindy Sherman, self-portrait artists like Frido Pinto, and a lot of different ways to kind of disguise myself, because I got bored of using myself as a model. But what was great about this period is I can look back on it now and I can see exactly where I came from and compare it to what I do today. So I think it's important to show you guys that even though I'm kind of embarrassed to show you this kind of work, this is my background, this is where I came from, and this really got things ticking in my mind about what I wanted to do at the next stage. So during the years of, I would say 2000 to 2010, I had sort of like an evolution, and that would be from going from self-portraits and getting the confidence to move forwards. So going on from that, this was where I ended up, straight after the self-portraits, and this was coming from inspiration from DeviantArt, it was coming from inspiration from an artistic background, it was coming from the self-portraits. So I was going out and finding friends, as many people as I could, and it was all about the idea. It was never about the team and the technicality. So I would go out, shoot a friend, I'd grab some props from like a charity shop or eBay, anything I could find, and I was really limited with budget back in those days as well. So my models were really great. I'd have them in conditions in like old abandoned factories, I'd have them in the snow, I'd have them swimming in the lake, and they hated me, but when they saw the pictures, they wanted to do it again. So these kind of pictures really kind of, again, the evolution, starting to make me realize what I want to do with my photography and where to take it. Here's a couple more. So when we do shoots like this, it would usually just be me and the model, limited amount of budget, usually just for the travel. We'd find as many locations as we could for free. So whether that was an old historic building in England, or like this kind of situation, a park in London, anything we could get our hands on that, without trespassing and going in with no budget, we would access. And we would spend all day there, going over the clothes, pulling out the wardrobe, finding anything we could to make the shoot happen. So this, I just want to give you an example of how I approach this kind of shoot. Now, when people see this shot on the left, they think that it's photoshopped. I was never good at Photoshop to that extreme at that point. So this is an example of how me and the model would collaborate. She would come up with an idea, she would find the location, I would come up to this location, which was in Wales, in England, and we would go out and shoot it. Then you can see on the right, this is exactly how the set would look. So I would shoot in the most weird conditions as possible. Like this is really bright light. Often people say don't shoot in that. But at the time, I didn't really know, and it was more experimental for me. So we go out and shoot. Leah was the first makeup artist here on the right that I worked with, and I still work with her today as well. And that's something I'm going to be talking about, how I still use those people in my team today, because I think it's important that we've built those relationships together. And often my early work, you'll see how I process heavily in Photoshop. That's not something I do now, because it's not something that's really acceptable in the way I approach my clients. But you can see how it kind of worked for the kind of thing I was doing. And the kind of clients that came from this, it didn't happen initially. This was pure experimental work. It was personal work that I'd post because I loved shooting. I'd then start to post these images on websites like DeviantArt or Flickr, and I'd keyword. So I'd name that like photography, birdcage, anything that people could find it with. And the main clients that came from that were mainly like the book cover clients. So people like HarperCollins, Random House, Macmillan, These kind of people are always searching on websites like Flickr, DeviantArt. They're always trying to find images to license that will be interesting for a book cover, and they're always trying to find new ways around it. So another 3 images were quite popular during the time. This one on the left was later licensed by a book cover company. The one in the middle was an experimentation. And again, going over to the locations, I used to go into this abandoned building that was down the street from where I live with my parents, and I'd go in there every week. And where I had no lights, it was all natural light, me and a model, I'd go and grab a skirt from eBay, and we'd just create something. And that's what I still do in my work today. I think it's really important, and this is something I'm going to be talking about over the course of the next 3 days, that personal work is extremely important. And no matter how big or known you get, or you have a big clientele, I still devote at least 60-70% of my time to personal work. Another one on the right here, another easy location, me going out over the lake, which has been the location for some of my early shoots. Just simple, all natural light over the course of these 3, all processed on Photoshop to give this appearance.
Lara, we've just got some reactions from the chat room.
Sure, yeah, any questions, tell me.
We've got Roberto who says, tell her don't be embarrassed. Ron says, she's ashamed about that? Mercy.
It's the comparison to now and how embarrassed I'd be putting that in front of someone. But it's great for me to see the evolution from that, definitely.
Absolutely.
But yeah, do you have any more questions? Or?
We'll take questions in a minute, but we just wanted to let you know that people are just incredibly impressed.
Okay, great. That's great to know. Okay, so going back from those images before, this is the kind of start of things for me. This is when I started getting tear sheets. This is when I started to realize that, photography was a business for me. It was no longer a hobby. It's something I should start to hone in on. So when I was 17, I opened my own business with the help of my dad and a good accountant. We got everything together. And the first year, it wasn't about earning money. Any bit of money I'd get, whether it was free things like this, or whether it was like reaching out to clients on MySpace, showing my work. And the majority of work I get at the beginning was portraits for like dancers, actors, singers, people that wanted CD covers. So they'd really love my work and the way that it, the concepts come out and the conceptual themes, and they'd book me for that alone. So that was like the start of my income for me. And the way I got that was just posting online. So just pure social media, and then recommendation as well from that. So these 3 covers, all different situations. So the one on the left, and I'm going to be talking about more of this kind of stuff on the business day, but I think it's good to give you an overview. The one on the left here is licensed by HarperCollins, and it's a really popular book right now, which I still receive royalties from. It became a really big book within the publishing industry. And what's great about this is this leads on to other covers. This necessarily doesn't mean that I'm going to get fashion work from this. It doesn't mean I'm going to get portrait work. It's a little bit, out there for that. So I have a separate portfolio for this. I still work with all these book cover clients and they request it. The middle one here by Josephine Starcross, this was a commission shoot that was based from me shooting these covers that were licensed. So showing these clients that I can do this and I can produce this got me this one in the middle. So they say, we love how you process things. We love how you work with models, produce themes on set. And I'm usually the organizer of the shoot. I handle the budget and I go out and do this. And I love to do that still. There's something about working on personal work and being inspired by what you do that speaks to me more than actually commission work and a paying client. And I think that's what I really want to get in onto people, that it's about the personal work and the inspiration and being inspired by what you do. So this was really 2010 onwards was really the transition for me into fashion photography. Now I did start, and I'm going to put this in there because I think a few people might ask this. I did start a course in college. I did a 2-year diploma. It was great. I learned a lot of the technical background. And then I started a year of university studying visual communication. But I decided to leave after the first year because I felt that that kind of structural background, learning from the book just wasn't for me. I felt like, it kind of took me back a little bit, and that I was focusing more on getting the kind of book work done than I was the photography. So I already had my business going and I already had some success for it. So after about a year, I spoke to my teacher and he was like, hey, just go to London and assist, just do it. So, I took off, I figured it out, and then I moved to London. I didn't realize at the time that I wasn't the only one with that, that kind of thing in mind that, you would be a small fish in a big pond kind of thing, and everyone was trying to do the same thing. So what I found when I was in London is the only thing that improved for me when I first got there was accessing models. So I was going from using friends to using family to using people from Model Mayhem and smaller models to then using agency girls, and that was a whole different ballgame for me because it's more difficult to approach people. It's more difficult to know exactly how you're going to use them, and also it makes you quite nervous because you're so used to working with people you're familiar with that when you start working with girls from big name agencies, you're like, whoa, like, is this going to go okay? Like, is the agency going to be okay with me doing this? So most of the time when I first started shooting fashion, to get my confidence going and to get the relationship going between the agency, I would shoot simple work, but I would reference back to my fine art background. So here, like, the agencies love the model agencies when you can see a model's face, when it's clean, when you have the styling, when the hair and makeup is simple, and it's a beautiful concept. You have to really build a relationship with a model agency before you go crazy with the styling because they don't get anything back in return. They can't show it in the model's books. So again, all of these just using natural light. I'm very simple with my lighting technique. Natural light, reflectors, one light, that's it. So again, backlighting, this on the left, beautiful photo with Danielle. I went and grabbed this dress for the shoot. So I'm still referencing what I used to do, going out with models. And actually just before this picture here, a kid was on, actually if you saw the wide view of this, you would see that there was a whole family standing around. And there was a kid that had just got on there and pushed in front of us before using the swing. So it's funny because you can crop out all of that drama that's going on. And I still use locations like this because, it's very expensive to get locations. If you have a great location and you can crop out whatever's going around it, then great for you. That's a really good thing to do. This one is one of my most popular images, and this was the American Indian editorial. I went out and shot this in November, and I remember this was like one of the first shoots that I thought to myself, okay, I love fashion photography. This is something I want to do. I'd always seen fashion as something really like far out for me that I could never get there, especially coming from a small town, a small background. So when I had this concept together, I planned it and it all came together. It was absolutely freezing. The models' noses were running, like they were cold, they were angry at me. But it all came together after the shoot, and when I processed it, I was like, wow, okay, this is what I want to do, and this is my style. This is what I want to try and work from. So then I experimented a little bit more, and I wanted to try something a bit more high fashion, because I think when you first get into fashion photography, it's good to reference things like this. It's good to reference other photographers' work, try it, see if it works for you, take a technique and put it in your own work. And what I want to show with this whole thing is you don't really have to be a fashion photographer when taking inspiration. When I first started doing like portraits and advertising stuff, I took inspiration from my old masters in painting. I took it from different areas. So whoever you are and whoever watching this, whatever background you're from, wedding photography, documentary, portrait, you're going to learn something from the next few days. So don't worry about that. So going back to this, this was a shoot for Lush magazine. I didn't know it was going to get into the magazine when I shot it. I just did it as an experiment. I had a great team together. It was one of the first teams I'd worked with. And I was really nervous. I kind of stood back and I was like, oh no, I don't really know what I'm doing. I know what I want, but I don't know how to pull it together. So I put the shoot together. The team brought in the model for me because they had the contact with the agency. Again, working with no budget. I think I paid for the food for everyone on the shoot. That was it. Stylists brought in some excellent clothing, and that's what made this happen. I had one light on the background, one light just on the right here, coming down at her to light her, and the rest was just in processing to get that great black and white feel. I later submitted this to a magazine, and I'm going to be talking about submitting and that kind of stuff a bit later on, so you can get to know how to submit your work to magazines and how to approach these kind of shoots. But I submitted it to the magazine, and luckily enough, it was a perfect fit for their next issue. So this is another turning point in my career when I said, okay, this worked for me. It was an experiment, but it worked, exactly like the American Indian shoot. This is what I started building my studio work from. So then this is a few more images that I've done just with pure natural light, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the background of the shoot. So I came to New York, I think it was 2009 in February, and I fell in love with it. I knew it was where I wanted to be. I was kind of over London. I'd done a year there, and I was like, okay, I need some new inspiration. I need something that's gonna, get my ideas flowing again. I need a new team, and it was a challenge as well, so I love being challenged as a photographer. So when I came to New York, I came back the same year 3 times. And during the summer of 2009, I started putting shoots together like this. And this was for a magazine called Content Mode. And the stylist put together this beautiful theme. She said, we want something 50s. So we brought together this theme. I cast the model. We went out on Wall Street. Again, no budget. Just me, natural light, a beautiful model. And you can approach this. You don't have to have this kind of model. You don't have to have this kind of styling. You can grab somebody, a friend, you can scout someone on the street and put them in this position, and it would just look as beautiful. The only reason I'm using agency models is because it's easy for me and I need the names as well. You could go out and grab these kind of vintage things yourself from a store, just as Kat has done with some of the clothing today, and you can make it happen. So during the last 3 years, this is kind of the way my portfolio has been going. So I've been doing things like this, and I've really loved playing around with like double shots with girls, concepts, going back to where I started all the time, referencing conceptual themes. So having like the interaction between the girls, having beautiful styling on set. Again, this was a shoot I did that Material Girl were interested in, that took it later on. Again, limited budget going on. I think I paid for the taxi and the props, and that was about it. And the rest was just, good models, good styling. So this is approachable for everyone. It's not something that you can look at and say, I can't do that. It's something that you've just got to get used to doing, practice it, and then reach out to hire contacts, get agency models, but start with friends first. So a few of my client shoots, when I do advertising work, I have to reference quite a few things. This kind of shoot, I love this client. This is for The Fold, which is a London-based clothing company. So they wanted a London shoot in New York. So again, casting, getting everything together, referencing my work, trying to get that cinematic approach. A lot of my clients book me because they like my style, but I also get booked for jobs when someone just wants me to complete a job. So I don't show that in my portfolio because it's far from what I do. But this kind of stuff I show because we're on the same level. So don't be afraid to experiment with things. If you have something and a client books you for something, don't include it in the portfolio if you don't want it to be there. This is some very recent work, I think from earlier this year. And again, going back to the Material Girl shoot with the girls, this is really where my style's at right now. I feel comfortable using color. I feel comfortable with feminine kind of looks, using groups of models, going in location houses. Again, simple lighting, just one light on all of these. And this is approachable again, limited budget. This was actually paid for by the magazine, but you'll be surprised to know that these magazines do not have a lot of money for editorial. You'll come away with almost nothing because the production costs have to be covered, but that's okay because that's putting back into this beautiful work. And these tear sheets are gonna speak wonders in your portfolio to clients and to your online presence too. So now I want to talk about defining fashion photography. So really, I just want to talk to you. Yeah, sure.
Would we be able to ask you some questions now about
Of course,
your
yeah, just throw
background?
it,
We have
yeah.
so many questions. So people are so
Of
curious.
course, throw them at me.
That was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, your story is so impressive. I was talking with Sue Bryce last night a
Yeah.
little bit about you.
Okay.
And she said something that was really, really awesome. And I asked her if I could quote her directly, and she
Yeah.
said yes. She said, "I just don't get impressed by photographers. After 20 years of work, I just don't. Lara Jade impresses the hell out of me. She works so hard, and she's 100% heart."
Oh, that's so nice.
Sue could not say enough good things about you. And one of the things that she did talk a lot about was your work ethic and how much hard work you really did.
Yeah.
I mean, when we look at this as just a series of pictures, it's like, oh, she did this thing, she did this. Can you talk a little bit about how much hard work there was involved in all this?
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning, it's been me going out there, it's been me experimenting as much as I can, putting money back into it, coming away with no money myself because I want to put everything. fashion photography, and especially when the kind of stuff I started with the fine art, it's a lot about what you put into it. You have to give a lot in order to take something back from it. And first you put in so much into it, and then eventually, you know, things start coming back, but it takes time to transition. It takes time to earn money, earn your recognition within the industry. But you know, as what I do now, I'm working every day. Even before that, I'm doing something, whether it's social media, whether it's, you know, keeping active with personal projects, organizing a shoot. Like this week alone, I put together a last-minute editorial on Friday. I had to organize the entire shoot myself, cast in, whilst doing the prep for this. And then I've had to organize all my schedule for next month for London shoots. So, you know, there's a lot to do and there's a lot of hard work involved, but this is why it's important to love what you do as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
In addition to Sue Bryce praising you, we have Emily M. Photo who says, or Stardust Firefly says, I feel the same. Everything seems out of reach. If she can do it, I'm sure we can. So
Yeah.
So we have a question from Renaud who says, you started to work at age 14. Start working at age 14 is not too hard, question mark. How did you find credibility with your clients?
At 14, it was very hard to get clients. I will admit the first few years, so 14, I started my business at 17. So I was starting to get clients around the age of 16, and that's when it clicked that this has to be a business. So at 14, the first few years were just me experimenting and going over things.
Okay, so let me rephrase the question.
Yeah.
You started to get clients at age 16, 17.
Yeah.
Was it hard to get credibility then? Because that's incredibly young.
Yes, it was. I think the main thing is when I'm that age, people judge you. I still get it all the time being 23. Like I'll go into a meeting and people have the same kind of ideals about me that I don't know what I'm talking about. But the main thing is if you have confidence, you have a great portfolio, you have a great work ethic, and that they love what you do, you can win them over straight away. So even being young, there's room for everyone in the industry.
Awesome.
That's great. Did we have any questions from anyone in the classroom by any chance?
I guess I would say, do you always have a preconceived idea, or do you sometimes exactly with a friend go in and just play?
Sometimes I just shoot on a whim because I love shooting, and I still do that. Sometimes I'll grab a model and I'll go, hey, let's do something. Sometimes I'll grab a model and a makeup artist because I want that extra bit, or sometimes it's the model and the stylist. Or I've got a shoot wardrobe that I'm building again and I'll grab some clothes and I'll style it myself. So often with editorial work, advertising work, it needs to be prepped. But when I'm doing personal work, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Are any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So you shoot between, like, I guess, New York and London.
Yeah.
Do you travel anywhere else in the world for shoots, or is it primarily in those two major cities?
Those two cities are for my advertising and fashion work because of the markets within the fashion industry. But I do travel a lot because I love to travel, and for my workshops as well. I was in Australia in June, and I've got an agent out there now. So I'm trying to build on that market, but it's a lot different from the others too.
All right, so I'm assuming you're going to discuss how to get the
Yeah,
agencies.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
great.
it. Definitely.
Great. Mel W. from Tokyo is wondering, how did you push yourself during that transition time when you were still gaining confidence with photography early on? Was it through books, self-assigned work? Where'd you get that confidence?
It was mainly just self-assigned work. Like, I used to be very shy. If I turned up to school and there was a seminar, I'd always skip school because I was that shy. But it was just going out, experimenting, working with teams, getting the confidence to move forwards. DeviantArt and all those kind of websites kind of played a big part because there was a lot of mentors that kind of helped me with constructive criticism and all that. And then college, like the diploma I did, that kind of gave me some confidence as well.
I wanted to let you know, this is really exciting from Damaziana, who says, please let Lara know that our big Italian photographers group organized a live chat event to see your workshop.
That's
so they all got
fantastic.
together, which we love to hear. Take photos of that.
Yes, we
Post them
wanna
to our
see.
Facebook page. We would love to see you guys all watching together. So another question from Ranjan in Kolkata is, can you elaborate on the no budget concept?
Yeah. Okay, so whenever I'm going on a shoot, like a fashion editorial, personal work, and a lot of my early shoots, I go in and we don't have much of a budget. If I'm fronting costs, that's coming out of my pocket. So when you do those kind of shoots, it's good to work and good to kind of, realize kind of what you're going to put into it, how you're going to spend money on the shoot. Is there going to be some costs that you need to front? There's always going to be costs when you're doing personal work. So that's what I say when there's no budget. When a client isn't paying you or an editorial, that's when it's no budget.
That's great.
Any more
Let's
questions?
see. Jessica Lark is wondering, where did you begin showing your work, and where was your first purchase image found?
Sorry, repeat the first bit.
Where did you begin showing your work? I think you
Okay.
talked about DeviantArt. I
Yeah,
think that was where.
DeviantArt, Flickr, MySpace back when it was popular. No one knows about MySpace now. Just those kind of websites, just getting it out there. And I would say like after I was about 16, 17, that's when somebody found my work online, and that made me realize this is what I want to do. And also I approached some of those book covers afterwards as well, because I knew that was a market I could go into.
Great. Maybe one more question about
Yeah.
your background. This is from Fashion TV in Singapore, who always brings amazing questions and stays up all night in Singapore watching. So why was it that you ventured to New York City instead of remaining in the UK? What were you looking for in another country that you couldn't find back home? So far, what have you been blessed with? What advice do you have for those overseas who might follow suit and travel somewhere else to
So
work?
for me, it was kind of like a half personal reason, half work. I needed a new challenge. I'd gone through like a bad situation at home, and I was like, I would love to find something new. So I came to New York for the first time and stayed with Joey Lawrence, and he kind of introduced me to the city, what it was about, and I found that it was just something new for me. Like I kind of got bored of the market in England. The England market, the UK market necessarily, is a lot of editorial work, free work, people kind of networking. Here it's more about the commercial work, the advertising, the big clients are here. My work has to exist on both, the personal work, the editorial, and the advertising. So for me to work in both, I can go home, do some great editorials, and I can come here and I can do some great advertising work. So it's just about having that balance, and I found that being in between both worked for that.
All right, great.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about defining fashion photography. So I'm just going to talk about the genres of fashion. So fashion photography is, a spectrum of a lot of things. There's portraiture, there's beauty, there's editorial, and there's advertising. So these are 4 things I think about when I think of fashion photography. What's great about being a fashion photographer is you have to have all different kind of experience from backgrounds, because you're not just shooting portrait style, you're shooting with wide angle lenses, you're shooting like a landscape photographer. So you've got to have all these different kind of viewpoints and how you approach work. You also have to shoot almost like a product photographer sometimes, because often I get roped into doing product on the top of a shoot to save budget. So it's good to have a good background of shooting, experiment in your first early years, different lenses, different viewpoints, different angles, get to know other types of photography, because this is going to help you later on. So this, I would say, is the portrait work that I do. Fashion portrait is really about what emotion I get from the model, and whether it's a model or a friend or just a younger model, I'm going in and I'm putting styling in, but it's not about that. It's about the emotion, it's about the concept in the picture. So these are 2 beautiful girls. This I shot a few years ago. And I want to reference quickly the lighting again. This was just my wall when I lived in an apartment in Brooklyn. Just a wall, just one softbox to the side. The processing is what makes this image interesting. This again, one softbox, that's it. So you can capture beautiful things with limited things, and that's all we're going to talk about today. How to create fashion shoots on a budget, because it is a thing that everybody can do. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. So this is a cropped-in version, but this is what I would define as beauty work. So beauty is about the skin, it's about the makeup, it's about everything that kind of comes together in the face. So when I'm looking for models for beauty work, I'm looking at their skin, I'm looking at the way, the symmetry in the face. I'm looking at the lips, the eyes, how good, are they going to be on set? Are they going to complement the makeup product or the hair or the way everything else comes across, or even the product that if it's in the shot? This is editorial work. So this was part of the story I showed you guys earlier for Material Girl. When I'm shooting editorial, it's more about the concept and the story. So whenever I'm shooting editorial, I've got an idea of like 8 to 10 images in mind and how they're going to flow onwards. So this is the kind of girls I would cast for this on agencies are edgy girls. They're like fashion models. So I'm looking at their height, the way that they interact, their confidence in front of the camera, and how they're cast. So for this theme, I wanted a really girly, like feminine theme, and Georgie was perfect for this. This is a girl from Profile Models in London. She was beautiful because she had that beautiful red hair. She was very reminiscent of someone from like an old England kind of thing, and she suited and complemented the other model as well. Another cropped in version, but this is advertising with what I do. This was for a client called Tallulah Love Lingerie. So they saw my fashion work and wanted that element in the advertising. So this was for a lookbook, but they don't want to focus on the product per se. You can do a separate book. They want a lookbook for that. They want more of an editorial lookbook to show the lifestyle of the images. I recently shot for Goldsmiths, and I did the product and I did a lifestyle. So even though the jewelry was far away on the shot, it's about what's going on in the picture and the way that people wear it. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the fashion photographers. Sorry, yeah?
Maybe can we ask some questions about that?
Yeah, I'm going to do that from now on. I'm going to
Okay.
go kick it. Sorry, I get carried away.
That's great.
So from Forever Photo, can you again explain the difference between fashion and editorial?
Okay, so fashion is basically a genre for lots of different things. Editorial comes under that. So there's fashion portrait, fashion is like beauty, fashion is advertising, fashion editorial. Editorial is just a story, like an editorial story or what's in a magazine.
Awesome, thank you.
We've got Tatum Photo Design, who, and maybe you'll talk about this later,
Yeah.
says, I live in the middle of nowhere in Michigan. There's like no industry, but I've always wanted to work in this industry.
Yeah.
Is there any advice for a country-bound photographer that can't move to New York?
Okay, well that's exactly how I started. I'm from a small town in England, 2 hours away from London, and I couldn't afford to travel to London at the time. So I would just use friends. Model Mayhem is an excellent way of approaching starting models. I don't necessarily use it myself anymore, but it's an amazing way of connecting with stylists, wardrobe stylists, and you'll be surprised. You can search by the city, the town, and figure out who's in your area and collaborate with.
Okay, a question from Fashion TV
Yeah.
in Singapore. People often say we need an edgy image or look for fashion
Yeah.
photography. How would you define edgy? And besides edgy, what kind of looks should we seek to capture? Are there any particular emotions that you seek to capture?
Okay, so first thing, the edgy thing, that is when you have a very strong model. She may have a very moody look, like a sculpted face. The one I showed you with Georgia, she has a kind of like more of a softer face, but she's still got that edgy kind of look. So some models can be both. Commercial models are the kind of girls that get booked for like, the magazine stuff, the boring kind of lookbooks and everything, but they're the girls that earn the money. Editorial are like an edgy are kind of girls that you'll see in like Italian Vogue or those kind of stronger high fashion magazines. And the emotion, that kind of thing, and she mentioned what I'm looking for, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the emotion I'm trying to get from a model really depends on the theme. If I've got like a girl in the studio and it's black and white and it's got that very kind of Renaissance like old feel, I'm looking for kind of like a sadness or something like beautiful, kind of tragic, a little bit like the fashion portraits I showed you. And then if I'm going for something more girly and pretty, I'm looking for feminine. And the same with advertising work. Sometimes you want a smile and clients will push you for that. It really comes down to exactly what you're shooting and what the client is.
Cool, thank you.
That's great. Tiago says, cheers from Argentina. My question is, how important is it to get an editorial done in order to make yourself a name in the industry,
Yeah.
especially when having a limited budget?
Yeah.
Any suggestions for getting a good portfolio, picture quantities, styles, etc.? I think we're going to be talking about that on
Yeah,
the third
I'm
day,
going to
right?
be talking about that a little bit later on, but the importance of editorial work is because that gets you the money jobs. You have to have editorial and tear sheets to show clients that you're interested. Clients will relate to that more than paid work because that's what you're passionate about. But I'm going to be coming on to that a little bit later as well.
That's great.
Questions in the audience? Chloe?
Yeah.
I guess going back to the idea of a preconceived notion,
Yeah.
are you coming to the client with your themes and concepts? Are they coming to you? Is it both of you working together? And then also on set, you've planned your 8 to 10 scenarios.
Yeah.
Are you kind of capturing moments and being inspired and coming up with new stuff on your own as you go?
So the ideas, that really depends on the client. I'd say, and I'm going to talk about this later on, 80% of what I do is personal work because that's what I want to do. With editorial, you can submit your work for a theme, or a magazine might have a theme that you have to listen to. Clients will usually book you because they want they have a theme, but sometimes they want to bring your ideas to the table. Personal work, I'll set up a theme myself most of the time and then work from that. And what was it about the studio? The way.
Just like if you've planned your 8 to 10 scenarios, do you see different moments in between and then they end up using
I never
those?
stick to the board. I may have sometimes I have mood boards. I don't really use storyboards as much, but I use a reference board that's like, okay, this is the kind of thing I'm looking for. Because it's very controlling on the day. It's very hard to stick to exactly because something is always different, but those mistakes sometimes make it a lot better too. Any more questions? Yeah.
Mine was kind of related to hers.
Yeah.
But so you don't really use storyboarding as far as planning your shootout? Like, how do you?
Yeah.
Do you for poses? Are you envisioning? Did you envision taking the pinwheel and putting it up to her eye before you did that?
It really depends on what you're going for.
Okay.
When you're using things like props and stuff, often you won't know exactly until the day. So when at the start of the day I'll see a prop and I'll be like, okay, now I see it. When I'm in camera, I'll plan if it's a cover for a magazine, I'll plan because it's really important to know where the text is going to lie, that kind of thing, whether the magazine wants a 1 model, 2 model shot, how close it has to be. But editorial work usually, because it's a lot of my vision, it just comes together on the day.
Let's go with one more from David Goimer. He's from the UK, and he wonders, do you think being a young female has made it more difficult or easier to work with people?
This is a hard one for me because I've definitely had some difficulty in the industry. Not something I can't really control because it's just made me want to kind of work harder. But especially during my first few years being female and young. And I still get it now, like if you're going to an agency meeting and they don't get it, and then until you go into the meeting room with them and you open your portfolio and you show them and all of a sudden you see the wheels turning and they click. And you're like, oh, I wish you'd have known that from the start. But it just takes a little bit more for some people. It's just, first impressions are a big thing. So that's fine with me. Yeah, if someone has that, I can kind of prove them, that I'm worthy of the job later.
All right, cool.
Hey, Jill, did you have a question?
Great.
It's kind of related to
Yeah.
Chloe and Christina's. Where, and you may talk about this later, where you get your concepts and your ideas for your personal shoots. I know, I saw a Velveteen Rabbit in your book, you had and I just love the idea of storybooks. And is that kind of where do you find your inspiration?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
I look for inspiration everywhere, but this is something I'm going to talk about again. I don't look in the obvious places. I reference back to old masters. What made that picture special? What made that painting special? Everyday life, themes. As a fashion photographer, I have to reference autumn, winter, spring, summer, changing of styles, how that can come into play. I recently shot a Renaissance story using the Dolce autumn winter collection. So we did that kind of old Tudor kind of thing. So clothes can bring ideas of concepts too. Okay, any more questions from you guys? Yep.
So you work with really amazing people. Where do you find your wardrobe stylist or hairstylist, makeup artist?
Now or in general?
In general.
In general, now I find them through creative agencies. So agents like my one I have in London represent stylists, makeup artists, hair. But I still work with people that I used to find just from friends online, like Leah May, one of my old makeup artists I used when I started. We found each other through a friend. I've got people I found in Model Mayhem and they've built their career. We've built together. I passed them jobs and stuff. So it really doesn't matter if they're represented. I think as long as they have a vision and they get you, I think that's the main thing. Yeah, good to go. Okay, so I just want to talk about my kit. Fashion photographer's kit. It's always good to think about, when you're thinking about kit, the concept you're going to be using it for. Lighting, how you're going to use that camera and kit for lighting. What kit do you need to produce those images? Are you going to be working on location versus studio? And remember that the most important thing is choice of kit depends on what you intend to do. So I get a lot of questions on workshops and other things that people will say, what kit do I have? Do I need one like yours? Cameras are just tools. It really comes down to the photographic eye and how you present your work. If you have personality in your work, if you have a beautiful image, that speaks more. And you only have to reference like masters of photography, people that use one light, people like Avedon that went out there and produced beautiful, stunning imagery with limited equipment, you know, an old backdrop. And I really admire photographers like that. So my current kit, I'm using the Canon 5D Mark III, which I recently got, I'm very excited about. The 24 to 70 2.8. This is a lens I have. I never really have it on my camera, but I have it as an option. It's good if I'm in the studio and have to do things quickly because it gives me that kind of, you know, quickness when I'm moving about. The 50-1.2 is a recent lens I got, and the same as the 85-1.2. I use these two prime lenses because of the quality. They're beautiful lenses to use in the studio and outside as well. So these two are constantly glued to my camera. I also have the 70 to 200 f2.8. This is a great lens, but it requires a lot of distance. And me and my friends call this lens the bird watcher because you'll always see those men with those like big cameras. This is a great lens if you're on location. I used this for a shoot for 125 where I had girls walking down the street and I wanted to head back a little bit and do like a voyeuristic kind of thing. That's a great lens for that. I currently have a Profoto D1 Air kit, but I'm not set on lights. I don't really, lights are not my thing. I just use one light. So whatever kind of brand it is, I use Broncolor. In England, I've used Bowens. I'm familiar with a lot of lighting, but I tend to use natural light just because that's my preference. I used to use sun-bounced reflectors because I feel those are important to have on hand. I don't always use them, but it's good if you're on a client shoot or you're outside and you've got some light and you just want to add a little touch back to it. So how does this compare to when I started? When I started with the Canon 350D. It was a Christmas present I longed for a very long time, and I was very excited when I got it. I used a 50 f1.8, which is a really cheap lens, but something I loved, and I used it till it broke down on me. 60mm f2.8 macro was when I was experimenting with self-portraits. I'd focus in on eyes, different concepts. And the 80 to 55 at 3.5 to 5 and 6 kit lens, not the best quality lens, but it really helped me in my beginning days when I couldn't afford to get a different lens. And the only thing that has improved with my work from these kits is just the quality. My vision has obviously improved over time, but having a better kit, it just, you know, keeps me within the clients that request higher res images, you know, for billboards, that kind of thing. But I'm not a big person for kit. You can make beautiful images with nothing. Yes, Chloe.
Technical question.
Yeah.
Do you have more than one body that you work with at a time? Like with one and with different lenses and then you just change it up?
I have the 5D Mark III, which I recently got, and I have the Canon 5D Mark II, which I'm going to keep. Before that, I had like, you know, I always have the lower one and then I have the higher one. So it's good to have the two just in case. The good thing with what I do, I don't always have two because I have the help with sponsors like Canon that if anything breaks down, they're always there to kind of jump in and help me as well. Any more questions from anybody?
Certainly do.
Well, we have time. So.
Always questions. Great. All right, go for it.
Let's see. We have JMZ Photo, who's saying you spoke of collaboration with makeup artists and stylists. How did you manage to maintain your vision when working with others?
You have to be in control. You have to be the director of the shoot, and they're there to collaborate with. I've had it where people have come on my shoot and tried to overtake it, and the end result is not good. There's always that kind of collision on shoots of ideas. So it's always good to be aware that this is your idea. You can bring ideas to the table, but you're ultimately the one with the idea. But in a good way, it's also good when you're starting, if you're working with a makeup artist or a hair person immediately, it's good to have them kind of come on and take charge a little bit because they'll also guide you as well from experience. But just remember that you're the director and you're the one in charge. Okay, any more?
We do. Veratus wants to know what designer you're wearing.
Designer? I found this in Nordstrom. Unfortunately, it's not a designer.
Let's see. Emily M. Photo, do you still use creative lenses like the Lens Baby?
It's a good point. I used to use them because they were good back in the day to kind of experiment with. I find that if you use them too often, it becomes like one of those points in your portfolio where everyone's like, oh, she's using the lens baby again. So it's something I use, if a client requests that kind of effect, it's great, but it's also very time consuming to use because you've got to focus, and usually when I'm on a fashion set on advertising, I'm really pushed for time. So I tend to do a lot in post if that's the case.
All right, so if you are just starting, question from Shawnee is, how many lenses do you think a photographer needs when they're just starting? What would be your basic, we showed us
Okay,
what
yeah.
basic you would recommend?
So I would recommend the 50, whatever kind of quality is. If you can get a higher quality, if you have the money, great. But if you don't, the 50mm 1.8 was like my baby for the longest time. I loved it. And that's a great lens to start with. A kit lens, a 50, and maybe like an 85 if you're shooting portraits. So 3 lenses, 2 or 3 lenses, and that's all you need.
Great.
That is wonderful. Let's see. T. Bufano says, wow, I'm intrigued that you mostly shoot with available light. How do you work with current weather conditions? Do you have leeway to try and shoot over several days to get the right lighting, or do you just have to figure it out?
This is a funny question because I have struggled over the past few weeks with weather, and I never have an issue with weather. I've been trying to shoot a resort story when it's like cold outside and raining. I tried to shoot something the other day with natural light indoors and it didn't work out. But you just have to plan it. If it doesn't work out, you learn next time. It's always good to have a backup plan. If you're shooting on location and it rains, think about, what can we do to solve this? Can we book a studio as a second option? Or can we move the shoot? It's very hard when you're doing fashion shoots to reschedule last minute because everyone's booked and everyone's scheduled for a call time. So it's just about knowing how to act on location, how to solve mistakes once they happen, and that's what's great about having a team, like assistants, if an editor's on board, because they can also help rearrange everything.
So speaking of teams, you mentioned earlier that you are organizing a lot on your shoots generally, and let's see, where did it go? Somebody had asked if you are your own director, therefore, or do you work with directors, or when do you work with directors?
Directors really depend on the shoot. Personal work and editorial, I'm the director and the organizer. I'm a bit of a control freak, and I have to learn to let that go sometimes. And I think this comes from having a background with you've done everything yourself and you know how it works for you. So when clients are on shoots, I have to kind of give away that control. When I'm doing a shoot with a high budget and there's art directors and there's art buyers and that kind of thing on set, I have to leave it to them and wait for them to give me the chance to give my input on the shoot.
That's great. And a quick quote, Dora W. says, I love that she made a point to say that the equipment is not the important element. Love it.
Good. I'm glad that people see that. All right, well, if there's any more questions at any time, just come in and ask.
We do.
Yeah. I really love the questions. So.
Okay, fabulous, because we still have a little bit of time before taking our first break. So is that great? Yeah. So a question from Dave G. He says, I had a 3-model editorial shoot this week, and there were designers and PR on set, which I didn't know about until I turned up. How do you keep charge when everyone wants to throw their own view of what they want to see? And I know you touched on this, but for his situation.
Yeah. I think this really depends on how you put the shoot together. The planning beforehand, talking closely TT, maybe meeting up with them before. What are they bringing to the shoot? What clothes are they bringing? What are their ideas? And making sure that you're in control as well. So it's all about a point of putting your point across and saying, hey, this is my shoot. I'm the photographer. You can bring in your ideas, but this is how I want to shoot. This is my style. Cool.
That's great.
I've got one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please. Yes.
How long would you say your average editorial style shoot is? How long is your average advertising? Because you said you were pressed for time.
It's usually a day.
Okay.
Clients always want to try and get budget within one day. They don't want to go over 2 days. So they'll make you work from 6, sometimes until 8 at night, depending on how it is. A few of my last advertising shoots has been from 8 a.m., start shooting at about 10, and then we run through to 6 or 7, and then we'll go through the images at the end of the day. But then sometimes I'll have a product shoot the next day as well, depending on when it is.
And just real quick related to that, when you're planning the shoot in relation to the lighting conditions changing constantly throughout the day, do you plan certain things? Okay, we're going to do this one in the morning, we're going to do this in the evening? Kind of thing?
Often when I'm with a client, and I've started doing this a lot on my editorial shoots because there's a lot of time taken up, I'll go and location scout once I'm at the location if I haven't already before. And I'll go over and plan like, okay, so this look is here, this one is here. And then art directors are great at that because they need a plan. They're the ones that will click your fingers when they're like, okay, 20 minutes, we're done. You've got this time to do the shot. And you're like panicking and doing everything to get the shot in time. Like, hair and makeup's still not done, like go tell them. So it's good to have like a time frame of like 20, 30 minutes a shot and that's it. Give your creative team a time limit for like hair and makeup and just say, okay, we've got to finish at this time, we've got to start at this time. So just be really clear. Okay. Any other? Yeah?
So when you're given a choice, do you prefer natural lighting when you're shooting on location?
It depends again who the client is. I always get pushed into doing things sometimes because if I'm shooting for an advertising client, they want the detail on the product. So I'll go out and I use a softbox and natural light, but it's not my preference. I'll just try and have a touch of light to get the product in shot. But if I'm going out and doing an editorial, I'll be like, okay, natural light is what I shoot. Here's my final shots. I know they look raw, but this is how I edit them. So it's just being clear about everything with the client or the editorial person.
John C. is saying, I'm just starting out and am a male. What is your suggestion on building trust with female clients or potential clients to get their business, especially with just starting out and not having much of a portfolio for them to look at?
So he's wondering like female clients or female models?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Okay, so I guess I don't think that's an issue with like a male. Males are the people that run the fashion industry. Like us girls have a hard time getting in there. So there's no problem with him trying to get in the industry. It's just, again, just gaining trust. Just keep doing personal work, get test sheets, reach out to online magazines, build from there. With models, if he was trying to get onto that, it's just about earning your recognition with models. Maybe start working with small agencies, asking to test with their new faces, females, and just build the trust because then the agency will have the feedback from the models and then they'll begin to give you more models too.
Great. Well, I think we're going to take a break, our first break of the day, because I know we have a ton of shooting to get to. Could you tell us a little bit about what we are going to do when we come back?
Yeah, definitely. When we do come back, we're going to be quickly going over the schedule and the presentation still, but we're going to head right on over to the seamless backdrop. We're going to get these kind of tools into action to use one light on set, keeping everything simple. It's about the model direction and everything else that goes on.
So excited. So I wanted to, the internet is loving you so far. And so and thanking you for being here.
Great, and thank you.
And Stardust Firefly said, I am so glad, this was back from the introduction, I'm so glad that Lara said, I knew what I wanted, but I didn't know how to get it.
Yeah.
Stardust Firefly says, I have literally tons of ideas, but always have trouble knowing how to put it together.
Okay.
And I just, again, it's really inspiring to see somebody who started so young and was in a similar place than so many of us are. So thank you.
Absolutely. So this is just the beginning of Creative Live Week here in New York. We have 3 days, 3 amazing, wonderful days with Lara Jade to come. After that, we have wonderful opportunity to listen to 8 different speakers over 2 days. On Thursday and Friday, we're going to have Creative Live New York City. We're going to have, on the first day, we have 4 speakers. Sue Bryce, we've talked about her already today, and she's going to teach us 20 ways to market your business. After that, we're going to have Bob and Don Davis teaching a course called What the Flash? We've got Corinne Alavikios, who is talking about seniors and printing. And then we've got Jason Group teaching 4 lights and some gaffer tape. Then, on Friday, we have Sal Sincata teaching marketing and sales. We have Julianne Cost teaching Photoshop CS6 for photographers. Blair Bunting is teaching light meters, not as boring as you'd think. And Penny De Los Santos telling us to take the leap. It's going to be an amazing 2 days, and we highly encourage you to go to the course page for that and enroll. You'll find a link to it on our homepage. Now, Friday night is not done after Penny. We keep going with Kevin Kubota's Photographers Ignite. This is an amazing event in which photographers or other people in the industry signed up with Kevin to give 5-minute talks on whatever subject they wanted. These are personal subjects for these people. They're going to be funny, they're going to be inspirational, educational. It's going to run the gamut. The format is a 5-minute talk with a PowerPoint presentation with slides that advance every 15 seconds automatically. So it's a very regimented format in which they are free to do whatever they want. In fact, one of the speakers is sitting right next to me. Ms. Kenna Klosterman is going to be talking with Susan Roderick as well. So you'll have a chance to see them and many, many others in that event, which will be Friday night to finish off CreativeLive New York week. Again, go to that course page and enroll because you don't want to miss it. It will be, I can't wait for it. It'll be amazing.
It'll be nerve-wracking, and then it'll be amazing.
I'm sure you will be amazing.
Anyhow, we are taking a 15-minute break, and wait. Oh, we're not done yet.
We can take a break and then I can continue the slides if you want to. I'm more than happy to do that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We were looking at
No,
this.
that's fine.
We were looking at the schedule, thinking that we were done.
One more second. When we get back, we're going to introduce your
Okay, I have a few more slides. Is that good? Yeah.
So sorry.
Okay, no,
I'm
you're
so
fine.
sorry.
Then.
Okay, sorry about that, folks. Wow, Lara, go ahead and keep going.
Okay, so I quickly want to talk here about the elements of fashion photography. First, the elements for me are the concept, the casting, the styling, and the execution of the shoot. So all of these have to exist to make a good fashion photograph. The concept comes down to the theme, what you're going for. The casting comes down to the people and the subjects that are involved in the shoot. The styling comes down to how it's styled on set. What is the success of the styling? What are you bringing to the table? And the execution is how you go about it. How do you set it up? These are all achievable no matter what your budget is. And you're going to get really bored of me saying this, but these are really achievable to anyone. You don't have to have a big budget to do any of these. So think about these whenever you put in a shoot together. So the elements of a successful shoot. We have passion, inspiration, preparation, and professionalism. So these, again, all have to exist on a fashion shoot to make it successful. You need to have passion on a shoot. It needs to come out. Your personality needs to show in the images. Your inspiration needs to show. Are you inspired by what you're shooting? Is the concept an inspiration or a piece that you're inspired by? The preparation, how you go about setting it up, is it successful? Have you done a good job at preparing the shoot? And the professionalism is how you come across on the day, how you work with the models. Are you good at working with a team? There's also teamwork in there because I think this is really important. Fashion photography is a collaboration between everyone involved on the shoot, and teamwork has to be a successful collaboration. So remember this is a good thing. Fashion photography is a collaboration between the photographer, model, and creative team. Each of these kind of have to exist on an editorial and advertising shoot. For personal work, you can kind of take away these people, but you have to have these on a higher end shoot. So shoot preparation, and I'm going to quickly talk about these things because I think these are really important. Visualizing your idea as a new and emerging photographer. So sketching and storyboards. Now I said to you that I don't do storyboards, but that's just a personal thing. I don't do storyboards because I go and put together a lot of things on set and talk with the stylist, and I have a big say on the clothes and how they're going to come across on the day. Sketching is great because it enables you to just do a quick sketch, whether it's your makeup artist doing it, whether it's the photographer, whether it's you, whether it's anyone on set. It's just good to have a visual reference that you can show someone. Mood boards, I'm going to show you after this what a mood board is. It's basically a template where you have like swatches of color, pictures, any visual references, and that can really help when you send to an editorial, a magazine. They'll say, what's your theme, what's your mood board, what's your lighting reference? And often you'll need to send just a one document for each of those. This is my idea. So people are really switched on about what you want. Also gathering visual references, so going in and pulling references. So if I was shooting an autumn-winter shoot, I'd reference autumn-winter clothing, I'd put them all in a mood board, and I'd say, this is my inspiration for the shoot. And communicating with your team is really important when you're visualizing your idea, because again, they'll have ideas that they'll bring to the table, and that can help you think of new things as well. This is a quick mood board sketch. This illustration is by my favorite makeup artist, Leah May. She's also an illustrator. So she will do things like this because I'm not going to show you my sketches. I tried last night to pull something up and I was so embarrassed. My boyfriend was like, that's embarrassing, just don't include that. So Leah gave me these to put in, and this is one of my shoots. So I can't show you other people's images, but I would have like a collection of images that inspire me from history, from art, from everything, whether it's, you know, a piece of fabric that I like the look of. So this is sent to my team, or if the editorial requests it, or the client. So these are the shoots that would come direct from this inspiration. The color, the mood that's going on. And another one here as well, another illustration by Leah here. Hats, the way it's all coming across on set, the colors, you know, the lightness, the beauty, the quirkiness of the face, everything comes together on the mood board, and that's going to help you afterwards. Planning isn't always necessary, and again, this is what we talked about. However, it allows your teams to understand your concept more clearly and to execute it. So planning is vital on any shoot, but it doesn't have to be a set plan for the day. Even if it's just a beginning bit where it's just a plan of your team, an actual idea, maybe one mood board, it's just good to have that so people are switched on, and people really appreciate that when you send it. So this is the makeup artist that did the illustrations, Leah, just before that. This is on one of my workshops. So she's showing them how we're going to put the shoot together. She has this little mood board. So she's saying, okay, this is my idea. This is how we're going to execute it to one of the students. So casting models, and I know this is going to be a big question for a lot of photographers out there because it's something that is very difficult to approach. And if you don't know how to do it, it's very difficult to know how to even go about like looking for models or what to look for as well. So first I'm going to put as a new photographer here. So as a new photographer, the ways in which I see that you can cast models, testing with friends, very important to start off with so you have something to show and move on with. Scouting. Now I've been tempted to do this a number of times in New York where I'll go around and I'll have a card and I'll see someone who's a potential face. And sometimes I just want to go up in, but the best thing is that New York, most of the girls here are represented already. So there will be no point. But if you're from a small hometown, you see a beautiful girl on the street, always have your business cards handy and just share it with them and say, hey, would you like to pose for me? Because that's how models are found through agencies, the scouts that go and do that. You could discover the next new face. So online listings such as Model Mayhem or Pure Storm, they're good websites to get in with, you know, emerging photographers or brand new photographers, how you can go out there and work with, and this speaks for teams as well. This is not just models. You can find who you're looking for on these. I mean, you do have to kind of go through it a little bit to find exactly who would be right, but you know, it lists all the stats, it lists their experience, you can kind of see, you know, feedback as well. So it's great to start there. You can also start approaching small agencies. Don't be scared to approach small agencies. The only thing they're going to want to see from you is that you have something to show. What they want to see is simple images that could potentially sell their girls to clients. So when you're approaching small agencies, say, hey, I'm looking to test with a new face. Tell them the idea of the shoot and see what comes from it. Emerging photographers, so this is people that already have that experience, maybe have their test sheets and just want to go forwards. And this is how I get my models too. Online listings, Model Mayhem, we all have to go here sometimes. It's got great models and it also has bad models too. So you have to just go through again, see what's on there. Scouting and approaching new talent, because it's always good to approach new talent. If I see someone on Facebook that my friend has collaborated with, I'll reach out to them and say, hey, would you like to collaborate on a shoot? When I first moved to New York, it was like starting again because I had no team. All my background was in London. All my contacts were in London. So I had to pick up the phone and phone agencies and be brave and be like, hey, I know that you don't know who I am, but can I test some of your girls? I've just moved to New York, and you'll be surprised at how they want images. It's free images for them. So don't be scared about doing that. And testing with new faces and experienced face at agencies. The way to get experienced girls is to earn your recognition with the agency and also shooting on higher fashion editorials or jobs. That's when you'll get the experienced girls. When you're doing personal work and when you're doing like shoots that you're going to later submit, it's girls that have little experience because they're the ones that need the pictures. Just a quick one of, this is one of my friends in the city and she did modeling for a while. This is one of the first people I worked with in New York when I came here. It was just me and her and how she like suited the theme. So when I'm casting models, when I saw her for this theme, I thought the bridge with her red hair, with these clothes, everything has to come together in the shot. So it's always good to remember when you cast a model, what are you looking for and who are you looking for? So model releases, and I put this one in there because I thought, people are going to have a lot of questions about this. I can't get model releases unless it's a job because I use agency girls. I'm working with IMG, I'm working with like the big agencies here. It's very difficult to get those releases. You're working with friends or unsigned models. That model should sign the day of the shoot. But check permission before booking the model. Check before you have her on the day, because if you want to use it and use it for an exhibition and you're selling that image and you don't ask them, it's not going to be a possibility. If images are being sold and you do have a model release, keep your reputation up by giving that model some money. Even though you have that release, and I've done this when I've licensed images to book covers, give them a cut of the fee you're getting because they're going to want to come back to you and they'll appreciate that as well. So as an emerging photographer, when you've got model releases, permission needs to be granted by the agency. And again, this is really difficult to obtain due to usage, but I have had situations where sometimes they'll sign something for me for a certain job and I'll have to shoot and test some models for them for free. So it works hand in hand. So that's how you build the kind of relationship with the agencies. So model can make or break a shoot, and casting models enables you to plan the shoot and figure out who is best suited to the shoot role. So whenever I cast, I'm sending emails to 10 different agencies. I'm not just focused on one. Like I'll have a few favorite, but I'll send it out and say, this is what I'm looking for. I have a very specific look, and I get as many packages as I can so I know who is best suited for the role. Casting, it could be like the way that they send the model packages across an email, or you can go visit the agency in person and get to see the girls in their books, or boys, if you use boys too. So it's good to do both. If you're unsure, get a casting in person, see who's on set, look at their personality, because sometimes you get a bad attitude, or you can kind of figure that out when you have the casting. So approaching a model agency as a new and emerging photographer, so research relevant agencies, have a portfolio of work ready to show. And again, simple work tests. State the terms of the shoot, how it's used. The agencies are going to want to know where that shoot's going. If it's a spec, which is a shoot that's you've shot and you want to later submit, they want to know that because they want to know who to send you. They can't send you more experienced girls because they have a plan for where their girls are going. They want to say, hey, this girl is going into big things. We don't want to mix it with the smaller editorial stuff. And remember to start small. Building relationships are going to help you further down the line. Doing those first few, free test shoots, or working with them on a regular basis, 2 to 3 times a month, just doing simple black and white, beautiful fashion portraits. They're going to appreciate that, and they're going to start to give you great girls. I've built some great relationships with agencies here in New York. If I have a model turn up to, I have a model set for a shoot, me and my makeup artists are all on set, and then they phone me and they say, sorry, the model got sick, but we've got the team together and everything's planned, the stylist pulled the clothes. They'll phone me up and send me an even better girl to compensate. So that's what good relationships will build you. So this is a new face that I shot about 2 years ago now. That seems kind of odd. I've been here a while now. Okay, this is Maddie. She's 15. She's a beautiful model. New face. After the shoot, she got really big within the fashion industry. So it's important when you're a fashion photographer to look for these things, to look outside the box and think, is that model going to go somewhere? Like, I see a lot of potential in the faces that I shoot, and Maddie was one of them. I just loved shooting her, and you can kind of tell from the picture I was really inspired by her face and what brought to it. If you're not inspired by the model you're shooting, it's going to show as well. So be really sure about who you want to use on a shoot. Another one, this is to show that this is a shoot with IMG, where I'd shot a few of their girls before the shoot. So like really simple, giving them beautiful pictures. And then I was able to go and do something crazy. And this is not something a girl would use in their book, black lips. It's all a little bit scary for the clients, but it's a great editorial piece and she works really well for it. So organizing your creative team. As a new photographer, DIY styling and makeup, because we all have to do it. Approaching recent graduates or new talent.
Pause just for a second.
Yeah, that's good.
Just for a second.
Sorry about that, folks. We're pausing for a moment as we shut the windows. We are right here on the Hudson River, and there are apparently a lot of boats going by. Helicopters or something. It's New York, you know? That's how it goes, right? Thanks for the pause.
So just roll back to the thought, and then you can start again.
I'll go back. Okay, so organizing a creative team. As a new photographer, you don't have that many options to start with, but you have some great people to start off with to build further down the line. So DIY styling and makeup, go out and grab some clothes yourself, test it, experiment with it. The first few years and when you're getting into photography, it's about experimentation and having fun. Don't be too serious with it straight away because that's when your work will start to come alive. Approaching recent graduates and new talent. So colleges that have recent people that have graduated in fashion styling with a fashion background, they're the people that will have more experience and are keen to get their portfolio started because they've just left school. Again, online listings, Model Mayhem. This is your port of call for things when you're starting off as a photographer. Great for all kind of things, wardrobe, hair, makeup, models. As an emerging photographer, again, online listings, we still have to use them. Approaching small agencies for the creative team. Talent agencies, they'll represent photographers, hair, makeup, styling, and you also have agencies that represent everyone but the photographer. So it's good to get in with them, see who's available for testing. It may be somebody that has experience, but they need to build their portfolio, and you'll bring in a great shoot to the table. And reaching out via social media, and this is something I love doing because sometimes I'll see someone fabulous that I want to work with on social media, and I'll tweet to them and I'll be like, hey, would love to work with you, whether it's a magazine, creative team, hair, makeup. And social media is great for that because it enables you to have that closeness and connection. And they'll respond and then we'll set something up. And that's a fantastic way of getting your casting out there. So the creative team, the core is the wardrobe stylist, the hairstylist, the makeup artist, and the additional. So the core is the people that you'll have on set, that you'll need on set for higher end fashion photography. You will need these people to complete every area of the spectrum because they're talented at each area. Additional, you would have an art director, and this depends on the shoot as well. The prop stylist, the manicurist, digital or photo assistant, and assistants to the core team. So people that will assist these guys at the top as well. So when you run a big editorial advertising shoot, you'll have all of these guys involved, and it's your job to still direct and be the person that everyone comes to, but these people are going to help you out and really bring your work to the next level as well. So whenever I'm shooting with my creative team, and actually we've got Alex here today doing hair, whenever I'm working with them, they're on set most of the time. They're there to make tweaks, they're there to make sure that my vision is put into the hair, that I am happy with it, that they tweak it if I'm not happy with it, and that they're available to do anything when I ask them. So usually I don't have that many questions. I'm very lucky to have such a great creative team, and I know that my work couldn't be the same without having them on board. So I give them a lot of credit. If I have jobs, I'll put them on the jobs. I'll put them forward to things. And again, building relationships, same as model agencies, it's all about networking and relationships. How you treat people is usually how you'll get treated back. So organizing a team whose skill set and personality is appropriate for your concept is essential for a great shoot. So when you're getting your creative team, what is their skill set? What are they specialized at? Is that person good at straight hair? Are they good at doing curly, bouncy hair? Is it a glamorous shoot? So you've got to think about the theme and what their skill is. Sometimes you'll have editorial hairstylists who'll be really good at crazy creative things, but sometimes you'll just want like a session hairstylist who can just do a good blow dry. Same with makeup, same with wardrobe. Our stylist today, I'm going to introduce you to Kat. She's great at pulling vintage, colorful, she's great at layering. Tomorrow's stylist, Erin, is great at glamorous, beautiful gowns and dresses. So think about why you're going to use those people and what skill set they have. So here's one of my sets. As you can see, most of the time when we are working with a creative team, we're just getting changed on set. It's great to have them on board. So we've got the stylist assistant, and another stylist assistant here who is all coming to the table and bringing that together. It also saves you time on set by having extra hands on board as well. This is not unusual to have this many people in the firing line. Usually I'm shooting, I have my video guy there, so hair, and this is all the stylist assistants, because when you're working on location, limited time, you need all these people to watch your back, to go out there. Maybe you'll need some food so someone can go grab that, and you just need to focus on the photography. That's the most important role. And I kind of get overwhelmed with that because I like to do everything. So sometimes I have to step back and say that, I'm the creative vision, they're the ones that are there to help. So organizing your location or your studio. As a new photographer, access local environments. So when I started, abandoned buildings, as long as you're not going to get into trouble. DIY studio and backdrops. So most of the time I use my kitchen wall. Things like this kind of wall in this room is excellent. You don't have to go out and spend a lot of money. A studio is just a wall and a floor. You don't have to get a studio like the one we're in today to create beautiful images. Shared studios. So if you're thinking about shooting regularly, think about teaming up with someone else that's of the same experience of you and paying for the rent of one, so you can use it every time you want to shoot to bring your clients in. Because when you're working from home and you have people coming in, and I do this with my 615 square feet apartment right now, is that I have everyone crammed into my apartment, and it's just unprofessional for clients. You can't get away from work. So sometimes it's good to share the studio. Emerging photographers, again, shared studios. There's many people I know that will go out, share studios because of the cost. Location houses, and I use a lot of these. They're kind of like themed location houses or environments like warehouses with props. They're expensive to use, but sometimes you might be able to get a test rate. If you tell them it's a test or a small editorial, you can usually get them down and convince them. But don't push as well, because sometimes they're not very nice, these people. Professional studios. So when you're working on a higher end set, if you're not, if the art director is responsible for booking this, then great, or the client. But if you're responsible, when you're looking for studios, look at the reviews, look at what is at the studio. Do they have all the accessories for the team? Do they have comfortable space for you to work in? A few times I've done shoots in studios, like workshops, and it's been really hot in there, like 105 degrees, because there's been no air conditioning. So these are like small little things that have a checklist. When you phone up, check what people have on board, because you don't want anyone uncomfortable on the day. So yeah, when I'm on set, usually I'm here, my styling team are on board. So if anything's out of place, if there's like wind blows or the thing comes off or the headpiece falls off, they're there to jump in whenever I need them. And this is how it should be, because you're pushed for time whenever you're doing fashion work. So it's great to have all eyes on set. As a photographer, a location can be your greatest asset, and a great location exists for you regardless of your budget. So it's great to just go out there and use what you can. It doesn't matter whether you're like in the Midwest or you're in Brooklyn. There's great locations. I actually miss living in England, where there was like a lake over my road. There was like beautiful parks. So I usually have to travel upstate to get that here, and I kind of take it for granted sometimes. But yeah, this is a great point. Like everything else I'm going to teach you, it does not matter about your budget. You can get something from any location you use. This was when I was in Australia in June, actually, and the organizer Ainsley of the Inspire Me program, I was talking to her about a shipwreck. I've always wanted to do a shoot with a shipwreck. So this was just something that was lying in the sea that anyone could access. So sometimes it's just about reaching out, maybe Googling online, where can I find a beautiful location? Where can I, is there a shipwreck anywhere nearby? And just see like forums and other people, or maybe reach out to your creative team, such as like the bird cage I did. I reached out to my contact, Danielle, who was also the model. She organized that with the people that owned the art piece. So sometimes it's worth reaching out like that and seeing what people have available and accessible to you. Another location, so in New York as well. So this is me going out with the fold shoot, using the bridge and the beautiful skyline to get out there. Again, natural light. This is primarily what I use for all of my setups. When I'm outside on a location, I don't want to be a distraction to anybody. I want to go out with as limited equipment as possible, because there is an issue with permits sometimes, and it really depends on what you're doing. Sometimes you can get away with it. If it's a big production shoot, you really need to get a permit for that. So shoot preparation recap. It's the idea, plan before the shoot. casting your models, how successful that is to your shoot. Organizing your location or studio and how to organize it successfully. So now I'm going to talk about, while I'm shooting, what's on set. As we're shooting, what are the things we're looking out for? So working with your creative team, these are good practices for successful shoots. Give clear direction. Compliment and show appreciation, because they're going to appreciate that. If you don't compliment them or tell them they've done a good job, then they think they've probably done badly or that you're not happy with what they've done. Organize timeframes for them to work with and provide space for them to work within. It's really important that they're comfortable with doing their job so they can focus on their talent and bring it to the table with you. That's going to make for happy shooting, and everyone's going to be, upbeat on set, because that's a big important thing too. So this is quite a funny shot. Actually, one of my stylists in England, Christian, amazing stylist. I've worked with him since the early days of Model Mayhem, back when I was a baby. So this was an advertising job for breast cancer, and he was on set. He was great. There was wind blowing, the dresses were flying everywhere. We didn't predict that being on a rooftop in a windy day with having a washing line full of clothes, it would be an issue. So the art director was like, hey, we've got to do this. How can we make it happen? So he was there on set every moment. When the wind blew something off, he'd put it back on. And we didn't have much time again, so it was just about getting the shot, having everyone's hands on board to make it happen. And another set, this is from a Velveteen Rabbit, an editorial shoot. Deborah is here today, one of my makeup artists, a stylist here, and then me on set. This is how we usually sit down sometimes and talk about the set. If something's not going right, we'll sit down, recap, what are we doing, what shots haven't we got, what have we got, what was successful. And it's really important to have that connection between your styling team and just be honest with them. If something isn't working, that's fine, tell them to move on. Working with your models, these are good practices for when you're working with them. Share your ideas or visual references before and during the shoot. So this is great when you're doing editorial or personal work, even with a less experienced girl. Share those ideas. Tell them what you want. Show them visual references on poses. And also during the shoot, if you have an unconfident model, and whether you're a portrait photographer, look into is that subject nervous? Do they know what to do? Show them things, encourage them, compliment them. Mirror the model and communicate with them. So I'm often doing this. I'm always bending down and doing weird poses and showing them exactly what I want, because sometimes people don't get it and sometimes they need to see it themselves, like a mirror. So don't be afraid to do that, because people appreciate that when you really show them what to do. Encourage and compliment. Always encourage the model, whatever it is. Even if something isn't going as badly, encourage them, but also tell them what isn't going right, but show them the back of the camera. This is working, but this isn't. Can we try this again? And keep them comfortable. Again, air conditioning, give them a seat, don't have them on set for too long. Feed them. I'm always into that with models. I'm always making sure that they eat properly and that they have water. If you have good models and they're happy on set, you're going to get better pictures. Another one from me on set, again, just natural light, the fold shoot. These models were great, even though all these people were watching. This is down in Dumbo here, so it's a really busy tourist area. Models like this are great because they'll do it and they won't be phased. But when you're working with a new face, they'll be a little bit nervous. So it's really important to put those techniques I just talked about into practice on shoots like this. And another one as well, it shows how usually my location shoots are done. So we have people that are nosing in on the shoot and they're wondering what's going on and they're asking questions and they're taking pictures. But you can't let that distract you. It's all about focusing on what's going on in your team, how you can keep the models comfortable, and also about casting models. You need confident girls to work with these kind of shoots. So working with multiple models. So this is something I do a lot in my recent work, and people have a problem with this because it's hard to have two girls that are similar, that will complement each other, and also knowing how to pose them for the best results as well. It takes a bit of practice. Sometimes it's about experimentation, and this is why I've got two models today on a few of the sets, because I want to show you that. Sometimes it might not work, sometimes it does. But it's purely about experimentation and knowing what you're looking for. Organize your time. So when you're working with multiple models, it's good to organize your time because it takes so long. If you're using two models, you sometimes got to get singles and a two-model shot for an outfit. So it's almost double the work. think of a plan, a set schedule for the day. Spend 20 minutes on a shoot, scrap, move on, change, come back. So you've got a variety of shots. And with singles, most of the agencies, when you're shooting model agents, they'll want to see shots with a single girl. They don't want shots of 2 girls in an agency portfolio because that doesn't show that the model's got a great tear sheet. It shows that she can just work well with another girl. Communication is key. Keep them updated on what you want. They can't see because they're together. So if they put a head on someone's shoulder and someone else puts it on their head and it looks awkward, they're not going to know that. They don't know what the other girl is doing. So make them aware. Say, like, this girl is doing this. Can you do the same thing? Can you move your mouth in that way? It's all about communication on set. Maintain consistency, and this is with the styling, with the lighting. If you have a model in one outfit, make sure the second outfit that the other girl is wearing complements. There's a consistent style going through the shoot, that the poses are similar, that the way the models look complement. It can even be a contrast, or it can really look very similar. And again, important, keep them comfortable on set. Don't overwork them on set. Maybe take one out, do a one shot of one girl, and then bring both models back in as well. This is from a recent shoot I did down at Coney Island, and this is when I was talking about how bad the weather was and I had to replicate resort. This was very difficult. There's going to be a lot of retouching involved, but basically this is me on set, natural light, 2 models together. I want them to mirror the same pose. The models look similar in ways, but they complement each other. One is stronger than the other, but one of the girls is also more experienced than the other. Same with this shoot. These were twins on set. What was fantastic about watching these 2 girls move is that as twins, they kind of knew how each other would pose. So when one moved in one way, one would know how they were going to pose. It was almost like watching a dance. It was beautiful. So what's great when you have things like this is this couldn't have worked if the girls were very different. There has to be a connection. There's a connection between the audience and the lighting with the warmth and the color and the fun theme. And there's also a connection between the models. And whenever I'm shooting multiple models, there has to be a connection. If there's separation, it doesn't work. So shoot tips to remember. Plan, and more planning. So if you can plan beforehand, again, don't plan everything because things will change. Nothing is ever the same on set. Keep everyone in the loop of what you're doing, whether it's a shoot change, styling, on set, whether you're changing anything. This is always a good idea. Be flexible and have backup plans because something could go wrong. A light could break and it takes a while to get another one. Maybe you go shoot natural light. Maybe you have a second studio option. Maybe you have a new location if the weather's bad. Always have a backup plan. Again, most important, you are the director of a shoot, but be open to suggestions. So when you're working with a team, you are the person that does everything. You're the director. But if someone has an idea and brings it to the table, be open for it. Think about ways you can include it as well. And never forget to experiment. I think this is important, again, with personal work. Do something, go out there and try something if you don't think it's going to work because mistakes often happen for the best and you'll learn from that too. Okay, finally done. So let's get started with this. Are we going to take a quick break, Hannah? Or?
Yes, we have some more questions.
Yeah, of course. I keep forgetting about your questions. I can't leave you guys out.
All right, let's see, what have we got?
Let's see. Shawnee says, we've noticed that you shoot a lot in public spaces. Are there any legal issues when shooting in public space? Do you need an official permission or permit or anything like that?
For permits, I basically would say to that, if you're shooting in like New York City and it's a busy tourist area, if it's something that involves a lot of, you're closing off a street, and I researched this for a recent shoot, so if you're like disturbing something in an area, then I would ask for permission. And usually it's just something you sign, you don't even have to pay money. So if you have a bigger production, I would say yes. If you have a smaller editorial shoot where it's just you, a reflector, natural light, and a team, then just go and do it. If you get asked, maybe move on or have a second plan.
All right. You talked about new face model earlier. And my personal question was, what defines a new face? And are there other industry categories within models world that define the different stages?
Yeah, well, there's the development board on most of the agencies. They'll call it development because those are the girls that they've recently took on, whether just scouted, brand new, or taken from other agencies. And they're the girls that, and haven't quite made it to the bigger stages yet. They're the girls that will still be open for testing. They're looking for new work. And then you'll have the main board, which is they more experienced girls, but then you also have like the men's board. You have other boards as well, like, you know, for older people in the industry. So it's good to know from those things. Those are good sections to give you kind of an idea of what you want to choose and why.
All right, cool, that's great. And just to further on that, you said testing. Yeah. For people who are new to this industry, could you also kind of define what testing is?
Yeah,
and,
I'm going to be talking about testing in Time for Print tomorrow. That's a big day for that. But I will say testing is when you like test an idea or a model. Time for Print and test and Time for Print kind of go for the same thing, TFP. And then you have personal work where it's like you're putting an idea together because you like the idea behind it. It's an editorial story or it's a personal idea and you put everything to it. A test is more you're testing and experimenting an idea, whether it's lens, lighting, a model. So it's like fashion portrait almost. Personal work is like more you going out there and creating a story.
That's great. Johanna44 is wondering, do you ever build a shoot or design a theme based on a model and how she inspires you, rather than finding a model for a theme?
It's a really good question because yes, that happens a lot. Whenever agencies always keep me in the loop about who's in town with the models, and a lot of the agencies know my preference on the kind of girls I go for. So sometimes I'll just check in and say who's in town. They'll send me a package and I'm like, wow, I have to shoot that girl. So sometimes I'll find someone and go, okay, I'm shooting you. What can I do that's going to complement you the most? Whether it's a film noir, whether it's a vintage shoot, whether it's a resort story. So yes, definitely, that's always a good way to find inspiration too.
All right, fantastic. Well, it is time for us to take that 15-minute break that we talked about earlier. Thank you so much for joining us all today. And we are going to take that 15-minute break. And quick reminder that what we did talk about was that there is a whole week of CreativeLive New York City, and go to those pages. There are 3 different pages: this workshop, CreativeLive New York City, and Photo Ignite to enroll for. So we will see you back in 15. Hi, I'm Kenna.
I'm Russ.
And I'm George. And I can't wait to tell you about this amazing event we have coming to you live from New York, October 25th and 26th.
We've rounded up a whole bunch of our favorite instructors, and we're bringing them to you.
We're covering every topic imaginable. We've got commercial, fine art,
Seniors, wedding.
Talking marketing and business, Lightroom and Photoshop, and if you're still hungry for more, we're even going to bring you food photography.
and if that wasn't enough, we are capping Friday night off, October 26th, with Photographers Ignite with Kevin Kubota. 12 photographers, 5 minutes each. It is fast-paced and it's fun. You'll learn something, you'll be inspired, and it's a great event.
We'll see you live from New York City, October 25th and 26th.
Hey everybody, I'm really excited to come back to CreativeLive this Halloween for a very, very special workshop. When I was on CreativeLive earlier this year for Fashion Flair for portrait and wedding photographers, I had a little section on retouching, and I've been brought to you by popular demand to cover that subject matter. A lot of times I approach a shoot knowing that in the end, Photoshop is going to play a very large role in the final product. So during this 3-day workshop, I'm going to provide you with as many tips and tricks as I can possibly give you for how I use retouching and creative Photoshop effects in my work. We'll cover everything from blemish removal to skin softening, and then we're going to cover other topics that are going to be great for beginners, and then also for those of you who are Photoshop experts. So everything from adjustment layers and layer masks and selective color adjustments to displacement mounts, which is much more advanced. So if you'd like to join me, please watch on October 30th, 31st, and November 1st. See you then.
It's always been about me, myself, and I. I thought relationships were nothing but a waste of time. I never wanted to be anybody's other half. I was happy saying I love it wanna say I do.
Hey, Creative Live.
We're coming back November 5th through 9th.
And we're going to rebuild your wedding business from the ground up.
You get to see a live initial wedding consultation, live engagement sale, and live post-wedding sale. So everything we do around sales, you get to see.
Not to mention, we're going to show you behind the curtain, so to speak. Have you ever wondered how to run a wedding day? So we're renting a church. We're going to show you bridal prep, groom prep, reception coverage. At the church, we're going to show you how to take those family pictures at the altar, how to manage your flash. Do you use flash or no flash inside the ceremony? What do we do when we get to that room during the bridal prep? How are we controlling the groups? But most importantly, how are we going off to do those creatives?
And if you want to be part of the audience, you have to submit a video. Tell us why you think you should be in the audience, and the more creative, the better.
And as an extra incentive, for those of you who are in the studio audience with us, Taylor and I, we're going to rebuild your packaging and pricing from scratch. So you're going to leave our studio audience with a business plan and packaging and pricing that's ready to go win in your local market.
Oh baby, I do. 'Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. I won't live without it, I won't let it go. What more can I get myself into? You make me wanna say.
So be sure to tune in.
This is a must-attend event for your wedding business.
We hope to see you there.
Can we be a family? And when I'm 80 years old, I'm sitting next to you. And we'll remember when we say I do.
Hi, I'm Lewis Howes. I'm an author, speaker, and entrepreneur, and I'm teaching a course with CreativeLive about launching an online business from November 30th through December 2nd. Online business allows me to construct a better lifestyle because it allows me to work when I want, where I want, from my laptop, and I can be anywhere in the world at any time. If I can build a business in just a few short years without having any business experience, then everyone else can do this as well. It's not that hard. I mean, I started with no money, but I've had great mentors who've been able to teach me how to get here pretty fast. And I want to be able to give back, and when I get to share with others and teach others, I love when they get to experience this aha moment of a path that's much easier than trying to figure it all out on their own. Initially, when you start your online business, it's going to take time, it's going to take energy figuring it out, just like anything. You can't be great at something without putting in the work. I've got a great system and a roadmap that I want to share with everyone who comes on this course. And this is going to make it a whole lot easier to get to where you want to be. We're looking for 6 guests to come into the studio live with me to get one-on-one coaching so I can show you how to grow this business even faster. So if you want to be one of these guests, all you need to do is submit a YouTube video that's 60 seconds or less telling me what your idea is and why you want to be in the studio, and then tweet it out to @CreativeLive with the hashtag LewisLive, and we'll pick the winners soon. And for everyone else, I'm looking forward to seeing you on November 30th.
Everything that I could ever possibly dream of and imagine, Bayphoto has.
Bayphoto is always reinventing itself. Bayphoto is very technologically advanced, meaning strive to be ahead of the curve in a lot of areas. Kind of a small, big company or a big, small company, depending on how you look at it.
Every client I've ever recommended to them has always had a great experience with them. If I have anything, any problems whatsoever, they're on it so fast.
Like a tripod, there's 3 things we really focus on and encourage. Excellent quality all the time, every day. Innovative products, always coming up with something new. And probably the strongest leg of that tripod is just outstanding customer service. We're the company that people feel really close to and easy to contact. We are still very much available by telephone, emails. We also do live chats.
They're not just a lab I use. They're my family. They're my partner.
Hey! We know you're out there. Come on out where we can see you.
I'm going to give you a few days to just think it over for old time's sake.
Wait, so why are we in danger?
And these guys are old school. They have no patience for anyone, and they cringe at what's happening in the industry right now.
But if you're not with us, you're against us.
break, everyone. We are here with Lara Jade and her Fashion 101 workshop, Fashion Photography 101. Before we hand it back over with our first shoot of the day, we're going to give away a prize. So what have we got, Russ?
We love giving away prizes. We have Fashion Photography 101, which is a book by someone you may have heard of named Lara Jade. Lara, do you want to tell us a little bit about your book?
Okay, yeah. So the book basically covers everything from camera settings to how to get your creative team together, models. I mean, everything that we're covering today, but in book format. So it's a great guide for like starting photographers, established photographers, and it's available. So hopefully, good luck to whoever wins.
Excellent. Yes, it is amazing. I've flipped through it myself when we were getting ready to have Lara on, and I kind of want a copy. So, but the winner who does get a copy right now is named Mike Thacker, who entered on Facebook, and the quote is, "All elements of fashion are possible no matter what your budget is," which is true. I love it. So, let's turn it over to you, Lara.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce my team for today. These are my two lovely models here. This is Kat and Shelby. Do you just want to introduce your background, who you're represented by, how long you've been modeling? It'd be great to hear a little bit about you.
Okay. My name's Catherine. I'm from upstate New York in Rochester. I just got signed with Red about a month ago, but I've been modeling for about a year now. Yeah, it's really fun. I really love it.
Okay, Shelby.
Hi, my name is Shelby Wander. I'm 20 years old and I've been modeling full-time for about 4 years now. I started in London and then finally came to New York, and I'm represented with Major Model Management.
And what do you find with the New York and London market? Do you find more work over here versus New York?
I think London and New York are very different.
Yeah.
I mean, London is, I think, that kind of fashion on a budget.
Yeah.
New York to me is very high-end designers,
Yeah.
and in London they throw it together.
Uh-huh.
I love London a lot. I definitely miss it, but New York is the center of the universe.
Yeah. Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And this is Alex, who's our fabulous hairstylist that I use on every shoot. So just a little bit about you, Alex.
Okay, so I'm Alexander Tome, at Alexander Tome on Twitter. I'm a hairstylist. I've been working freelance for about 5 or 6 years now. Doing hair for close to 10 years altogether. And I really enjoy it. I mostly work in fashion. I don't work in the salon anymore because fashion stole my soul.
Hi, my name is Deborah Altizio. I'm at deborah.altizio.com. I've been working with Lara for quite some time now, and I'm represented in New York by Agent Oliver and in LA by AIM Artists. And I did makeup today, and I'll be happy to, thank you, to share my little tips and secrets with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kat, Kat Banos. You can catch me at facebook.com/CatTheStylist. I'm clearly styling here and doing the wardrobe for day one today. I have a lot of retro vintage looks that you guys will hopefully be happy to see. I've been styling for about 2.5, 3 years or so. I'm freelance and I do some editorial, I do some commercial, do some film work as well, wardrobe. So a little bit of everything.
Hi, I'm Karine Elgai, originally from Israel. I'm doing props and sets for today and tomorrow. Been styling for 4 years in New York and at all. I've been mostly doing fashion styling, set, and props, and loving every minute of it. You can find me at www.karinelgai.com or at Karine Elgai on Twitter and Instagram.
Can I ask how accessible props are to new photographers? Because a lot of people won't have the ability to get prop stylists on set, and how would you go about that?
Well, on the next shoot that we're going to do now, we wanted to keep it kind of food and drink oriented. So, for example, the milkshake that Shelby will be fashionably sipping from is actually cake mix and water. The texture looks very good and the color just pops. So when it comes to food and props, you got to think a little bit outside the box about things that look similar enough to what you're trying to achieve. So we're going to use mashed potatoes as ice cream to get it away from melting, to avoid the melting from the lights and things like that. So you can think about, if you're starting out to plan a shoot, think about what's close to you and what you know best, and I would start from there and then build out to stuff that are a little more impossible looking, and just work your way up.
Great, I think that's great advice for everyone. Can I get some questions of the lovely students, if possible?
I guess for stylists and props, you already kind of answered my question, but for stylists, do you keep like a local list of stores that you keep sort of on contact that you pull from all the time, or do you try and like reach out to different places for every shoot?
Yeah, it's funny. Styling, there's not really one direct route or no real way to get there. It's just kind of you build up a Rolodex of contacts. You start out assisting, obviously, and that's how you get a feel for what's out there. And you want to start doing it for all different types of people too, so you get a feel of who does what and kind of where you want to go and where you see yourself in there. Today, for instance, I got most of my looks from Revival Vintage Boutique in Hoboken, so it's all vintage. But for instance, in another editorial shoot, you have a showrooms that you go to in the city that you pull designer pieces from, and
Kat,
those are all
would you be able to run us through some of the quick things you've got in the wardrobe? Would
Absolutely.
that be okay? And maybe pick
Yeah.
out the stuff that we got together at the vintage store as well.
Yes, absolutely. So you can see Shelby right now actually is wearing one of our first looks, and and actually we found the sweaters. I'm planning on doing this one next. Surprise. We have found the sweaters in 2 different spots, and same with the bottoms actually. Let's see, we'll do these bottoms. When we were thrifting and whatnot.
Yeah, we love thrifting. If
Yeah.
it's anything for clothes and stuff, we go out there and we make a day of it.
Yes.
Yes, Chloe.
Thrift and vintage, do you
Yeah.
buy outright? I'm sure with designers you sometimes borrow and return.
That's a good question. It's tricky because some of these pieces I did purchase, some of them, when you see them, you can use them over and over again, and in the quality and the style of them. Some pieces, for instance, like this, probably not going to use a whole lot because it's a standout piece, so you're gonna notice it. So you kind of have to pick and choose. I was able to pull a lot of these pieces as well, just through my contact, but a lot of places will actually let you rent vintage pieces, and a lot of costume designers for TV shows and movies, what they're getting, they're renting those outfits for, like Mad Men and Boardwalk Empire. Most of those are rented.
Okay, so can we start to get some questions from the audience? I'm just going to ask the guys here, but it'd be good to get those started. Okay.
Sounds great.
Yeah,
Have you
absolutely.
guys got
In the
any
chat
more?
room, let us know if you have any questions for the team.
As a stylist, are you mostly vintage, or do you, depending on the shoot, can you just style in a completely different, do you like to change it up, or do you kind of like to stick to, do you have a favorite kind of shoot?
I definitely have a certain aesthetic that, luckily, Lara loves, and I love using vintage pieces because designers today are often, fashion is recycled. Everything's pretty much referenced now from some of these pieces, at least shapes, the textures, the prints. So these are nice because they're one of a kind, but I do work with other ones as well. It depends on who I'm working with and what it's for as well. For instance, I've been working on a film that has to do with Guido, so obviously has nothing to do with it. It's going to be pulling wardrobe that's everyday wear and this and that. So it'll vary, but for editorial, I love doing vintage-esque, kind of mixing and matching, throwing it together. Maybe more that London look that you were talking about before. Yes.
Okay, any more questions from you guys, or we're good? Anything from the chat room?
Yeah, we've got a couple starting to come in. Question for the stylist from Shawnee. Where do you buy the clothing? Do you have favorite shops? Also, do you have any online shops you go to, or do you just stroll randomly in the city and happen upon them?
I do. I definitely have a few favorite shops. Revival Vintage, like I said, it's in Hoboken. They were actually in the city originally, but they moved, basically a huge warehouse that I found. And there's a ton of vintage stores in the city as well. You can also go thrifting in the city. I love a lot of really amazing, good accessories that are really accessible for everyone. GypsyWarrior.com is where I get a lot of good pieces. They have lots of cool rings and necklaces and other just cool accessories as well. Topshop is a really good one. Topshop is a really, really good one, and they're always on trend. They always have cool pieces that not necessarily any other store has as well. And Zara in terms of accessibility, and you can sometimes purchase and return. Sometimes you can make a deal with their contact as well. You know, a rental fee. Like I said, it just varies on your project and who you're working with.
Okay.
Do we have any questions for hair and makeup?
I have questions for actually the whole team.
Oh.
Vivid Clicks is wondering, what do you, as creatives, look for when being approached by a photographer for the first time?
I could tell you what I look for. Well, first of all, you have to look at their website. You have to look at the work. You have to look if they're current and they have models that fit the style right now. And I guess being in fashion, you could really tell just about looking through the website right away. And if they're not current on fashion makeup, I would definitely see who the makeup artist is. And if something feels a little bit off, then I would really have to go through it again and see if there's anything in there that strikes my interest.
I would also look for a lot of versatility to their work. I feel like there are a lot of photographers that end up getting very kind of entrenched in their own style, and they are not willing to step outside of it in any way, which can really hurt the project when you're on set. And like Laura was talking about earlier, if something goes wrong, you need to think on your feet and just, you know, make something work. And there's sometimes people, when they're not flexible, they can't do that. And so it can kind of make everything fall to pieces if they're not able to adapt.
Great, thank you.
How about for the models? Do you have any input on that as well?
For me, yeah, I think it's about having a team that's really well organized. It helps when everyone comes in with the same vision and you know what you're going for, rather than being, you know, unorganized and nobody knows what they want and then it's just stressed out. So I think coming in today, we have an amazing team, so it's very easy. But making sure everyone's on the same page and everyone is well prepared.
I definitely think that when I'm going into working with a new photographer, like you said, looking at their website and seeing previous work and thinking if it's going to benefit you as a model and not make you look bad, I guess is a good way to put it.
Great. Any more questions? Are we good?
No, I know that we had talked about possibly having more time with the creative team later, or is this kind of the only opportunity we've got to really pick their brains?
We can do that while we're on set, but if there is any questions about like brain picking, then that would be a good opportunity now while everyone's, you know, at the beginning of the day.
Maybe one more then?
Yeah,
Okay,
we've
great.
got time.
So this is from Instinct. How much input does the client, actually now I'm not sure if this is for all of you, but how much input does the client give you ahead of time, and how do you handle change orders on site with the clock winding down? So who does that happen to?
I guess
who does
it
that
would
go
be
through?
all of them, yeah.
It's all about adaptability.
Oh, the mic.
Oh, sorry. It's all about adaptability, and I feel like that's kind of half of who you are and why they choose you is, well, they have to love your work and your style. So you have to know that going into, like, you know, you're there because they love your work. So yeah, you want to cater it to what they're doing, but you also have to put your own twist on it because that's what they're paying you for. And in terms of versatility and adaptability, that's half of who you are. Making it work on the job, getting along, yeah.
And yeah, I think that you have to know previously going into it what they're looking for, and you have to be prepared. So a lot of times they say that they want one thing and you get on the set and, you know, maybe lighting is different or something happens where, yeah, they ask you to do something totally different. Like, you know, you go in thinking blue eyeshadow and you get there and it's like, no, we decided to do purple. So at that point, you really have to be prepared with maybe like a kit of having a range of other colors just in case they throw that snowball on you. And you have to make it happen very quickly. And that's when your expertise comes in and your professionalism. You would just have to make it happen.
Karen, I'd love to hear that from your perspective.
I think it's really important. First of all, when I choose a photographer to work with, if they approach me and I do like their work on their website, I try to meet them one-on-one to really get a vibe from them. It's really important for me to work with a really positive team that, you know, you got to keep telling yourself not only I can do this, but I can rock it and I can be awesome about it. So, for example, I had a music video shoot that I was styling once. I was doing wardrobe for it, and in the middle of the shoot, after after budget and everything, they wanted a wedding gown. So I took the bed sheet that we used the day before, and in 10 minutes and like a million safety pins later, we had a wedding gown. And you just have to really, really be positive on set. And you'd see it from the photographers that you talk to and the team that you talk to. If you meet someone and they're like, well, I don't like this, and I don't like that, and I don't want this, and I don't want that, you really want someone who emphasizes on what they do want and what they do like and being passionate about their work. So that's really important. So if you have a difficulty on set or some kind of thing that you have to whip out of thin air, you really got to tell yourself you can do it, and you'll do a really great job, I think. So, yeah.
Okay, I think we're about ready to move on. Hopefully we'll try and get some more time with you guys at some point in the next day or so, because this was amazing, and you are all wonderful people who are doing wonderful work here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to shoot one model, one light on set.
Can I take it for a second?
Are you good?
Or do you want me to do it on set?
Probably just do it on set.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay, so we're just going to get you on set. You got the camera?
Camera.
Oh.
There you go.
Yes. Alexa.
So Lara, if you could just walk us through.
That's
I
fine.
said,
I was checking what those guys were doing. Okay,
Perfect.
so what I'm approaching now is, what we went over in the presentation. And same with you guys. If you want to come in a bit closer as well, this is pretty much my setup for most of my shoots. I've got one light with softbox, very low power. It's at 3.0 on the power pack right now. I've got a seamless, and my choice for seamless is usually gray, because you can pull a model off that and light it and have a dark background, and you can put a model closer to it and have a lighter background. So it's really versatile. So if you've got a home studio and you're looking for a choice of role, this is an excellent color to use.
We're on studio gray today, particular color.
Oh, and the color of this is studio gray, if you did want to know that. So when I get a model on set, the first thing I'm going to do is just, checking if everything's coming together. My hair and makeup are on set, making sure that the final touches are put in place. And this is what I said in the seminar. Have them, all hands on, making sure everything's coming together, because that's going to save you time in retouching later as well. So we have some great props today, actually, on set, which you're going to love. Fabulous glasses and milkshakes and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I thought that was really fascinating, hearing about the ingredients that are used in the shake itself, and just so that it's all about what it looks like
The
versus
consistency
what
of
it
the
actually
liquid.
is.
And yeah, it's fabulous. So I just want to ask, actually, with you guys, have you ever done a styled shoot before that's with like this kind of concept, or is this kind of new for you?
Not my own, but I've worked as
Yeah.
an assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've helped out with stuff, but I've
Yeah.
never,
That's
taken the reins
Okay.
and organized everything
Yeah.
myself.
So what we're going to do first is I'm going to shoot for this set, then we're going to bring 2 models in to do 2 model direction, and then I'm going to get you guys to shoot a little bit as well. So you're kind of learning on set too.
Lara, do you want to, while they're finishing up, do you want to explain what the general concept of the shoot is that you're looking for?
Yeah, of course. So unfortunately, I can't give you the mood boards because we couldn't show you the images. But I sent a mood board to these guys a month ago, and it referenced campaigns, Prada campaigns, all those kind of brands that were relevant to the shoot. So anything that had that kind of 50s vibe, fun, diner kind of shoot, this is what we're going for. So this is why I cast the model Shelby and Kat, because they have that kind of look that I would go for. They have the far apart eyes. They have something going on in their face, like they have a story. And also they had great portfolios that would work for this as well. They are newer girls, so it's going to be about me, putting the concept across to them, how I'm going to pose them. And at first, whenever I'm shooting, there's a lot of experimentation. When I'm first approaching a shoot, there's always a bit of time where I'm trying to figure out the lighting at first, and that's normal, that's okay on set. Clients expect that as well.
Can I see you're on live mode now?
Yeah.
Is that how you shoot?
No, that should be on there. Actually, I think it's because of the how they tweaked it. Yeah.
Okay.
So 1 minute, guys. You good? Okay. So what I'm going to do is, just because it's better for probably you to see on screen, I'm going to shoot a few, tell you my settings, and then I'm going to go from there. Okay. Okay. So Shelby, what we're going for is quite a fun theme. So we want you like sipping the straw halfway, a little bit of a cheeky kind of face, you know, not too much of a smile because it is going to be like fashion editorial. So I don't want commercial, I don't want catalog. I want a fun theme going on. So if you just put the milkshake up, it's going to test the light. You're good there for now. Okay, just move back a little bit for me, over to the side. That's it, that's great. Back a little bit more for me. That's great. I'm just going to move around. The first bit again, a lot of experimentation about how I'm going with things.
Yeah, for our test, her toe line was about here.
Okay, so if you could just move back, that's great. And I'm using the 50mm lens because of the versatility. I want, you know, the distance between the model, and it's great for doing some portraits too.
Is there a third-party app?
Face a little bit towards me here. Great. A little bit more onto me. Yep.
Draw my eyes like
That's sick. So I have my settings right now at 100 on the shutter speed, at 6.3, and a 200 ISO with the white balance at flash. And this just gives me a good starting point to work. Again, this is on a low setting of 3.0. Whenever I'm shooting these kind of things, it's me figuring out the lighting, how everything's coming together. It's more about the creative thing for me, and the technical thing comes afterwards. So it's good to kind of think that way and experiment to get what you want. Okay, that's looking great. All right, so if you put it up to your face again, just gonna get a close-up shot to here. Your main light is here, so just keep your chin up just slightly. That's great. And just some more emotion in the eyes, like maybe a bit of surprise, that would be great. And again. And maybe just turning towards the side slightly, shoulder in. Yeah. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's really great. I love that. Just arch your back just slightly. Pull this bit out. That's it. And then just like that. So I've just adjusted the light to 1/25 because it was a little bit bright for me. But this is starting to look good from, you know, the back of my camera from what I can see. Just want to show you guys this. This is a good starting point. You've got the gradient in the background. And if you could probably show that on the screen, I think it's up right now. So you can see all the settings here. It's got that gray background. That's great because that gives me the opportunity to go in and take that to a darker thing if I want, or bring out the lightness in it as well. So this is why I love using that gray background. So you can probably see yourself on that. So that's your mirror. So again, just pull your hip out like that to the side. So you're giving some distance between the clothes. And another thing I'm always looking for is the way the clothes look, what I'm gonna get in. Because this is vintage stuff, it doesn't matter about the designer. But if we were shooting for an editorial, we'd need to see certain labels as well. So I'm just kind of experimenting with the way the clothes are looking in this. But if I was shooting something for a designer, you know, I'd want maybe the necklace to show, or the bracelet, or the way the clothes kind of fit around the waist as well. That's great. Again. It's great when you just lift your head up to the side like that. And maybe after 3, so you can, okay, 1, 2, 3. This is looking great. Okay, and then straight onto me. And some more. Okay, and again, if you just go to the side, because I think that was really strong here, just stick your hip out that way, like that with the straw. Yeah, that's really nice. I'm just going to try it from this side as well. Okay, so I just want to talk about this light here. So the softbox coming from the side, it's a really easy light setup, and it's just really simple, but I just want to enhance what I've got here. I don't want to overkill with lighting. I'm going to show you guys a little later bringing in something to the background to enhance it, but for now I'm just going to shoot with this so I show you the model direction and how simple it can be. So the reason I have it just slightly off the side is because I want the light to fall down onto the face and create a little bit of shadow on the background as well. I don't want it completely flat on her because it's just going to be a blowout of light. So this just gives it some depth to the picture. And again, this is on a very low setting of 3, and then I'm complementing this with the settings I mentioned earlier. Okay. Are there any questions as I'm going? Yeah.
Is there like a go-to aperture that you like to use for like your signature images, or?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm using it in the studio, obviously shutter speed has to be low, 250 because of the sync. So I always have an aperture of around 6.36 up, and that enables me to get the detail. But it's also, you know, still kind of a wide enough aperture that you could still get, you know, some blowout in the background as well. So when I'm outside on location, I'm going for like lower apertures of like 2, 2.8. In the studio, it's the opposite.
Okay. And when you're outside, you said you usually come at the side with the light. Do you do more facing the light outside, when it's more natural?
I do a lot of backlighting outside, or I'll do something in a diffuse area. So I use like, basically outside I've got the clouds as my natural softbox. Sure. So I love shooting diffuse light. I love shooting where there's backlight coming in and then bringing the detail back in Photoshop. So those are my two kind of specialties outside.
And then do you use back of camera to get an idea of exposure, or do you ever use a light meter?
I don't use light meters just because I've learned that way. I've learned to just go, okay, this is what I know, and then go from that. I have good starting points to start from. Like if I was outside, my ISO is around 400 to 800 because I like grain and I like light to come in. My aperture is always low and my shutter speed is high. When I'm in the studio, my ISO is always low, my aperture is high, and my shutter speed is low. So it kind of varies depending on like what I'm doing and everything, but for this kind of particular environment, this is kind of what works for this. And then it gives a good kind of canvas to work on later in Photoshop. It gives that softness to the skin. You've got the good gradient with the background going on. So it's just something that you can enhance later, which is going to give you something to work on.
One more quick question.
No, keep them coming.
This is, for like posing, when you're directing the models, is that something that you include on, you know, your inspiration boards, your mood boards? Are you referencing poses that may have been in, you know, like a 50s style pose? Or are you trying to kind of bring in more modern poses with like just juxtapose the two?
It's a mix because you can have old poses with new clothing and it kind of mixes it quite well. When I'm doing mood boards, again, it depends on the client. So for this kind of shoot, I would have put like, you know, together a group of poses and a group of things that come together. On a shoot I did earlier this week, I had 3 paper mood boards that were just like the poses I wanted. So when we could go through the shoot, we'd be like, okay, so we're doing this one here, this pose here, but we're not copying it, we're not imitating it, it's something, you know, for the models to look at as well. So if I did have a mood board for this shoot, it would be, you know, something fun, like a diner shoot. We've got some props a bit later on that are like colored noodles that the models are gonna like playfully feed each other. So props are really great on set because props enable the model to interact. If you stick a pair of glasses on a model, some crazy glasses, they're gonna be like a different person. It's like adding a bit of personality as well. So keep the questions coming though. And if there are any questions from the audience too.
We have a question from Andrew VA who says, do you ever use a light meter or are you just using what's in your camera?
I don't use a light meter because for me, I've grown up with doing the natural light thing. So whenever I go in the studio, it's more about the creative idea than the technical part. So this is why it's good for me to experiment first because I'm figuring out, like this is like my light meter. I'm figuring it out on camera and just from knowing, light meters are great if you really want to know how many different lights are on set. Like if you have a light in the background, a light to side light, a light in front, it's good to judge like where you're going to go with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And can we just get some basic like logistics of how you're shooting, where you focus, you know, metering, that sort of thing?
Okay. So I'm focusing right now on the eyes. Whenever I shoot, I'm always trying to focus on the point of pictures, whether that's outside. On natural light, I'm focusing in the eyes on the aperture. I manually focus just because that's something I've always done. I don't trust autofocus, and that's probably down to having broken lenses back in the day, but I love manual focus because it gives me that selection about where I want to go. When I am approaching this kind of shoot as well, I'm always moving around. I'm always figuring out where I want to go. I'm not just staying in one place, and I always get the model to try new things as well, because that's the best way of approaching this. But the best things come from experimentation, and the planning came with the styling and the concept and everything else as well. Okay, so I'm going to shoot a couple more of you there. Again, could you just go from the side for me? Yeah, so this lighting is actually great for like down to here. If you wanted a full length, just pop the power up a little bit, pull the light back, and it's going to be great for full length. Okay, okay, and the same thing like that. That's great, and just some more expression in the eyes. Open your mouth just slightly. So whenever I pose models like this, one thing that models do sometimes is they don't know, like, you know, how their expression is looking. It's always good to have, you know, a gap between the mouth so it doesn't look too forced. And you know, the first shot of a shoot is always difficult because it's when the model is, you know, not that aware of what you want or how it's going to go. So as long as you're like giving feedback, you're going to feel comfortable, and it's great that she can see the screen as well, so she can see what's going on. Okay, that's fantastic. That would be a great portrait shot like that. Yeah, so if you just pull your arm in close, I'm just going to crop into here. Okay, just head back. That's great. Yeah, because of the lights coming in, that's falling beautifully on the face. Okay, you can start to see in there how it's, and just eyes to me this way. You can just take one step this way. That's great, thank you. It's looking beautiful. Can you just like arch your back just slightly more? Pull this arm in here and pull your head back. But so your face is like down. That's great, I love that. Yep. Okay. This is looking great so far. You want to see the back of the... It's looking a bit different on there.
Yeah, it really pops. And so with these, yeah, would you...
Yeah. So the lighting I'm using here is a little bit blown out, and the reason for that is when I process these images, when I process them, I'm going to add that retro tint, so the whites are going to look off-white, the blacks are going to look off-black to a blue or a red. So it's going to really enhance the feel. If I had this, you know, really detailed with just perfect lighting, it isn't going to have that much of an effect because I'm replicating that old theme and old photography. Any questions from you guys?
Just to clarify that, so when you're shooting, are you changing your settings to fit the editing style that you're going to do later because you already have that planned out?
Yeah, definitely. So if I was shooting outside, something soft to have like the wide aperture higher. So if I wanted grain, and the same here, like a little bit blown out. I mean, on there it's a little bit more, but I'm just going to show you through my camera how it's coming together. So you can kind of see the way that it could come out, like with this grey background, pulling all the whites slightly off white and stuff. It's just a great canvas to work on for that kind of, you know, tint that I would add later. Now we'd love to try and get maybe a few full length of you there. I love what you're doing right now, actually. That's great. So we're just leaning out to the side, just pull your hip into the side. Put your body forward though, rather than like back like that, forward, and then with the drink as well. Okay? So if I'm shooting full length, I want to give some distance, and I want to focus up towards the model. Okay, I'm just going to check that. Chin up a little bit for me. And just pull your body up, like imagine a piece of string here, and just lift, okay? That's great. And what's important when I'm shooting this kind of story is if this was an editorial, I'd want to go in and shoot some close-ups, I'd want to go in and shoot some cover options, I'd want to go in and shoot some full lengths, and I'd also want to go in and shoot some landscapes so that when an editor, or if I was the own editor from it, would look at these, they could lay them out and see how they would work in the magazine. Okay, are there any questions coming in?
Always questions.
There are always questions, but I think
I love
go
questions.
ahead
So
and
you
keep
good?
shooting,
Yeah?
and we'll jump in a little bit later.
Okay, one sec. I just want to check on the time over there. Is she good to go in like 10 minutes? Okay, finish done. All right, let's shoot some more full length again. And I want a little bit more action, so maybe put your foot out and then maybe just flick your head to the side. That's fantastic. And just put the drink more up to your mouth here. Yep, that's great. And then could you put your head to this side? Yeah. It's beautiful. Just because of the light, it's great when it just filters down onto your face there. And then could you stand to the side like you were doing earlier, 1 foot in front of the other, 1 foot back? Yep. And you can start to see how by doing that, you're really getting like the idea of the trousers here. They're pinned at the bottom because of like the fitting of vintage clothes, but that's something that you can easily edit out. But it's also creating that kind of beautiful shape. So when I'm looking at this kind of thing, I wouldn't know this ahead of time. So this is what I mean, that when I'm on set, I'm like, oh wow, I like that. Or I like the way that the colors look with that. So it's always good to like think on set as well. Yep, and then you like that, and then just to the side again. That's beautiful, yep. And again. And just have one just looking into the light for me, just as an option. And just hold that. That looks like a beautiful shot for a portrait. And just turn your body a little bit more towards this way. That's it, yep. And then just turn your shoulder this way for me. Yep. And then fully round to me again. Yeah, that's it. And then just turn this way for me. Beautiful. Okay. There are any questions as I'm going?
Yeah, we do have some technical questions about kind of the one light setup, if you're okay with those.
That's fine. Yeah.
Great. So the black panels on either side, how do those interact
I
with the
totally
light?
forgot to mention them. Yep, the V-flats are in here to create some shadow. So these are really accessible for anyone. Again, you can get these from a home store, a photography store. So these are at the side. You've got the light coming through on the background. These are bouncing back the shadow. So anything that hits these are going to bounce the shadow. Anything, if these were white, this would reflect light back to her. So you're technically filling in light. So these are a great setup for like a simple studio thing because you can control more of the light without having to have extra lights on set.
Great.
And from Fashion TV, how often are you using the black boards on your set with this situation versus?
Like 50% of the time. It also depends on the studio and what kind of shoot it is as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Earned Diggity is, and a lot of people are amazed that you are shooting manual focus at 1.2 aperture. Do you have any tricks for how you do that, or just?
I think as I get older and my eyes go, it's not going to be a possibility anymore. But it's just experimentation, and I shoot a lot. So it's one thing. When I'm shooting with natural light, I don't have the flash, distract me. I'm like trigger happy because I want to get the focus. So if I have a portrait shot and I'm focusing in, I want to get like 5 shots of the same look, and I tell the model that, so then I can get a shot that's in focus as well. So it's just about.
Single shot? Do you do multi-shot?
I'm on manual.
But for like one shot?
Oh, just
for
one
multi-shot?
shot. Yeah,
Okay,
just
so
one
you just.
shot. So I shoot a lot, but I don't have it like.
Yeah.
Just have like one after the other.
And then do you have like a method that you do close, half, full, or
I just
you
move around as much as
do it?
possible. I just give as much option as possible because clients really appreciate that. If I go in and I've only got like a few cover options that are like this close or this close, they're like, okay, where's the full length? And I hate shooting full length. It's not something I enjoy, but I have to give it when I'm doing editorials because they want to see the shoes, they want to see a skirt, they want to see the bottom of the trousers. So it's like good to get those options whenever you're shooting.
And when you say you shoot like for a cover, like you leave white space so they can like put their print and everything.
Yeah.
How do you do that in the studio? Just
just
waist
give yourself
up
some
and
space.
just at
Shoot
the top?
wider or just shoot so your subject is lower and you have a gap at the top.
Okay.
I think the best way to do that is just to shoot wider more than you
Okay.
intend to. You can always crop afterwards.
Okay, but there's like you don't get creative with that. Like there's probably not too many options, especially studio.
Yeah,
How are you gonna?
that's it. So
Okay.
it's just giving the option to the client, whatever they want to see as well.
Do any editors ever go through, how they're going to lay out their text like previous to you shooting, or do they just kind of work with what?
Usually afterwards,
Mhm.
yeah, they usually want to see kind of what happens on the day because they also know that things can change. Like when I did a shoot for the Observer, like we got there and then, ideas changed about where we were going to put models in different environments. And the cover was actually not something I thought they would choose, but I didn't see it myself. And then I saw it with the text, and I was like, wow, okay, that looks great. So I was like, sometimes they have a better idea of, how design works and everything as well.
So I'm not sure if we did this, but if we could just, again, if we could go over like the size of the softbox and just sort of the lighting setup again, and also what pocket wizard you're using, or talk about the triggers. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
So again, I'm just going to talk about the background. I realize I don't go into too much technical detail, but that's because I'm not a technical photographer. But I tend to forget that. So yeah, that's good that you asked me these questions, so it provokes me to do that. So this one light setup, we have a one light here. It's a medium softbox on a bronze color head. On the power pack back there, we've got a setting of 3, which is one of the lowest settings. I want that because I don't want too much light on the model. The V-flats at the side here, they bring shadow to the picture. So the light is going to fall where the softbox is. The reason I have it to the side, up here and on an angle coming down to the model, is because it brings light to the face and adds some depth and brings her off the background. And then the gray seamless, the reason I'm using this is because it gives a great gradient. You go closer to the background, it's light. If you bring it off the background, you get a darker feel. So it's good to do all different kinds of shoots as well. To sync this, I have a pocket wizard, and this is just helping me sync the light whenever I shoot as well. Okay. All right, so let's do a couple more shoots. Is she ready to go in a minute? Okay, great. Let's try a few more. Maybe just some static ones would be great, just to give an option. I'd love to take that away from you so we can try some without that. Thank you, Karen. That looks delicious. All right, so just some static shots for me, please. Just, straight. Maybe just head to the side slightly so it throws it off. Yeah, that's perfect. And one thing I didn't talk about is the cropping. So whenever I'm doing editorial, I tend to crop in weird ways. And that's just from me shooting for a long time and kind of visualizing how an editorial should look. So when I'm looking at this, I'm cropping, just above the head and just above the bottom of the feet here. And the same with the portrait, I'm cropping here and just below here. So it's not like, I'm going out of the way of doing the conventional way of doing things, but sometimes it's just interesting for the concept as well. You keep sending me questions as I'm shooting. I'd love to get people's input. It's beautiful. Okay. It tells me it's busy.
Yeah, tethering isn't.
Okay. Let's turn towards this way a little bit. Okay, the camera's saying it's busy.
So we can take a couple questions while it's working. I have a question for myself. You say that you shoot a lot of different variety.
Yeah.
Now, do you keep the image in mind for, do you have a final image that you want in your head, and then the other options are just for variety for the client, or is it just or is that your process to discover your final image?
It's always a process to discover, but it's also good to go in with an idea. So I knew that I wanted this with a color block, and I knew that I wanted her as the model, and I knew that I wanted the milkshake. But it's also good, that's why I took it away, because I thought, okay, so that if this was for a magazine, I'd say, okay, let's take the milkshake out, let's do some color blocking, because it may not work with another thing. So if I have 2 images that have a prop in, it may not go together. So sometimes you want to shoot images just as filler options. So when you're doing an editorial, you have that option for the client, and they can't say, you didn't get enough options for the shoot. So it's always about, backing yourself up and giving people the option.
That's great. You used the term color blocking a couple of times. Could you explain that for anyone who might not know what color blocking is?
So color blocking is basically the clothes. When I say this, so color blocking is the pink going with this. Actually, this is a good question for Kat, which we can probably talk about later on if you want.
Okay, that'd be
She's
great.
definitely the color blocking stylist.
Wonderful. We would love to.
I actually had a question relating to your metering in camera. Are you using spot meter, evaluative, what type of setting?
I'm not too focused on that. I'm just always having the spot in the middle of the shoot.
Okay.
I go in and I focus halfway down on the eyes, and then I move it if I'm doing that. So it's always about this bit and then moving the camera as I go. Okay. That's beautiful. Okay. Now this is great because she moves quite well. She kind of, do you feel comfortable in the outfit? Yeah. Or do you feel it brings something to you? Okay, great. So she moves a lot, but I'm also just suggesting, so it's just subtle changes that will help. Okay, so I'd love to get one. Maybe, can you put your hands in your pockets anywhere? Like just like to the side? Yeah, that's great. And then flat to me. So yeah, that's it. So legs apart. That's great. I was going to try a full length with that because that's quite a nice pose. And then could I get your leg right out? Yeah, that's perfect. I would love to bring her in. Is that okay? Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm bringing two models to the table, and this is about the direction of the model, but also how it comes together on set. So to me, I think they look great together. They've got, you know, outfits. Kat's really gone in and found outfits that kind of complements the models, how they come together. Do you want to go in with this?
Sure, yeah.
So, and then we have a prop to kind of
type thing?
yeah, yeah. So let's give that one to Shelby because of the colors. And then if you guys could move over a little bit, that's great.
So Lara, what is the concept now that we have the two models?
It's the same concept, it's the same 50s theme, but it's just bringing a story to it.
Okay.
So whenever we're doing an editorial story, we're thinking of something we can do to have the models interacting. Or if not interacting, it's the way the clothes are moving or the movement in the shoot. So having a prop on a set like this just adds a point of interest and helps the models interact as well. So what I want you to do is just come closer to Shelby because the camera's going to pull you apart. Just a little bit forward, that's it. With your chin up, side profile, that's perfect. And okay, and you've got the fun expression, like you're just kind of looking over to her. Let's take a few shots and see where it's going to take us, okay? Okay. And Kat, don't look so serious. You look like you're force feeding. So chin up, that's it. Chin up, yeah. And a little bit of a smirk or a smile, that's great. That's great. I love that.
So I imagine that this is like real life where the stylist and your whole team is coming in.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. That's why I brought them along, because I wanted you to see it from that kind of point of view. So they're always coming into set, making sure everything's fine. And that's their job. Like, they do a really good job of it. They save me.
Cool.
Save me a lot of retouching time.
Exactly.
I'd love to get a landscape shot of this. So just be careful of the chopsticks coming into your mouth here. So just turn the chopsticks up that way, the other way. Like bend the end of them. Yeah, that's perfect. That's great. And again, just pull them down a little bit because they're like cutting in. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Just going to get a full length of that. So Kat, just put your feet straight for me. Yep, completely straight. Your legs straight, Shelby. So again, there's some consistency with the way that they're posing. The legs are straight. The clothes are consistent, the models are consistent. So this is what works. Okay, I'd love to get a landscape. And just bring your arms this way, Kat. That's it. Yep, so I can see a bit of the collar. That'd be great. Okay, and then Shelby, if you could turn your body towards this way, so your back is on Kat. Yep, that's it. And then if you lean over a shoulder, so sorry for the touch, but just pull your shoulder that way. That's it, and then come in. And that's it, just put your hand a little bit. Yeah, just kind of pull it into you. No, it's good if your head's back again. That's the best thing with the light there. That's great. Yeah. Looking towards me, actually. And then if you both face forwards for me, I just want to get that option as well. That's great. And then Kat, if you look towards Shelby, or if you even put it in the dish, the chopstick, that's it. Yeah. So put it, just see if they'll stick. And then you just pose next to it. So maybe a hand on the arm would be really good. Yeah, yeah. And looking towards her, that's it. So there's always got to be an interaction there. Shall we just put your hand down? Yep, that's great.
So you said earlier that for an editorial shoot you might do different detail shots or close-ups of different things. Could you like show us like a few examples of like types of things
You
that you
mean
would
like
do details of?
the landscape and all that kind of thing?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, you were saying
Yeah,
things
I've been
like that.
shooting it, but maybe I should have told you guys.
It's okay.
You can come in closer, by the way,
Yeah.
so you can get. So what I'm doing is I'm taking shots from full length. I'm going into here. I'm moving in, taking portraits, and then I'm asking them to move so I can kind of see what works as well.
Do you ever do like detail shots of just the food and like her hands or like things like that?
No,
or do you
that's
try and
more
stay
like
away
a
from
still
that?
life fashion thing. So I try not to do it. But when I mentioned product, I meant like actual, kind of product as just jewelry on something, kind of thing. That would be great. Yeah, that would be amazing.
And just as a question for the product as well, or I guess more so the props. What are you using, if you don't mind jumping on?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the the green things? Can you give us an example of the types of things that you're using for those?
So for example, like to make milkshake. I'm sorry. Hello.
I know that's
So-
the cake mix and stuff.
So for the milkshake, it's strawberry cake mix. Yeah, ice cream again. It's like mashed potato and stuff like that. The spaghettis are just actual spaghettis with food coloring. So yeah, it's just a little food coloring, and you kind of mix it right in there. My hands are still green. I washed them like 7 times since I've done this. And in order to keep the models from any hassle, I marked the back of the bowl so they'll know which side is the front and which side is the back, because you can't see it. I didn't have enough spaghetti, so there's so much paper towels underneath that, but you can't see it because it all hides it. So, and I used the carrot, like Parmesan cheese. I just grated it on top, and to the chopsticks, I don't know if it's still. Yeah, it's tied. I tied it to it so they wouldn't have to worry about that. All they have to worry about is looking good and fabulous and fashionable. So, you just try to make it the best you can do without giving them another reason to worry.
What would be like the craziest thing that you've ever used as like a substitution? I mean, mashed potatoes for ice cream is like a little wild,
Craziest substitution I've ever used. Damn, that's a tough one. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure, really. Wow. Okay, yeah, I'll get back to you on that. That's
Okay.
it. Another
Any
questions
more
or?
questions for Karen while she's on set? Or
While
it's
I'm
all
here?
good?
I have to say, you look like you dressed for the occasion. You're
I
very
hope so.
appropriate. Should I join in? Okay, who do I give this to?
You can pop it on the table. That's good. Okay. So I'm just going to get a few more shots here. And then, okay, so if you interact with this milkshake, just put it up to your mouth here. That's great. With the straw, yeah. And then you hold the chopstick bowl, but just put it towards me a little bit so I can kind of see the contents without it tipping over. That's great. Okay. So again, what I want is you to, just kind of have some fun with it. Like, how about you look towards Shelby from the side of your face, because that's a great profile. So like with the hair, this is what I'm looking out for as well. The main feature of this, what I think brings it together, is the hair and makeup as well. So that's great like that. If you sip that milkshake and lean in, yeah, and you look down to me, yeah, down at it, and then look up to me after. That's great. Looks really beautiful, guys. Just gonna crop in. So what I'm doing full length. And then if I'm shooting landscape, what I'm thinking about is the gutter in the page. So I'm thinking about where the separation is in the middle and if it's worth chopping off there as well.
Are you going to cover like the terms, the editorial terms or anything like tomorrow or?
Yeah, we're going over editorial and stuff and on the business day as well. Okay, so completely look to the side. I just want to see your profile. That's great. And Shelby, if you could just put your chin to the light, head back like that, that's really great. And I'm just going to take that out for a few shots. I'm just going to get Karen, wherever she is. Is she around there? She's over there.
When you're posing two models, like what are some of the things that you're looking out for? Are you looking for like angles of limbs or just their relationship with their gaze?
It's always about the interaction. So when I'm looking at them right now, what I'm trying to get is, what is it that ties them together? And what helps is that this already ties them together, the clothing. So that's something that, point one, clothing. Next thing is the hair and makeup. It's relevant to the thing. For posing, it's about like her looking to her. It's about where the eyes are. It's about maybe I do a lot of an arm around another girl, the way she's sitting, like linking arms. If she was sitting on the ground, the way that maybe the limbs are kind of intertwined over someone else. But it's also about like eye interaction as well. Or maybe how close they are, because the camera always pulls people apart. So it's good to make them go as close as possible in order to do that. And another thing is the props. If you bring in a prop that they can interact with, that's a really good thing too.
Is there anything you try to avoid, like when you're posing two people, like, is there just something that just doesn't ever work that?
I did a shoot recently and I felt that when I had the models set, like it was more like a still life kind of, it was very separated, so the models were kind of just static. And I felt that having two models in static areas were it was just very separated and it just looked very cold in the final image. But I think it depends on style. Like for what I do, like the feminine kind of beauty thing, it's like two girls are sisters and going out having fun, and that's the kind of vibe I want to bring across as well. But these are great questions, I love them, so keep bringing it. Okay, so maybe let's try, can you link Shelby's arm? That's fantastic. Yep, straight on, really static to me. Both chin up just slightly, mouths open just a little bit. And I want you to feel like, you've been pulled up by a string. So just pull your backs up. That's it. And these are going to be you're good. Yeah, if you both put your arms down, you can't. So you've got that. So maybe just pull your chin up so you're about to drink it. That's it. That's great. So you're like two sisters going out to like a date in the 50s. I love that. And Kat, you look towards Shelby a little bit. Yeah, that's great with the eyes like that. And Shelby, if you just put your head back a little bit. Yeah, that's beautiful. And then Shelby, if you look towards Kat as well. And what I want, just for a few final shots before we break, could you walk for me from there to there, arm in arm? So if you just like walk, just slowly. That might spill. Yeah. Good plan. Oh, sorry, I don't know where this is. Oh, thank you. So from that corner, just to this corner, very slowly, arm in arm. I just want you to walk together. So left foot first, so you're both in sync. Yep. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and again, one more time. Just start a little bit further in. And I want you to swing your arm, Kat, just as you come in. Okay? All right.
When you're working with new models, like how often do you feel like you have to prep them, like tell them that it's okay for them to ask questions? Because I've worked with models before where I'm giving them direction, but then if they're confused on something, they're not asking me questions on certain things that they want to do.
It's just about keep telling them as much as you can, or maybe try and start working with more professional models. Yeah. Because you're probably at that level where you're like, you know what you want, but they're just not giving it to you, and it's a little bit frustrating. But then having fun styling and everything kind of brings personality out as well.
Where would you like us? Okay.
If you could both look towards here for me. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. 1, 2, 3. That's great. See, I often, when I'm doing these kind of shoots on location, I get the models to move to go, I get them to walk. Shots aren't always going to be perfect because we're getting like mid-action shots, but sometimes you'll get that odd one or two that you're like, wow, that's interesting, because it's not something that I sees as well. So are we doing good for time?
We are getting close to lunch. So.
Okay. Well, we can break and continue this with the students after if you want.
Let's ask our producer.
You good
We
to
ready
go?
to
Do you
break?
want to break and then come back to this after?
Yeah, then we can go over
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That sounds great.
Okay, thank you guys. So
Thank
the
you so
next
much.
shoot will get you guys on.
All right, so we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break. And Lara, can you tell us what we're going to do when we come back?
Okay, so when we come back, we're going to be shooting with natural light over by the white wall. We've got some amazing props still, some great outfits to choose. So I hope you're going to tune back in and watch it.
All right, fantastic.
That's so exciting. I love it. So this morning we've been watching, first of all, we got to hear Lara's amazing story. She's an inspiration to me personally, watching just how quickly someone through hard work and determination and creativity can rise as high as she has. We've heard so many of the basic elements of fashion photography, the important things that you need to know about how to work with a team. And then we've already seen her shoot. So already, in my mind, that's a full workshop. That's an amazing set of information that we've had, and we have 2.5 more days of this. I can't wait to see what else we have. If you are interested in being able to have all of this information in your pocket and be able to pull it out at any time to refer back to when you're about to go on a shoot. Maybe you are just getting started and you're about to work with your first agency model, or if you are higher above that and are doing your first big multi-model shoot and need to know how to work with multiple models. That's a big challenge. Lara is here to help you. So I highly recommend that you purchase the course so that you can then refer back to it later. It's available now for $99, a discounted rate from the $149 that it will go up to. So if you're planning to buy that course, buy it now. It will be worth it. And we will be back in 45 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to day one of Lara Jade Fashion Photography 101. This is an amazing workshop so far, and I'm only more excited as the day goes on. But first, before we get back into it, we need to give away a prize.
All right, so our prize right now is the DVD that Lara made with Joey L. And so this is the Lara Jade versus Joey L DVD. Do you want to tell us about this?
Of course. So me and Joey made this over a course of a year, and it's a little bit of a ridiculous concept, but it works. It's a photographer shoot-off, which is me and Joey competing all around the world for different themes, different shoots to find out who is the better photographer. So if this is something you'd like to learn from and want to see how me and Joey work out, then this is a perfect DVD for that.
That is wonderful.
All right.
Who gets it?
All right, so the winner is Gary Young, and his quote is, "Go out and try something. Mistakes sometimes happen for the best." So always good, just got to get out there and try. So folks, keep tweeting and Facebooking to enter the contest. On Facebook, there is a little CL contest icon on the CreativeLive Facebook page. You're going to pick out your favorite quote or tip from Lara Jade today, and you can enter the contest on Facebook once every hour, or you can also tweet. With your tweet, you include the course URL for this workshop, and that is how we're selecting our winners. So Lara, back over to you.
Thank you. So we're going to be shooting with natural light, which is one of my favorite shooting environments. So what we've got here is we've got beautiful natural light streaming in here, and this is kind of like a studio I choose for my own shoots. The two V-flats are facing with the whiteboard out. This allows us to let light in to the shoot. For my preference, whenever I'm shooting something like this, I love backlighting coming in through the camera. So in order to do that, my camera settings right now are 400 ISO because I want the light to come through. I have 1000 shutter speed, and I have an aperture of 2.8 to get that kind of style I go for with my work. You know, that kind of focus on the eyes, that kind of, blown out background, because I don't really want the window in detail. So I'm just gonna go ahead and introduce the shoot. Our lovely model, Kat, again, and then we've got Shelby, if she's ready as well. And again, if you've got any questions as I'm going, I'm more than happy to answer as well. So again, what I'm trying to look for here is interaction between the two models. So you kind of watch the way I direct, and I'll be coming back as well. If you have any questions on direction, just let me know. So what I want from you guys is to maybe start moving in, maybe putting a hand around each other like that. So Shelby, if you put your hand around Kat's waist, and that's great, that's beautiful with that. And then lean in your face to a shoulder, that's beautiful. Okay, let me see how that looks. And both of you just open your lips just slightly. Straight that way, yeah. Okay, that's beautiful with the colors, that's great. I don't mind right now, what you're doing is great, but I'll keep suggesting as we go. But just, if you keep your eyes to me, and then I'm gonna tell you to move off in a little while, okay? Okay, Shelby, if you look that way, yeah, it's beautiful with the hand. So the look is kind of romantic. It's a little bit different from last time. So I'd love to get that kind of intimacy, with the hand, the closeness, that kind of thing, almost like your sisters. That would be great. That's beautiful. You guys are great. And I'm just going in again and shooting some portraits. I'm going in and maybe shooting some landscape. Again, covering myself, giving myself the option. Just gonna come in quite close to you guys there as well. Can you both look off to this way for me? That's beautiful. And again, just coming in down to the leg here. So just be aware, if you just put your leg out at the back so it pulls the dress out, it's great. And even though on the screen you see how those kind of highlights are coming in at the back, I would really enhance those on Photoshop. I would tint those whites to kind of a retro color. And this is the kind of look I would do outside as well. So if I was there with the sun coming in from the background, that would be great. The same kind of situation as well. You can even replicate this by putting a light at the back of someone's head and having an open bulb and coming in as well. So there's various different ways of kind of achieving it. And often, like if you don't have natural light on the day, you can achieve it with artificial as well. Is there any questions so far? Or?
Where are you putting your focus point? I don't know
My
if you said
focus
that.
is on the face. I've got an aperture of 2.8.
Okay.
It's a little bit tricky, so I've got manual.
Right.
And then I'm focusing in on the eyes and kind of moving across as I'm shooting
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Okay. So you're good right now. Shelby, if you just put your hip into, that's it, and then you pull your body out this way. So both of you a little bit more straight on. Yeah, that's great. You're doing great so far. It looks good. Yeah, of course. Great. Oh, I love that sleeve. Maybe if you could come in possibly and put your hand here. That's it, just so we've got that detail on the sleeve, and put your profile into her. That's it, and then if you look more straight onto me, yeah, that's great.
Does it bother you that there's such contrasting light? I mean, I know it wasn't like this a few minutes ago, but the sun just came
You
in.
have to be aware of that, yeah. If you just keep coming towards me, there you go. You have to be aware of that change in light. Move back
There you go.
slightly this way. And that's it. No, you're good. Okay, just pull your left leg out. Yeah, that's great. Okay, can I have you both looking towards me? And again. That's beautiful so far, girls. You're doing great. Okay, so can I have you like shoulder to shoulder this time? Again, very symmetrical like we did over in the studio. So maybe just link hands. So I always want to see an interaction or a link between you because that's what's going to tie it together. Okay, and just come out of the light a little bit there. That's great.
Arms down.
Yeah, arms completely down. And just your hand, Shelby, just relax it. That's it, down. Get some more options. Okay, and I'd love to get another close-up shot. So maybe if you come back in to the side, that's it. And you bring your body round towards me, so you're flat towards me, and just you just do that. That's great. I love that.
Do you want my arm behind?
Yeah, and that's great with the hands like that. That's beautiful. I love that when you look down there. I'm just also being aware of like the position of the things in the background, like putting their heads in between the window panes so it's not too distracting, even though I'd probably blow that out afterwards.
Can we see what it looks like on the back of your camera?
I love this
Are
kind of
there any
light.
types of poses with two people that you just try to stay away from? I think Joe kind of asked this question sort of earlier. but,
Separation, like if
just
there was
the
a girl here
separation.
and a girl here and there was a big gap.
But what about ones close together? Are there any types of poses close together?
Anything that
you
looks
just-
like they might be kissing.
Yeah.
Like that's always something that, you know, if the faces are too close together, then that can always look a bit weird.
Yeah.
And make the models uncomfortable as well because they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to be putting my head there kind of thing. But usually like it's just about taking shots and seeing what works for them because all girls are different when you shoot them. They kind of want to know what looks good for them and what doesn't as well. Okay, so back to where you are. If you do a complete side shot for me, Kat, straight to the side, that's it. And then you do straight to me. So front of your body. That's it. And arm around. Yeah, arm around like that. And then straight to me. Yep, that's great. And Kat, just lift your chin up a little bit. Okay, and if you just lean your head in down a little bit. Yeah. Just come away from that light a little bit. Maybe you need to move further into here. Yeah. You're doing a dance. And then could I get you to switch round so your back is on her chest here?
Yeah, like that.
Yep, that's it. That's great with the hand. Yep, perfect. Love that. The same expression, just open your mouth a little bit and then tell a story with the eyes. Like maybe just squint them just slightly. Okay, so if I was shooting this as a cover, you girls can stay like that a second. If I was shooting this for a cover, because I know one of you mentioned this earlier, I would shoot it so there was some space. So there's like this much of a gap above her head so that text could possibly fit there. If you come in together again, that helps with the screen. Okay, so again, same thing, come in with the arm over the top. That's beautiful. I'm gonna do a cover shot now, so I need you to be very like poised. So just put the shoulder up, so you're doing this. That's it, so there's no arched back. Yeah, that's it. Okay, perfect, yep, love that. Just come out of the light again for me. Keep going over. There we go. Okay, and the same thing. Actually, that was beautiful. If you just put your face up to here, yep. And then you put the face, that's it, yeah. Really nice. Great, hold that. You can see on the screen, I'm leaving a little bit of a space at the top if text was possibly to go there. So whenever I shoot an editorial, I'm always shooting cover shoot options because you never know. I've got 2 covers from doing that without a guarantee I'm gonna get one.
And you wouldn't worry about doing like the full body shot with the...
Not for cover.
Most covers, they don't.
Yeah, you'll see that most covers it's just like portrait because it's easier like visually for them to put text on. So it's always good to get the full length for the editorial, but stay portrait for the shot. I'm going to shoot some full length just to give us that option too. So just be aware of the way your feet are. Maybe replicate the feet. So both do the same thing. So this left leg, the right leg's going back just slightly. That's it.
And they stayed on 2.8 for the full
Yeah,
shot.
all the time. You're just in the light a little bit there. Can you come a little bit over where it's coming from? Actually, if you were back here, I think you'd get rid of it. Yeah. But then we wouldn't have the light, so you just got to come to the window. This way. That's it. Keep going a little bit more. Yeah, there is good. Yeah. It's a beautiful shot. Just going to get a beauty from that. Just take a slight step that way so I'm not getting too much of this white in. Okay, those are looking great so far. I just want to change it up a little bit with poses. How about we try something with the floor here? So if you were to sit down, kind of with your legs up and your hands down. So if you just sit on the floor for me, just as you are, that's it. And then kind of putting your heads on each other's shoulders as well. That's great. Yeah, just with the legs out. I'm going to crop into here, so don't worry about the legs being apart. And then if you put your head onto Shelby's shoulder, yeah, that's great. I love that. And again, the interaction, that was beautiful with your hand just up like this. So very delicate poses. Just want to check the light on that. I'm going to come down a little bit. Okay, and I'm just giving myself the option again. So whenever I do a shoot, I'm always experimenting with things on the floor, full length, far away shots, walking shots like we did in the last shoot as well. Anything with movement, maybe I'll grab a fan, like something just to add some interest to the shots. Okay, so I'm just going to turn up the ISO slightly to 600 to let the ISO in, the light in a little bit more. It's beautiful, guys. You're doing really well. Both look off to here for me.
So yeah, do you use your hands or do you have a hoodman like on set, on location? Like in park, are you just like
yeah,
that?
I'm just like this. I'm really limited with equipment on location. Everyone's always surprised. They're like, where's your camera equipment? I'm like, this is my bag. This is all I've got. And again, I'm shooting with a 50 mil because it gives me that nice range. It's a prime lens, it's 2.8. It gives me all the options I need for this shoot. You guys are doing really great. Okay, can you just put your head more towards me, Kat? Yeah, looking over to that way. Yeah, because you've got that really nice detail. So again, looking at the detail, you've got this nice detail on the side. If this was for an editorial, it would be nice to get the credit in for that. So you'd want it to just look to the side. And then, Shelby, if you could look that way too. So both look over to here for me. Yeah, and again, bring that closeness, because it's okay to be close cheek to cheek when you're both looking off in a different direction. To get another cover shot thing. So if you just put your heads together a little bit more. Okay, so you can kind of see like all the different kind of shots I'm getting. The way I'm cropping as well, I'm cropping the legs out, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that you need to have the kind of detail of the clothes in. If this was an editorial, again, you've got a hint of shoe on this shot here, so that would be great for that. You've got the colors of the clothes in good contrast. Again, with the processing of this, I intentionally want to have the light coming in behind because I would tint that afterwards. White and backlight is a perfect color to add that retro kind of tint, and this is something I'm going to go across in day 3 as well. So what I would like to do is for you guys to take it in turns, to take a few shots to kind of get familiar with the setup. So my camera settings, if you would like to switch over, I have 1000 on my shutter speed, I have 2.8 on the aperture, and 640 on the ISO. And the reason, again, the ISO is so high is because I want the light to come through and add kind of glow to the image as well. Okay? I'm just going to ask, is there any questions from the audience?
There are always questions to be asked.
Last questions.
Let's see, Nico Ha is wondering, so just to understand your setting choices, why do you shoot at 1/1000th of a second and ISO 400 instead of bringing ISO down first and matching your shutter speed since you have such a high speed?
That's just the way that I've always done it. Like my shutter speed is always high because sometimes I have movement and I want to be, quick to snap that. So if I have girls walking together, I just want that kind of option. I love grain on my images too. In my processing, I always add grain to the images just because when you've retouched something, texture and detail back in, and I love the feel that it gives too.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah. You guys can get in. So Jill, do you want to go first? So you got the, go on. Okay, so you've got all the settings.
We're going to take your tether out.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to take another question while we're
Yeah,
getting
I'd
that
love
set
to.
up? Okay, great.
So you
So
just
this
do a
one
text shot.
is from Amanda R, who
Girls,
says,
sorry. You just whisper.
or should we save it for later?
No, it's fine.
Okay. When do you crop your photos? Do you stay away from cropping mid-limbs, fingers, shoes, elbows, knees? What are kind of your general cropping?
I will crop shoes when someone's kneeling, and I will crop the top bit of the head. But I wouldn't crop it if it was like, a girl standing there full length and then crop her shoes off and leave some gap. Like when it's like a girl sitting like this, you can afford to just crop a bit of the head, crop a bit of the shoe. Fingers are hard because it always looks awkward. Fingers, I'd like to see a full hand whenever I'm shooting someone, but again, the best way is just to experiment, and I kind of know the way to crop just from like years of looking at editorials and shooting as well.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so you good? Yeah? You got all your settings?
Technical difficulty there for a second.
You good?
Okay, great. It's supposed to look great this way. Okay. Oh, I guess
That's
I
great.
can't see it on this way. I can't see it on this way.
What's your ISO at?
640.
Yeah. Okay, girls. Change it up and everything. If you change it up, and then we can guide you from that as well. As long as there's some closeness and there's a link between you, then that's great.
Okay. Awesome. And then Shelby, can you look out this way for me? I'm sorry, Shelby and
Kat.
Oh, Catherine, sorry.
And again,
Awesome.
experiment with the landscape. Like, think about where the gutter would go in the middle of the page if you were to shoot a landscape.
I'm sorry, the gutter is what?
The gutter is the middle, you know, where there's two pages and there's like the binding of the magazine.
Right, okay.
That's it. So that's always an important thing, especially when you put it in a portfolio or in a magazine.
Awesome. And then Catherine, just look off to the side for me. And then Shelby, can you look right over at me?
And then from the shots I see on screen, just be careful of the crop on the top. Like,
And then Catherine, can
experiment
you
with
look right
cropping
over
it.
into Shelby's eyes? And then Shelby, look right at me. Yeah, powerful gaze. That's great.
That's a beautiful pose. You have a great profile, Kat. Beautiful.
Can you look right at me? Great. Shelby, look right at me too.
This is so fun.
And Shelby, look right at me, and then Catherine, can you just kind of look sort of right past her? Awesome.
Are there any questions while this is going on?
One question is, do you usually have music on your sets?
I do. This is really important whenever I'm shooting. I always
Can you
have
guys stand up
music,
for
and
me?
mainly it's the model's choice because I feel it's important for them to be comfortable in front of the camera. Sometimes it's
Can
like
you
a bit
just
of
kinda go
dubstep
back
or
to
dance
back,
music that
and then
people
just
can
both
kind
look
of,
at
you
me?
know, feel the beat from and pose as well. Especially when there's a lot of movement on set, it's always good to have something.
Cool.
Is there a time that it's appropriate to have music, like for really big clients or any work?
Surprisingly, they're the ones that have the music, but I suppose they're the ones that have to tell you they want it as well. Definitely.
Can you just turn your bodies inwards and then just kind of tilt your heads inwards, kind of like a, yeah, that's perfect.
That's great. Again, just be very delicate with the hands, don't grab. Another thing about hands is you don't want to see this bit of the hand, you
And
want to see
Catherine,
this
look right at
bit.
me, Shelby.
So delicate, you don't want to see this kind of thing because this is horrible to retouch. Necklines and this are like the bane of my life. You're doing great, Christina. Okay, so when you're ready, we'll switch over. You think you've got enough?
Having too much fun right now.
All right, so who wants to go next? They're like, no, me last.
Just going in my.
Yeah, that's the one. Then you've got your settings all together.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, girls, so let's change it up a bit.
Oh.
Sure. So any questions from live audience or you guys or?
We have questions, yeah, we have questions.
Definitely. Nadavi is wondering, Lara, the white walls for your left is blocking much of the light. What reason is there for your set?
For this B flat, why is it there? I call it the main sunlight because I hate harsh light. Harsh light is really hard to control. In this environment, we're going for a soft look, especially with the aperture we're using, with the light we're using, putting up the ISO to let the light seep through. We don't want harsh light to come in and ruin that kind of theme we're going for. So these V-flats are great not only for like adding light, but they're like blocking out light as well and sectioning off areas to shoot in.
Beautiful, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Are you guys ready? So let's change it up a little bit. How about Shelby? You put your shoulder. Yeah, like that. That's nice. And that's great with the hand. Again, very delicate with the fingers. Yep.
I would say it's busy. Come on, camera.
You did that to me earlier.
Just.
Okay. Okay. Let's just send it.
Oh, okay.
Any
That's not
questions?
me.
Is it still going?
So can we ask you actually about tethering? Because Shannon Hamilton Photography said that in real life shooting scenarios in the fashion industry, when it's most appropriate to tether, and are there some situations when you definitely would not?
That's a really great question. I would say when you tether in for a shoot, it's for like advertising campaigns or editorials where there's an art director or client on the shoot that wants to approve shoots to make sure you've got the right shot for each section. So when I'm doing things like editorials or personal work, I don't tether, but that's just because I've got to shoot quickly and I don't have the need to it because I review the photos later on.
That's great.
Good?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah? Okay. You ready? Just try and give some direction from what you see as well. Like, don't be scared to give them direction from that. They really appreciate it. Models will love direction.
Okay.
That's nice light. And again, with your crop, even consider cropping the top of Catherine's head off and come into here. See where the seam of the skirt is on this right side?
Yes.
Think about that kind of crop and how it could be used. For beauty, if you crop in, say like to here, this is a good beauty angle. Remembering to middle and taking the girls offside slightly. Yeah, that's beautiful, exactly. Okay, Shelby, just put your chin up so she can see your profile a little bit. That's it. And then Kat, just look down towards the side. Yeah, great. Are there any questions I can take?
Yes, sure. Silence has a question for you over here.
Yay.
I want to focus on accessories a little bit. Do you want to go ahead and focus on something that they have, one of them is wearing now, or should we maybe do another look?
Maybe let's try taking out the headpiece and putting on some
Putting
glasses.
something else different, use the
Yeah,
same.
yeah.
All right.
Do you like to get up high? Like, do you get on ladders and shoot?
I do. This
shoot
is why I
down?
wear heels.
Brilliant.
I wear heels for that reason because models are always, I want them in my eye level for beauty.
Right.
When I'm doing full length, I'm always facing down to give them height.
Okay.
When they're on the floor and doing that, it depends on the perspective. If you're going for like a soft kind of approach, it might be best to shoot down on them to make them feel smaller. Again, if you want them to look strong, it's good to shoot up because they can have like that kind of strong look, like authoritative as well.
Okay, that makes sense.
How are you feeling about it?
I'm good. I'm not used to directing.
Yeah,
I'm usually.
that's fine. This is why.
Yes,
it's a
this
good
is
lesson.
great. This is, do you find models that are more experienced just kind of naturally just
Yeah,
pose?
most models. Yeah, but
And-
there's also models that love direction too.
Okay. All right. Why don't we both look at each other?
My models always do that on set. How about you put your chin on the top of her head and you come down? Sorry about the touching. Okay, so you put your chin on her head like that, like she's your protector kind of thing. That's beautiful. Yeah. And then shall we just put your eyes up? Yeah, and look over to here. That's great. That's looking great. See, I even like this crop. Maybe you could crop to like here and here.
Yeah.
The hand, if you do that again, but the hand that's like really flat on her back, just remove it and relax it. Okay. You want relaxed hand always. Like this one is too outstretched. If you just pull it and like you want to be like this, but just down on her shoulder to here. That's it. And then you put your chin on. That's it. But maybe just put your cheek here and like yeah.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Even more down. It's beautiful. And Shelby, if you just bring your head up a little bit. Yeah, that's it. Even more. There we go. And then eyes to the camera as well.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay. Are you happy with those?
Oh my goodness, yes, I'm elated.
Okay.
You ready to go?
Come on,
I
Chloe.
need to give you.
We're stepping on to the next shot before we get off time. So
Yeah.
actually, I need to take my mic live. Let's have a conversation with Lara. But the stylist is going to come right out and do the accessory here. Is this where you
Okay.
want them?
Yeah, this is exactly where I want
Here?
them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we take out Shelby and get her ready for set 5.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then
And then shoot
have
with
her
her.
for 4.
That's perfect.
And
Yeah.
it'd be great if I think the cameras and everyone at home would love to see you just work with the stylist right now to just get the
Of
shot that you want
course,
with
yeah.
accessories. All right, so we can move Shelby out. She's not going to be ready for, she's not
Where
until
is
5.
Kat?
You guys go on and have a conversation with Lara.
She
Whoever's
is.
talking, do you want the cushions set up? Use this.
I think we're good. We'll do it for this one. So Kat, what do you have in mind for the styling? For the next look?
So, for the next one or for
Yeah.
this one?
For the next one.
The
For
next one. Oh, this
yeah.
one, this one. Well, I figured we could change it up easily with a hat and go pretty mod with this one. And then I have a coat that I'm going to see if it does or does not work. And definitely some fabulous sunglasses that I have here from Mercura.
Yeah, we gotta get them
actually
in.
want to hold them up real quick. Just the sunglasses. You can get a good feel for how they look. And we have a few options. Okay.
So I'm a little bit obsessed with sunglasses
Yeah.
on shoots. I'm always using them, but these are by Mercura. Sunglasses are fantastic. They lend them for shoots in return for credit. So it's always a great thing to get on
yeah.
shoots.
And they're fabulous. You can't find a bad pair.
No. And so what is the idea about the hat that we went for?
Well, I know we want to. Well, first off, I love the color combination with the yellow and the blue here. But the hat, I think we wanted a little bit more forward, just to give it a little bit of a different texture. Thank you. And it really changes her look. And it'll completely change her look. It'll change her face a little bit, especially with the sunglasses on too. So she can still be wearing the same dress, but it'll feel completely different.
And the great things again about hats and props is that you can make these yourself if you wanted to.
Yeah,
the same with the
absolutely true.
hats. You could go to a charity shop or like a thrift store and find most of this as well. So it's just about finding things that will work and having a good eye for the clothes as well.
The hat, you could spray paint some accessories. You could really make it work.
Thank you.
Speed change over there.
No, you're good. So when I'm working with my creative team on set, there's always about, and you're not going to experience this today, there's no waiting today, but usually there's like 20 minutes in between each look, and I'm usually shooting about 8 to 10 looks. So what's great about that is I can get looks done, but there's also downtime. So in that downtime, I would also like review the shots, think about how I'm going to approach the next one, maybe pull out my inspiration, go over what I'm going to do for the next look as well. Any questions from anything?
I know I asked the longest shoot
I love your
that
questions,
you've
don't
always
worry.
done, but what's the shortest amount of time that you've ever had to do a shoot? Like if you're on location somewhere?
Recently I've had that problem. I'd say about 5 to 6 hours. There's been times where we've traveled to a shoot and I forgot about the fact it gets dark at a certain time, and we'll start shooting at like say 2 when hair and makeup's done, and then it gets dark around 5, so I've got 3 hours. So it's always a bit of a rush, but I find that every shoot like that is a challenge and that I learn from it as well. So that's always a good thing for me. So like when I've done shoots, I've learned so much from mistakes that have happened, but it's worked out for the best too.
As a wedding photographer, sometimes we only have like 30 minutes, maybe even 15 or 20 minutes if it's
I
a
can't believe
hectic
how you
day
guys
to
do
do
that.
the whole portraits for like the
Yeah.
bride and groom.
Yeah.
So are there any like go-to, I keep asking posing questions, but are there any go-to poses that you really like that you find yourself using again and again?
It's just the closeness.
Yeah,
like if you
just
say for
staying
using a
close.
bride, closeness, arms, remember the hands, very delicate. The dress being the main focus of the image. Yeah, like if for weddings, it's all about the romanticism and the way that you do that. I would try and look for inspiration in the way that old painters would do things as well, and maybe replicate poses that they've done, the way they kind of sit in portraits too. It would be great. I love that jacket.
Thank you.
Any questions from the live audience, Kenna?
Certainly do. And one is from Essence, who says, do you have a favorite set of poses, or do you just make them up as you go along?
I kind of have ideas in my head of what I like, especially the beauty shot where you've got the shoulder and the head coming through. That's always a good one for portraits, beauty. I tend to try and do a profile shot, just a profile and having a really great like arch of the shoulder, like a classic portrait. I love doing a static shot if there's like a quirky theme going on, especially with two girls, how they can just look, you know, kind of robotic just standing there. That's always great. But I don't have like a set, like I don't have posing cards or anything like that. I just kind of know what I like, and it kind of comes alive on set as well. Because I never know sometimes what the girls are going to act like until I get their pose and how like interactive they're going to be.
That's great. And along the same lines, Nadavi is wondering how you come up with your compositions. Are you considering the rules or just getting along and experimenting?
I'm not a composition person. I try to figure out how they're going to look on a page, how they're going to look on a book cover, but I don't follow rule of thirds like a lot of photographers do. But because I'm from a self-taught background, I try and focus on the idea, again, rather than the technicalities. So it's great to have that in mind when you're shooting, but for what I do and the way it comes across in my work, it isn't necessarily something I need.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost done. This is fabulous. I love it.
And Lara, can you talk a little bit about kind of what you had asked the team beforehand to create this look?
So me and Kat have shot like this style before, and it was really successful. So I wanted to show you guys basically a 50 shoot, kind of referencing what I'd have done. So I gave them like a mood board referencing like recent campaigns from like autumn, winter, spring, summer, bringing to the table different ideas. I sent the prop stylist some ideas on what I would like, sending charts, whether like was sofa included, a milkshake. There were some really great campaigns that were like a diner theme. So I would send all of that inspiration. I will send them on my model references when I've pulled the models as well and asked their opinion. So that's everything. I mean, most of what they bring to the table is me giving them an idea and them coming back at me with the results.
That's great.
And going from there.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
What was it about, Lara, about these models that you selected them?
Everyone always laughs at my model choice, and that's only because I go for someone who's a little bit otherworldly. You'll probably see that with the girls tomorrow. Today, the girls, it's just the way that, you know, they've got far apart eyes, small lips, the way the heart-shaped face, that kind of look, that works beautifully. It's almost like a canvas, and it works beautifully to do this, where you can really overstyle, but they're still going to look great in whatever you put them in. Yeah.
How did you cast them?
Cast them? So I get packages. So I'll email the model agency, I'll get packages, and I'll say to the agency, I have the shoot, this is my reference. Do you have any girls with this description? So I'll describe like far apart eyes, like this and this, and I'm very specific. So I do. So that helps. Then they can be on the same page. And what's great about model agencies is they get to know what you like as well. So when a new girl is in town, as I said earlier, they'll send them over and they'll be like, would you like to shoot with this person?
So how many did you look before choosing?
I had 4 different packages with about 10 to 20 girls. There's like 50 girls, I would say. Okay. Yeah. Usually I have about 100 because I usually have like 10 packages to choose from for fashion editorial. So it's a lot of work knowing who's going to look good, but it's also a case of maybe meeting a person or pulling images from one girl if you're using 2 models and like put them together on a page and getting Polaroids. So that's another thing from model agencies. If you go and ask them for a model, you don't always know what they're going to look like natural. So it's always good to say, do you have a Polaroid or a digital of that model? So you can really see what they look like in person as well.
Cool.
How are you guys doing? I love that.
Lara, I know sometimes you like it draped over.
But,
Kind of play with it like that.
yeah, I would just sort of play with it. That's great. Can you do a little dance with it? Hey, any more questions? I think they're almost there, so. Anything else?
Sure, yeah, we definitely have questions. Mike2176 is wondering roughly how often you get your team together to test, and do you work with the same team on a regular basis?
I have about 3 different teams, but I also have a favorite go-to team. Deborah and Alex are definitely one of my favorite teams to work with. So I have about 3 teams here. I have about 3 teams in London. Because, you know, schedules can clash, you always need options, and also specialize in different skills. So one person will work for a commercial job, one person will work better for a beauty shoot, and so forth. And it's also about, if you're doing a test, if they're interested in testing, like is it good for their book as well? I test with my team probably around 2 to 3 times a month, if I can. That's a lot with retouching as well, with all the time it takes. I'd love to do more than that, but yeah, it's always good to set time aside to do that.
That's great.
Okay.
Before we move on to this, I wanted to have your team be ready to prep for the next shot.
Yeah.
Which sounds like you want it to be outside on the deck,
On the
correct?
red, yeah.
It sounds like we're
Okay.
But I wanted you to chat with the stylist and everyone to make sure that they know what's coming up so they can prep for that.
Okay, so we're gonna go into the red sofa outside. Do you want to go look at the sofa color? I think you probably saw it yesterday. So something that would complement that.
Sure.
So nothing clashing, like opposite colors.
Okay.
And then we do 2 girls out there.
Okay.
And then we'll do some beauty in here, okay? So there's 2 more looks to go.
And we're gonna use this couch again here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Do you want to change looks in beauty or just keep it kind of where we're at?
Just touch it up, yeah. I think.
You okay? Any
All right.
questions? All good? Okay. Perfect. Excellent. All right.
Okay, thank you. Right. So now I'm seeing this outfit. What I'm seeing the most is how this kind of shot comes to play, like this, or with the hands here to make a portrait as well. So this is beautiful for beauty. It's also great to do a portrait. What I'm looking for is the colors, the way that her expression is, and symmetry, because glasses always give me symmetry on shot. So just go back a little bit for me. And what I want you to do is very symmetrical. Just play with the, and this hand has the jewelry on it. So maybe just like that. Again, just separate your fingers. That's very symmetrical. Look down the camera when I have it up. Just separate your lips slightly. That'd be great. So I have the same settings right now. So 1,000 of second on my shutter speed, a 2.8 at aperture, so I can focus on the glasses, and an ISO 640 to let the light in. That's great. That's beautiful. I love it. Just be careful of having too much up here because there's too much detail already. So much detail around the neck. So even if you're holding your collar, just like that. Yeah. And again, keeping it symmetrical. So just move this hand closer into your body here. That's beautiful. Yeah. Just hold that for a few shots. Okay. That's great. And then could you put a hand like just up to, yeah. Okay. Just want to go through those.
I love how you're posing for the whole body, even though we know only our face is on camera.
That's what a good model does. We just have an issue with the card, the error. Did I go back there? Okay. All right. So while I'm doing that, have you guys got any questions for this look? No? Okay.
We have questions from the internet. So a question from 8 Pints is, how do you prevent unwanted reflections in sunglasses? Or
That's a good one because sometimes I shoot and I don't notice it's there. Just being aware of where the light source is and making the model face away from that, or even in post, if it's an easy post job and you've got an excellent shot and it's going to be hassle, just edit it out after.
Can I grab your camera really quick?
Yeah.
When you're working with pieces that the stylist may have borrowed from a shop, and you're worried about are you worried about getting them dirty if you want the models to sit down? Like, how do you get around that?
Often the stylists, if they borrow them, they'll put tape over the bottom of the because they're like samples, or they'll just put something underneath. So when we're on location or in the studio, they'll bring like a bag of stuff, like something that a model can sit on underneath. Same for the shoes, same for and a good stylist will always be there with you on set and will be like, okay, don't do that, or okay, we can't do that with that outfit. And some outfits you can do what you want with, and some don't. I was shooting a Dolce collection recently, and it was kind of an older collection that needed to be sent back. So most of it was kind of coming apart a little bit, but you still have to be careful because it's like archive pieces as well.
Should be good.
Thank you.
Just a second.
Anything else before we do that? Yeah.
So when you're doing testing, if you're working with your team, do you pay them out of your own pocket since it's not a job?
This is a good question. When I'm testing, when I'm doing personal work, you shouldn't be paying for a model unless you have no experience and you're paying for the model's time to get better pictures in your portfolio. If you already have a good portfolio to show the agency, you should be working for mutual benefit. So you're both working for pictures, and the agency will trust you with that portfolio too. The same thing's going, and I'm going to talk more about submitting on the business day. But again, for submitting your pictures to magazines, you shouldn't be paying a fee. And there's a lot of magazines out there, like online magazines, that will try and get around that with people. But if you submit your work to an online magazine or publication, they should accept free content for the publication and stuff as well. So that was a really great question, because that's something I didn't cover in the thing.
Makeup and styling.
They should work on the same basis. But again, if you're still building, it might be worth paying a small fee for that. Yep.
Be ready to go.
Okay. Yeah. That's beautiful. Just hold that for me. It's a little bright for me right now, so I'm just going to put the ISO back down to 400. Just go back a little bit. Just wanted to get you out of that light. This way. Keep going, keep going. And again, maybe just over to here. I just really want to get you out that's there. Step over that way a little bit. And can you bring your hands to like pull out the coat for me? And put your hands on your hips like that. What would it like if you stood to the side so I can see your profile? That's great. Just move this way just slightly. Okay, and then just pull your arm out so you're seeing that. Yeah. Just turn your chin towards me. Okay. Just going to do a few more of these. Just turn your face. Put your arm up like this. Yeah, that's great. Okay, and I'd like to get you guys that didn't take shots last time just to take a couple as well. So, Chloe, don't be scared.
Do I need to change anything?
So just pop this into this one.
Are there any other
no, it's
settings?
this one. So you've got, I put my ISO down. Did you do that?
I think I just moved it
400. Back. The rest of the settings will stay. So what I want you to do is just get familiar with it. See how it all comes across, and just get familiar with posing. Like, don't be scared to say.
Don't you just get there and fix each other?
Huh?
Don't just yet.
Oh, okay, the tethering. Don't shoot yet.
Can I change my ISO?
Yeah, you can change the ISO.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so think about the composition. If you were shooting a cover shot, what you'd need. If you were shooting more of a beauty, what crop you would need.
I'm just not used to such a contrast.
That's fine.
And
that's what you're learning.
Would you pop that back up to 640?
Yeah, because she's moved that just slightly, or maybe just at one, just there. Because remember that Photoshop can bring out contrast beautifully. If you're shooting in RAW, then that shouldn't be a problem.
That's great, and maybe looking just past me. And just bringing the hand more across so I can see a little bit more of that jewelry. Yes, perfect.
Can you get someone to bring it in? You can do that.
And just a little bit back towards me. Fabulous.
That's beautiful. That's even nice from here. Let's see that shot. Okay,
Say
so
that
any
again?
questions I can take while we're setting up the next one?
Definitely. Michael Toll's Photography from Atlanta was wondering, since you like to use natural soft lighting, is it difficult for you to obtain texture from clothing in your shots?
Because it's soft. I used to have a problem with this, but I find that more and more the editorials and art directors, fashion editors, they're looking for more of the concept. Photographers like Paula Reversi or Ellen Vonenworth, like that's their kind of style, and the clothes kind of come into play, but it doesn't matter if it's not in detail because it's more of a lifestyle that we use. Okay, are you happy?
I have a question on insurance. If you're doing like huge production,
Yeah.
And maybe there's some liability involved. There's always
Yeah.
liability involved. Does the agency handle that, or is that something that's covered by your business insurance?
That's something that you should probably look at. Liability in England right now, and that it's just a really easy fee a month. It's really cheap, and it just covers me if anything goes wrong, especially if I'm shooting in like I used to shoot in abandoned locations, or other kind of locations like that where a model could fall in the river or something. That just really helps. So that's something you should definitely look into. I'm with Hiscox. I don't know if you get that here.
Okay.
I think you probably do, but that's a really great one to look into.
Okay.
Do you want us to bring the couch in and then you
I'd
can
love to,
start shooting
yeah,
with that?
yeah.
Okay, why don't you take a couple questions and we'll get the gun.
Okay. There's just a couch in, so you can stand up there. How are they going? Chloe, do you like them?
Yeah, I'm not used to shooting kind of blown out in the back,
Yeah.
so it's
This
hard
is
to.
nice. And then,
Okay, Lara, if you've got a minute for a question.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jess was wondering how many looks you would do in the same setting. Like we did a few against these windows. Would you normally do that for an actual publication or test shoot or something like
if
that?
this, depending on the location, if I was to shoot here for an editorial, I'd quite a lot in the same environment because you want consistency. You want consistency with like the light you use, with the styling and everything. And the same on the CMOS. If you shoot on the CMOS, it's best to stick to the CMOS as well. Okay, got the sofa.
So to extend on that, do you only pick one picture out of, say, like the same setting or same outfit?
Yeah.
Because you can't use
So
more than
typically on a fashion shoot or an advertising shoot, I have around 800 to 1,000 images because there's a lot of looks. There's like 8 to 10. So that's like 100 shots per image, basically. So I choose one of every. I'll usually filter it down from 800 down to like 100 and then down to like 8 to 10. Which is always hard, but you'll get to know how to be a good editor as you go on as well.
What do you use to, just the one that jumps out at you,
Yeah.
or is it more of a technical?
Composition, sometimes it's not one you love, but it works in the set as well, so a filler shot. So that's why earlier we had like the static shot, so it could be great as a filler, just because of the clothes, or you need that important garment in there as well. Okay,
good to know.
So we're going to shoot quickly on the sofa background here.
So Lara,
Yep.
we would love to hear like kind of what you're thinking as you approach this set. Like you see the couch, and what is your thought process as far as posing for the model, and just kind of speaking as you're shooting about like why you're directing her in a particular way.
Okay, so the idea about having the sofa was just to give some kind of some prop for her to lie on, to like have something different in the shots. So this kind of sofa I asked Karen to get, our prop stylist, because it was kind of relevant to the shoot idea and the reference I had. I was referencing a beautiful campaign, had props and furniture in it, and loads of girls just kind of lounging around. So a sofa is great to kind of get a model comfortable to lounge, but it's mainly just because of the shoot theme as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and start posing her as well, and see how we go from that. So do you remember the reference I showed you where the girl was kind of lounging?
I'm just worried about the hat.
You could probably take the hat off. Alex? Need you on set. Thank you. All right, so what I want you to do is just maybe lean your arm onto that bit in a minute. It doesn't matter. Messy. She's going to be lying. Any questions before we go into this?
Yeah, we'll take some more questions.
Sure, let's see.
We have a question from Mary from Costa Rica, who is a regular, Mary from Costa Rica, who says, how much freedom do you have when a shoot has an art director paid by the client?
It depends whether you're pulled into the shoot because you're there for the they love your art direction. Sometimes art directors want someone just to complete the job, depending on budget, and sometimes they want you because they absolutely love the theme you bring to the shoot. So again, depends on the client that you work with, but most of the time if I'm doing a shoot where I'm bringing my art direction to the table, I'll have a lot of freedom within boundaries as well, because they'll also want, the editor will also want like a certain cover shot, and you've just got to remember like a few rules as you're shooting too.
Challenge.
Yeah.
particularly for a model versus
Yeah.
a wedding couple or children. So did you learn by looking at magazines? And like, where do you take that kind of posing information from?
It's a huge mixture of different things. It's about experience, looking at reference, being aware of what campaigns are out, being aware of current trends. If there's a certain theme on set, posing is definitely affected by that. Like 50s theme, you don't want to go posing in like a glamour way. You want it to be like beautiful and referencing the theme. If you have a futuristic shoot, there's no point having a girl lying there in like, you know, in kind of, you know, a way with like her legs showing and like beautiful hands. You want like static poses. So if you have a theme, I think that's what would really help you and understand where to go from that. Okay. Are you guys good? I don't mind.
Look what the hat did to her nose.
This is why it's good to have a creative team on set. They'll solve all these things that will save you a lot of time later on.
So Lara, while we're waiting, Daphne Ann is. What do you do if you don't really like what the model is wearing or the style of the shoot? If it's commissioned, how can you be inspired if you're not a huge fan of it?
Sorry, can you just repeat that for me?
What do you do if you don't really like what the model is wearing or the style of the shoot? If it's commissioned, how can you be inspired if you're just not a big fan of it?
If you're commissioned, you do it because it's a paid job. There's been a lot of shoots I've done and I've hated the styling. It's definitely not my vision, but that's why you do the personal work. That's why you only show the majority of personal work and tests, because that's your vision in your portfolio. The commission work, you do it for the client name and just to get the paid job from it as well.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, let the paycheck inspire you. That's a good quote for Alex. All right, so I want you to lean back on that, maybe have your hand kind of draped around the back. Yeah, I think it's a nice feature. You probably like roast in over there though. Yeah, that's great with the legs just off the side because it's not glamorous. Like just let them hang. Yeah, like that. And then just lounge into that side. That's great. Let me see how this looks. Okay, just pull that coat back over. So I need to, where are my guys for the sofa? Could I get you to move the sofa just a little bit over this way? So this V flat isn't in the way of the shot.
Or do you want me to move the V flat?
Yeah, that would be great if you could do that. Let's try it as a full length. So just swing your legs back for me. Just that way a little bit.
The sofa?
Yeah. So for me a sec. Okay, the same thing again. That's it. But you want to be poised still. You're like a woman back in the 50s. You don't want to be like lounging. You want to be more like, you know, use it to kind of arch you back, put your arms in, and again, remember the hands, how they're positioned. Okay, great. Okay, I'd love to get a landscape one of you, so maybe just kind of leaning over a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. And you can start to see as pictures come up how I'm choosing different angles. I'm choosing like a quirky angle to position the camera because sometimes compositions are more interesting that way. You don't want to have everything static, middle shot. Experiment with angles, different things with the camera too. I love that expression, it's great. Can you put one of your hands up with the jewelry to your mouth? And again, more of a landscape one, so maybe just put your legs out a little bit more that way. Or even like sit on your front and do that over the chair. So if you scoot down that way a little bit, put your hands onto the chair, a little bit more on your front, that's great. Any questions from you guys? Yeah?
Maybe a longer one, but so I imagine there's a transition from shooting single picture to like a series.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine when you have more budget, you can do a bigger production and you have a series of pictures. But should you always work towards a series, or I mean, when
Depends
was
on what
it?
you're going for. I mean, what do you usually shoot? Do you shoot single? Do you shoot things with conceptual, or do you shoot stories?
Conceptual, I guess.
Okay, so they lend themselves more towards single, artistic fine art images, and that's fine for single. It's harder to do fine art as a story. It's more time consuming. Fashion, about the clothes, it's a little bit quicker moving. But when you are shooting fashion, just to stand out from the crowds a little bit, because there's a lot of people trying to make it, it's good to have an idea. Whether that's the style of the shoot, whether you shoot in a feminine way with crazy clothes, this is like more of my style right now, or you shoot glamorous and you shoot with big dresses and big sets. And it doesn't have to be like a story as in like, the girl is walking down the street and then she meets someone and she gets an ice cream. It doesn't have to be that. It could just be a change of area and the story comes from the clothes and the expression too. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so just put your legs on the sofa this time, but just drape your knees over the side here. So you're really off to the side. Yep, that's it. You want to see the shooter. Okay? So I'm going to do some pulling about. And then just put this draped on there. You draped over one shoulder. That's great. And again, just look straight to me. I love what you're doing with your mouth. Just open it a little bit more. And again, just that hand with the rings on, just to their face there. Like, yeah. Again, if you look at the screen, the way that I'm shooting it is that you could chop this in the middle and you could have the credits of the styling on the right-hand side. So it's always good to be aware of that when you're shooting. Okay, so I'm going to get you in to do some shots because you haven't done any yet. Is it okay to sort the tether? Yeah, do you want to use this?
Can I use my card?
Yeah, of course.
You don't mind?
No, not at all. Feel free. So you have all the right settings. So just get to know like exactly how you would shoot this. Like how would you approach this?
So it's Catherine, right? Yes. Have you put your legs down a little bit and then still lean on here. Like stand your body so you seem a little bit taller. Just this way.
Okay. Any questions while shooting?
We do have a question that was from B.R. Coleman. Earlier you spoke about the gutter, and the question is, does the art director of the magazine have to have a layout of shoots to fit? Can you talk about how you would be cropping with the current shot or with the current shoot if you knew that there would be a gutter in the middle?
Okay, so yeah, for this kind of shoot, I don't know if you can see it on the screen right now, but I'm taking it purposely off to the side, so her head and her body is here, and her legs fall through here. It's just the way it's a great composition, because if you crop that in the middle, and you could put the credits to the right-hand side, and you could have the model to this side. So it's all about the content, and then the credits. Again, for front cover, leaving some space at the top. Just be aware of when you're shooting editorial, where text could go on the pictures as well.
And do you know exactly what those are going to be in a given job? Do you
Not
know it's going
always
to be
when
a
I'm
spread?
shooting.
Right.
I've never had an editorial where someone said this is our layout.
Right.
They've always said, like the shoot I did recently for Velvet Magazine, they said to me after, okay, we'll put these in the layout now and tell you which ones we're going to use. So they want more options so they can fit it in and see what works too.
Cool.
Yeah. Just be, I'm a manual focus, so just be aware of your focus. Yeah. Not everyone can deal with it.
And can you sit straight up now? I'm going to do a couple more close-ups here. You can actually lose the jacket if you want.
I think you mentioned before that where you can get these panels?
And
You
then
can actually, I'm in
create
the
events like
lookout to get some myself. I've heard that you can probably get them from like Home Depot,
Yeah.
something like that, and just get some like makeshift stands because they're pretty expensive considering what they are. But they're really handy, and you can use home. You can use these anywhere.
And how would you, like, I mean, I guess you'd have to rent like a truck or something to transport these if you wanted to take them on location?
I don't know if they'd be useful on location
Yeah,
as much. I think you would probably just control it in different ways on location and kind of see how it goes from there. They're definitely more of a studio item.
Yeah.
Laura, would you like to talk about how Yin is doing here? And just kind of like look at his pictures, kind of give him some feedback?
Yeah, of course. It's fine to look at them on here and give feedback, right? Or should
I think so. I think that's great. Maybe have him pause a little bit after he gets a good shot and then talk about what...
Can I give you some feedback on these? So this is beautiful. This is perfect with the composition. Love the symmetry you've got going on as well. So this for me is a perfect image to take into Photoshop. It's good canvas. It's not too overexposed. We've got all the detail there, this focus on the eyes. I don't know if we can flick through a few of the, yeah, you can keep going. Yeah, this one's beautiful. I love the way that you've experimented with the different hand movements as well. And that one. See, things like, especially with this model, you get to know kind of what suits them. For Catherine, I love how she does like, you know, the down face with an open mouth or her profile, and those are her strong points. And I look for that when I'm casting models. What are their strong points and how can I enhance them on set as well? So how did you find that?
It's great.
Yeah. Great. Have you shot with this kind of lighting scenario before?
No, not really.
Okay. Still quite new to you. All
Great
right.
setup, though.
I'd like to try and move on if possible, so we can do, are we doing the outside? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that'd be great.
All right, fantastic. So we
Thank you so
are
much.
going to
You did
take
great.
a
They look really
15-minute
great.
break. And so Lara, again, can you tell us what we're going to do when we come back?
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to be taking advantage of the natural light outside. And we're going to be shooting on a sofa with the two girls. Again, no light involved, just natural light. Two models, again with the styling, and just enhancing from what we've done so far.
All right, so we are going to take a break and we will come back after and do all that wonderful stuff. I'm very excited. We have, just to remind you, we do have, after Lara's workshop, the next 2 days, we have CreativeLive New York. We're going to have 8 speakers over 2 days, Thursday and Friday, here in the studio, and they are some of the most wonderful people that we've ever had on the program coming back, and we've also got some new people, and it's just going to be wonderful. That's Thursday and Friday, and then Friday night we're going to be having Kevin Kubota's Photographers Ignite with how many? 20?
15, I think.
15 people. Minutes each to talk about any photography related topic that they want. So that will be very funny and inspirational and exciting, and we're just going to love it. So be sure to enroll for those 2 courses so that you get reminders. And just one more reminder for the next week. We are here in New York, so we are on Eastern time, which means we are starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is 7 a.m. Pacific. I know that kind of caught up a few people this morning, so we want to make sure that you guys get the whole experience. So be sure to tune in 7 a.m. Pacific, Eastern, all week long.
All right, great. So as you know, the way that CreativeLive works is that we broadcast live for free to as many people as possible around the world. And the way that that works, then, those of you out there who are watching who decide that you must own this workshop so that you can have it to refer to back again in the future. If you are not yet into fashion photography and you are wanting to put that into your repertoire of types of photography that you do, whether you're a portrait photographer, wedding photographer, whatever the case may be, Lara Jade is the woman that you want to have in your back pocket, as you said earlier. So these workshops are, this workshop is $149 for all 3 days, not just for 1 day, for all 3 days. However, when you purchase it now, during the live event, it is $99. So that is truly an incredible value. We are proud of what we're able to do here at CreativeLive and bring Lara to you at such an amazing price point for you to own, because not as many people can come and see Lara in person as I'm sure would love to, or she would love to. So anyhow, we're going to be back. 15 minutes. And just a side note that normally we turn our videos around as quickly as possible. Since we are on the other side of the country from our home office in Seattle, where we do a lot of that, there's going to be a delay in those downloads. So purchase the class right now, and we'll let you know when those are available for you to download. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes outside.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are out here on the deck, as you can see, of this amazing, amazing studio. We're going to go ahead and jump right in here. We have prizes to give away, but we will be doing that when we go back inside. And just to let you know, we don't have access, unfortunately, to Wi-Fi right now, so we are not going to be able to take any of your questions during this segment. What we will do is have them saved, and we will ask them inside. So go ahead and keep asking questions about what's going on. We will do our best to pretend that we are you and ask relevant questions while we're out here, and then we will get specifics when we get back inside. So thank you for your patience. And with that, I think we're going to turn it right back over to Lara. Lara, do you want to talk a little bit about your thoughts here and what we're trying to do?
Okay, sure. So now we're trying to do more of a theme set with a concept. Again, 2 models, using props, using a simple setup, a V-flat to take away the bright light that's coming through. And also this is to kind of overexpose, use a wide aperture with it as well. So again, simple setup. This can be done anywhere, be done in your garden, on your patio, anything you can think of. So this is accessible for everyone to do. So I'm just gonna go in right now. My settings as of now, I have 1250. I have a second shutter speed, I have 3.5 on my aperture, and I have an ISO of 200. Because the light is quite strong out here, I don't need to go up on the ISO as much. And my white balance is on auto. The main reason for that is because the sun constantly changes. Then it's moving direction on the sky right now, and it's safe to say that it's a good thing to leave it on. So when I'm doing things like this, I'm looking for interaction. I'm experimenting, I'm shooting landscape, I'm shooting portrait. I'm figuring out the best way to approach this. Whenever I'm shooting with 2 models, it's always good to experiment with that. So I'm gonna go right in and start experimenting with that and show you some shots.
Are we close enough?
Yeah, you're good there. Okay, so if you put the T down at the back, Shelby, and you just pose, so just put your right arm onto the sofa. Yep, because I just want some more in between you. Yep, that's great. And just look towards me. That's beautiful. Okay, so chin up a little bit and turn to the side. Yep. So as you can probably see from the shots that I'm putting on the screen, just experimenting with angles. It's very blown out in the something I can bring back with the tone I'm intending to use in retouching as well. So really, again, it's about the interaction between the 2 girls going on. Simple setup, it's about the props we're using. And because I'm shooting fashion editorial, it's important I get the details of the clothes, I get the garments in the best light, the structure of them, with the colors and stuff. So again, I'm just going to take a few more. You can keep watching. And what's good about this is you can shoot from down here or you can shoot from above to get a really cool shot too. Angle is really important when you do double shots, maybe with like a gutter down the middle. It's important to have like a bit of interest on the left and room for the credits again. Okay, can you interact with the tea if you just bring it up? Maybe hold the spoon in the cup if you can. That's it. If you're coming closer to each other, so I like the fact that you're on the edge here because I don't want you to get too lost in the sofa, to be on the edge. And maybe if you come this way a bit more, so you're both kind of on the same angle. That's it. And I want you to lean back like you're enjoying the weather, because we can do that out here. Luckily we have New York weather for that. And you interacting again, and that just brings that closeness together. And just be aware of your feet, because I might get a few in, okay? Bring your arm in because we're just cropping your fingers off right now. Just going to experiment from a different angle as well so we can get you guys in. Shelby, could you pick up the tea for me as well? Yep. And what I want you to do now is interact. So maybe, Catherine, if you're looking towards Shelby and maybe like in mid-laughter or just smiling, and you're looking back at her. A genuine one anyway, because you always laugh when you look at each other. Okay? And the reason I'm getting them to do this is because it's good interaction. It's good to have them interact together, and even though I said earlier I don't look for smiles on some shots, like the props lend itself to the smile, so it's good to have, you know, something that gives something else in the editorial too. And then Shelby, could I have you out here a little bit more? So just scoot over. Yeah, because I'm shooting from a different angle, it just separates a little bit more, okay? You can put the T down as well. And again, just put both arms out to the side and look like you're enjoying the sun. Yeah, beautiful. You girls are doing great, these look good. Get some more from this angle. Can I get you to swap sides? Is that okay? Just to range it up a bit. Are there any questions from you guys from what I'm doing?
So, we good? So something that I noticed you doing was going from kind of a high angle to a low angle.
Yeah.
Was that just a compositional, like, this looks, or was there a different tone you're going for? How did that affect the mood, I guess, of the picture?
Okay, so for me with the mood, I'm trying to get, because this is kind of like a fun theme. You can either go, you know, above and try and get the right composition. Going below adds a different perspective in the skyline. And again, I'll probably bring those blues out of the skyline. They're already kind of overexposed right now. But what's great is by having different perspectives, when you put in an editorial together for say, you can choose then. It might go alongside another image if I'm shooting this way. I want to have, again, the option whenever I'm shooting. Okay.
That's great.
Any more?
So do you, at this point, do you call the makeup and your whole team in, or did they say to you, oh, we need to get in there?
Oh, for hair? Most of the time they'll be on set ready because they know that, especially with like extreme conditions like weather, like sun, the models can sweat very easily. Makeup's just going to drip off. It's not very attractive. And the same with like the hair as well. Hair with humidity, it just needs like placing down, and that's going to save me with like, you know, fine hairs or anything.
That makes sense. So what sort of conditions really can cause those big issues? Like you said, heat.
Yeah.
What about like cold or, you know, anything like that? What other conditions do you really worry about when
A
you're on
really
location?
bad one for me is rain, because there's nothing you can do with rain. It's either you have a rainy day shoot and stick an umbrella in it and make it, you know, worth something. You know, it ruins hair, it ruins makeup, clothes, samples can't get wet. So on those particular situations, you just have to kind of cancel and move on. Or you can find a studio. Kind of icy outside is also, when it's cold, models feel really uncomfortable and they have goosebumps. And goosebumps are incredibly hard to edit out. So I try and avoid shooting in those conditions as much as I can, but sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to push through.
Okay. What is the hardest part about this situation right here? Because the light is so harsh.
Yeah.
And you've got two people. What is going on in your mind as you kind of approached from a lighting perspective?
Okay, so when I came out here, the first thing I noticed is I love the sofa and I was going to use it no matter what. So I wanted to figure a way to diffuse that light, to stop that light coming in. Whether that was through a large reflector. Luckily we had the V-flats today. It's not something I would use on location, but it was great that Luke here is helping hold this, because it's just taking away that harsh light that was bringing in that kind of highlight, which I don't want. If I was doing a consistent story, like the studio shots with this in a story, the light would have to be soft all the way through for consistency.
So obviously we are working with, you know, the professionals here as
Yeah.
far as your team goes. How do you notice these issues when you were working with, less experienced stylists and makeup artists and hairstylists? Would you then, at that point, say, "Hey, I'm having an issue here. I'm having an issue here," and have them fix it? Or is that somewhere where you grow together, basically?
New styling teams definitely need direction. It's good for you to tell them, like if you see something out of place, they appreciate it too. What's good about these guys is they will just jump in, but it's something that grows with you. Like when I started, I didn't know a lot about photography, they didn't know about their job, so we made mistakes together, grew as well, and that's what's good with using them now is that we laugh about those mistakes. We're like, do you remember that time we did that, or something else? Funny stories.
That's
okay.
Great. All right, looks like we're
All
good.
right.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. So we've switched the models over just to give a different perspective. Again, options. I want to figure out whether this is best in front or the perspective works with Shelby at the back as well. Sometimes models have different strong points as well, so I just want to kind of see what works and see what doesn't. Could I have you girls actually both together at the back there? So if you're both sitting on the same thing at the back, and both almost like leaning back, like you're enjoying the weather. Yeah, but not if you come over here a bit because you're in the way of the light, that's it. We don't want any of that harsh light. That's perfect. Yep, interacting, that's great. And then if you could pull up the T for me. Just bring these legs here because they're very lost within here. Just bring them round to here a little bit and push it on top of the sofa because that's it, yeah. Yeah, and then just put your arm over. That's great. I love it. You girls are doing so good. Can you hold it up as if you're going to drink? Okay. If you put the T down for me again. I just want you to put your left arm out as if you're like just leaning and then leaning back. So left arm on the chair. Sorry, this one. The left one. That way. That's it. There we go. But try not to make it an awkward kind of, try and make it just out like that. So you've got long arms, that's the problem. Or just even just put it onto your leg then, yeah. Okay, so then could I get you, Shelby, to put your legs on top of here and then pull your legs around onto the sofa so you're like this. So your feet are up there, yep, that's good. And then if you do the same thing but don't put your legs up, just put them down there. Any questions from you guys, or are you happy with how everything's going?
Yeah, no, this is great.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that you're asking fairly uncomfortable, like awkward positions.
Yeah.
Are you okay with doing that on a regular basis to your models? I mean, how do the models feel in general?
What do you mean
obviously
by
you've said that you need to be sure that they
Yeah.
are, taken care of and not
Yeah.
like too cold or whatever. But
Yeah.
as far as like posing,
Uh-huh.
it seems like some can get sore as well. Do you
Yeah.
consciously think about that when you're posing them?
It depends what kind of situation. They can pose like that for a while, and that's why I keep changing them up as well. So I don't want them to get stiff in one area. What they're in right now, they're pretty comfortable, but yeah, that's a good. It's good to kind of change it up a bit as much as you can. It's good to see that they're comfortable. Like you can kind of tell from their faces that they're not enjoying it or they are. And this comes down to good casting as well, knowing that models are friendly and they're going to put up with your request too. Yep.
So I've noticed for the most part that you are posing them sort of from a distance. Photographers go over and move, limbs and arms and hands. Do you ever do that? Do you touch your models, or do
Yeah.
what's your theory on that?
Depends on the situation. If or beauty, I'll go in and make sure that hands are in the right places. From a distance, the reason I want to get the distance because we've got so many beautiful clothes, beautiful colors. I want to get the background in because I'm really interested to get that blue and that highlight there. So it's good for me to get everything in. But if I was to shoot a beauty with this, I definitely go in and tweak those little things like hands around the face or the way the shoulder looks and little things like that too. Okay, so I'm just going to shoot a couple more of these, okay? So again, lean into each other. I want you to just put your hand a little bit closer in. Yeah, that's great. And then put your hand more like this. Shelby? Yep, yep, it's perfect. Great. Okay, and Shelby, just put your arm on here and lean into it. Great, yep, love that. And then I'd love to get a portrait shot. So you know when we're in the last pose in there, if you both bring your shoulders together, that's it. Perfect, yeah. And just put your head back a bit because you're a little bit taller. So that's it, so it's not overpowering, okay? And just bring your shoulders up, yep. Great. And again, if I was shooting a cover shot for this, leave the gap up top, I would crop around here. Thank you. Both look up to here for me. Okay, I think we got this. Great, thank you girls, you're great. Any questions from it? I think we've got this set. We've got some great images. I'm happy.
Fantastic.
So what? Let's just kind of talk about like really quickly your goal for it. When you say like you got some good images, is it just a feeling? What was it that you were looking at and looking for specifically?
It's a feeling. It's when everything comes together on set. I feel like the models interacted well. I feel that these were probably the best outfit of the day. It always happens towards the middle of the shoot, towards the last shots though, because everyone's comfortable, people know where the vision's going. And yeah, I feel like the light worked, the idea of the V-flat was great. I'm glad my guys helped with that. And just everything came together with composition as well, and just flicking through, I can start to see already how they're gonna come retouch into.
Now, I'm totally just throwing this out there for you. What would you do if you didn't have that V-flat available? What if it were just straight up harsh light here?
Yeah, so there was a tiny bit of shadow in this corner, so I would probably focus on close-up shots, or even got a reflector or something small to just put behind their heads, because not all of the time people have V-flats. So, you know, most people have a reflector or just a white board hanging around, or a piece of cloth. A good thing is to have like that piece of cloth on set, like a diffuser from a softbox, and just hang it up on the light, or have an assistant hold it up as well. Because harsh light, especially when you do things like this, it doesn't complement the clothes. It actually makes it look like it's a mistake. So it's good to try and control it as much as possible.
That's great.
What was your biggest challenge with this setup?
I think the biggest challenge was after the light, probably trying to figure out how to pose them, because I feel like sofas swallow people sometimes, and you know they're thin girls, so they're like swallowed by the sofa, and it makes them look even more thin and like withdrawn. What I want is to use this, and this is why I was shooting a down, is to get that perspective, so they don't look, if I'm shooting like this, sometimes they can look within the sofa. I think that was it. I mean, everything else seemed to come like, I think this is my best set. Thank you.
That's great. All right, I think we are going to take another quick 15-minute break just to get back inside. Once we get back inside, sounds like we're going to review some images from today and have Lara talk about what she learned or what we learned.
I think we're going to do the beauty shoot, just a quick beauty. Yeah, with
sorry.
one girl.
I should have asked
Sorry about that.
We're going to take a beauty shoot when we get inside, and then so we'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are back inside. It is nice and cool in here. And speaking of cool things, we're going to give away our prize.
That's right. So we are giving away a Kelly Moore bag. And this winner is going to get to pick out a bag of his or her choice up to $249. So love me some Kelly Moore bags. And we have one because Lara has hers right here. So could you tell us about Kelly Moore bags?
I love me some Kelly Moore too. So yeah, this is a fantastic bag for females. It's inconspicuous, like you can take it to an airport, throw your camera gear in there and nobody knows what it is. It holds different cameras and lenses, and this is definitely my go-to bag for everything. So congratulations to who the winner is, because you're not going to stop winning. You're not going to stop using this bag.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Kelly Moore. So the lucky winner is Melissa Richardson, and her Twitter handle is _MelissaR. And the quote is, "You can create beautiful work with limited items and gear. Just insist on creating and then do it." Wonderful quote. And so thank you again to everyone who's given us prizes. And so we're going to hand it back over to...
So I wanted to finish on high here with a beauty shoot. I think it's important to go into this, even though we're not going to spend too much time on it, because we're doing one light technique. Whenever I use a beauty dish, I have one beauty dish just to the side at a higher angle. I have a reflector often under the chin. And these V-flats are just giving it a little bit of shadow too on the side. So my settings right now, and I have the Pocket Wizard for this to go off. I have 200th of a second at f10 because I want some detail. And I have a ISO. And the reason for that is because we don't want to let too much light in. I want the detail, I want the depth of the picture. So I'm going to go ahead and start taking a few images, and then I'm going to come back to you as well. So the main thing I want to get from you, Kat, is just to kind of frame. So we're shooting from here up to here. So I'm cropping into this. So all you've got to do is move your shoulders in ways that would complement, okay? So can we start just with one slightly to the side like that? And then move back slightly because of the necklace? That's great. And then if we could put that just under the chin. Can you turn around to the front for me? Straight on. So chin down just slightly. Okay, and you'll start to see that it's got that nice gradient on the backdrop I talked about earlier. This is the same backdrop, but we're just moving the lights away so it gives a different feel. And the beauty dish is creating that nice contrast. You could go ahead and diffuse this with a diffuser sock, which fits over the beauty dish and material, which often I do. But for this situation, I want the contrast. I have contrast in the clothes. I have contrast with the way her makeup is, in the hair, and also the fact that it's a fun theme as well. So you can really go to town on like different lighting things and experimenting with the one light, maybe even using these on the white side to add more light, or including a second light at some point as well. So I'm just going to shoot a few more of these. See how we go? Okay, that's fantastic. Yeah, if you could just do it from this side though. Straight on, so very symmetrical down the camera. Yep. Chin down all the time for me. Because this light kind of fills in everything, so it doesn't matter if your chin is up for this one. That's beautiful there, that way you just put in your arm. Just bring it a little bit more towards me. And again, cover shot option. I'm giving the space at the top, if we could bring that up. Giving the space at the top, but you have this great thing, and it's a great cover shot because you've got the depth in the background, you've got the negative space. It will fill in the text on the sides. Just pull them down a little bit more if you're showing your eyes. And a little bit more. And remember the hand, not of this part of the hand, more about this part, okay? And bring that shoulder in nice and strong. And just face more towards the light, else you'll be away from it. Yep. And maybe just even just hold them just right here, but so they're apparent what they are. That's it. Chin down for me. And then just bringing in the shoulder, but face to that way. Yeah. Back towards me. And again, this is a setup that pretty much anyone can do. One light setup, all you need is a wall and a backdrop. You don't even need the V-flats. It's really approachable. It doesn't matter what kind of photographer you are, what kind of level you are, or the budget you may have for it. So it's a fantastic thing to use if you want beauty in the skin. It's especially good for beauty, it's the name of Beauty Dish, because of the detail you get with it and the way you can process it. And that's the reason we have such a high aperture here, because we want the detail in the skin, that when we go into it later, we can really pull out the pores and place them further onto the face as well. Okay, just give me some more of the top. That's it. So this bit, but just bring your arm in slightly. Yep. And a little bit more as well. That's beautiful. Just chin down a little bit. Okay, so you can start to see how that's all coming together now, and I'd be pretty much with the way this is coming alive. And I think we're good here. We've got some great images, so thank you very much, Kat.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we're now going to go ahead and go on to image review of the day, just to kind of go over everything we've been doing. So if you want to follow me over there. Can we include those shots at the end? Include those shots of. Do you have a clicker?
And we need a clicker. Celeste?
Okay, we are going to do some image review here. So we're just getting everything set up for that. How are we looking, guys?
We're good. We need a clicker? Yep. All right, Nico's going to progress them for you, so you just let him know when you want to progress.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's go next. Okay. Do you guys want to start off, or are you happy for me to go ahead with?
I would say go ahead.
Yeah.
We would love to hear kind of what you were looking for while you were shooting
Yeah.
these images, what it is about these particular images that you really like,
Okay.
and that sort of thing.
All right, great. So to start the day off, we did a one light softbox setup, which is something I go to for most of my fashion portraits, a lot of my editorial studio work as well. Again, referencing, it's really easy setup, really simple, but it's effective. It depends on your subject, and it's really about bringing what's going on in the photo and then bringing the technical part afterwards. So if we could click onto the next one. So this was playing around with the different concepts, so something really fun. And again, one light setup, just from the side coming down. We have the gradient on the background, so we can go either way on this in retouching as well. So what I'm looking for taking these shots, what is the interaction between the model? What is the theme, and is what we're doing in camera relevant to the theme as well? So I'm just having a little bit of fun with the girls and remembering that these things that they're holding, even though we had a prop stylist, this was made out of milkshake powder and I think mashed potato mix with some food coloring. And this was spaghetti that was dyed with food coloring. So you can really go and grab these things for shoot. It's accessible for anyone that wants to do them. It's not far from reach, okay? Could we jump on to the next? Thank you. So this was the natural light setup we had over in the corner. 2 V-flats at the sides, which helped block out the sun, but also helped bounce the light back just slightly. And what was great about this is I can use a high ISO. I love using a high ISO because when I'm outside with the backlight in, when I'm doing things like this, it gives it kind of that magical feel. Light comes through past the models, and it also helps to use a wide aperture. So those two things go hand in hand. Whenever I'm doing things like this, I'm always focusing on the model's eyes. A talking point in my photos that I want to show in there's some kind of romanticism going on. So it's all about the eyes, the focus on the models, the way they come across. And because I'm using 2 models, it's about the interaction again. So looking at that photo, do they look uncomfortable? Do they look relaxed? So this for me would be a great photo to work with. You've got the option at the top. If you wanted to include a cover, it's easy to extend if you wanted it to. It's given some space. It's given some space to either side as well. And this could work for an editorial, it could work for front cover of a magazine, or a client that has jewelry, for example, because I'm featuring. Okay, the next one. So when I shoot things like this, whenever I'm shooting an editorial, I shoot those kind of cover options, but as I mentioned, I always shoot with a landscape picture, but I leave room in the middle for the gutter. So in here, if this was a magazine spread, the gutter would come across this girl's Shelby's eyebrow just on here, down the middle of the shot, and you also have room to crop. So I've given myself enough room around the side. And it's also great for a beauty shot. You can really go in there and work with the detail of the face as well. Okay, next. So this one was the experiment with the glasses, and a few people picked up earlier on the reflection in the glasses. This would not affect me in any way because it's very easy to pick up, and get rid of that. Cloning, going in and using different tools to get that. And I also think it's quite interesting as well. When you have little mistakes like that, sometimes it can look fun. Going in and experimenting with different parts in the glasses. If I was to take this into Photoshop, I would just clean up the skin, I'd bring detail back, I would add that kind of retro tone. And these are things that we're going to be doing on day 3 as well.
What about this photo stood out compared to the other ones in the series?
This was just because of the composition, the way she was staring at the camera, the way the framing works at the bottom of the thing. If I was to do anything, I would bring out the eyes in this. I would go in and really bring out the detail because they do get a bit lost in there. But there's definitely some others of the shot, but they were more landscape. So I just put it in there to show you guys, how the glass one worked. Okay. Any more questions from any of you?
So are these your favorites? Or?
These are just selects from the shoot. So we've got about 10 selects through. Normally, just so I can have a talking point. So all of them have something I can talk about to show you as well. Usually I'd leave a day in between shooting to kind of reflect and then come back to it. Okay, the next one. So I think these are more of my favorites. It's more like the classic portrait style. I think that everything's coming together really well in here. If I was to do anything, I might move this edge of the sofa along, clone it, because for me it throws the composition off slightly by having that kind of line going down. But I think she looks beautiful. There's connection. It's a great angle for her. The makeup looks good. The hair looks good. There's things I can easily retouch in the hair, just at the top here. And the lighting and everything has come together quite well in the shot too. Okay, so the next one. So I wanted to include another one of these because I shot this again for the same reason. I wanted the gutter in the middle. If I was to put it in the magazine, the option for credits, for clothing, and the team credits on the right-hand side. It's also good for an editorial, for product. You've got everything in the shot. You've got the ring, you've got the shoes, you've got the dress, and all the clothing, complementary. If I was to do anything here, I would probably clone or liquefy this left dress where it comes in near the hand to make it look like it fitted her better. In hindsight, that's probably something that I could have worked with the stylist, because we're on a time constraint, it's always, harder to get it in. Okay, next.
Yeah. Last image. It looked like it was cropped pretty tight, and I could totally imagine that just in a magazine, just as is.
Yeah.
Are you ever worried if you have a great shot like that, if they need space for a bleed when they're printing? Do they do that in magazines? Do they need a bleed spot?
Always. For front cover, usually they have a WID format. I would say that's the only thing. And when I'm shooting things like this, they can still crop a little bit, or they can just extend. In most magazines, like when I'm working for Material Girl or other things, they'll have a layout. So they'll be white. So there'll be a full page, and then there'll be an image in the center of the page too. So the layout kind of works as well. But it's always good to know that when you're working with the magazine, grab a copy of it and kind of see the way the layout works too. Anything else? Great. Okay. So this was outside with pure natural light. I had a V-flat on the left here. You can kind of still see it on the side. This blocked out the bright light that was coming through because we didn't want the highlight and that harsh light. You can do this with a diffuser cloth. You can do this with a reflector. You can just put it up there and have an assistant hold it. Most of the time when I'm using harsh light outdoors, because some clients will push you to do it. Even though you tell them that, I can't shoot in 12 noon light, it's not going to work. They'll be like, well, we're on a budget, we're on a tight schedule, you've got to get through it. And they expect wonders. So that's a great way. Having a reflector is not only good for reflecting light, it's good for blocking out light as well. So a large reflector would be great for that.
white?
No reason.
No reason?
Just to block out the light on the side as well. We actually had a white V-flat stuck to the door here, where the light was coming in. It was bouncing slightly back, and this is why you can see it in the girls' glasses just here.
Yeah. Okay.
And that, again, is something I would probably edit out after. But again, if you wanted to crop into this, you could just a little bit at the bottom, but the gutter would be straight down the middle here. So I'm thinking about the composition and the way I shoot is very like cinematic when I do landscape as well. Questions about the setup of this? Are we all okay? The next one. So again, another shot from outside, pure natural light, but just experimenting with perspective. Using the girl's best features. So on Kat, that's her profile and the way her hair works backwards, the way she, she's very poised. And then with Shelby, she has great legs, she's good with her hands. So just using the model's best points. When I'm shooting stuff like this, I had a 2.8 outside, which is great because we've thrown this distracting background. There was like baubles of light on the side, and I don't want them in. I want to focus on the girls. So what was great is I had a high ISO. I had a lower ISO, and my aperture was low. So what I want is just get that kind of diffusion coming through in the background, but not too much, because I want to enhance the blue in the sky afterwards as well. I want to burn that back in if possible. Okay, next. Okay, do we have the whole set of these? Yeah. Can you probably go to maybe the second from last? I'll tell you which one. Oh, the 1291. Okay, so this is the beauty dish light. One light, I had a reflector just at the chin here. And what I'm doing when I'm shooting beauty and this kind of portrait thing, I'm looking at the shoulders to pose my model, okay? So I'm looking at the way that they can pose to complement the face. And leaving my gap at the top, giving some room on the edges, and it's all about the model's look and the way she comes across in the image. When I use the beauty dish, I use it on a high aperture. The reason for this is because it's great for beauty. It's great to go in and edit the skin, the pores. And when you go into the skin on here, it's just really easy to work with. It's really easy to bring out texture as well. Okay? And I think that's all the shots from today. So has anybody got any questions?
I guess, do you know the specific settings for that? There they are. Thank you, Lightroom.
So was that 200? It's the light, 200 per second at f10 and an ISO of 200. So whenever I'm in the studio, I'm working with obviously shutter speed below 250 because otherwise you have the sync problem, it's too fast. F10 because I want the detail and that's the way that I control my light. And ISO 200 because there's no reason that I need light to feel through. I just want the detail, so that's the reason for the aperture. Okay? So is there anything else that...
Oh, yes, there is. There's a whole lot else, Lara. First of all, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. First question, just from the last section, is from Katie Winterflood, who asks, for the most part, would you say that you use a beauty dish just for beauty shots, and the for more fashion-oriented, where you need more light coverage on the clothes, or would you use the beauty dish for styles other than just beauty?
I've used beauty dishes before for mid-length photos, or I have a model sitting on the floor and having the beauty dish coming down. Reason for that is that it gives a contrasted light. So if you're doing something like film noir, if you're doing something where you need a harsh light, it's a perfect go-to light. It's great because you can also diffuse it and get a little bit softer. But it's definitely not something you can just use for beauty dish. That's just technically a name. But for what I do, I favor light and soft lighting, so that's why I go to the softbox. Beauty dish for me is great for beauty and great for concepts where you have harsh light or a particular theme that you would need it for.
Cosmo B says, I noticed the models hold for the shutter and after the shot move and come back to about the same position. Is that a common modeling technique that freshens the pose, or is that something that you would ask someone to do?
I mean that when they're modeling, they kind of, and then come back. I think that's just them kind of figuring out what works and then them expecting me to guide them from it because they can't see what they're doing, and this happens with models that don't have as much experience. So this is a good point that, you encourage them to do that, and it also shakes them up. So if something isn't working, it enables them to just go, okay, and then reflect on what they're doing and come back to it as well.
a question from Cooley Photography. Are there any poses that you want to stay away from in particular? Maybe if we think about one of the shoots or...
Yeah, it depends. For this kind of shoot, I would kind of reference it to what I've done today. There's not been something that a model sitting there with her legs just out on the floor, or, you know, just kind of, there's a lot of poses that you shouldn't really do with fashion. Maybe it's the way that, you know, the legs are portrayed, or the fact the hands are this way, so you're gonna have a hard time editing. And if you kind of get a model's bad points rather than their good points as well. So I think that comes down to knowing the model and knowing the theme and how it comes together.
Okay. One Pink Pepper says, and you talked a little bit about this, what is your trick to keep the energy for the whole shoot? I often find myself kind of in a rush and tired for the last part of the shoot. Do you kind of keep a schedule and a certain time for every look?
Yes, I try to stick to it, although it's hard when you've got changes and a big team on board. To keep the energy, I usually have music, usually the model's preference, or something really upbeat. I'm often taking breaks. I make sure that models are refreshed. The creative team are like, you have enough water, have something to eat. We break for lunch. And just, yeah, making sure that everyone's comfortable on the shoot. And if you're inspired by what you're doing, then you're going to be excited to shoot it as well.
I think this is an interesting question from Adrienne Farr and Addie, who says, many fashion pictures show the model's mouth slightly open.
Yeah.
And for a new model, how would you describe this look to them so that they get it right and it doesn't look awkward?
That's a good question. I think that give them some visual references. Say that here's an example of what works and that everyone does this. And just tell them the reason why you're doing it is because you want them to look relaxed and not forced. Because models sometimes, when they go in front of the camera, they're standing there and their mouths are closed and they look really unrelaxed. So it's good to kind of, you know, make them chill, make sure that their shoulders are kind of, you know, and just let them kind of play around a little bit.
I would tell them to just relax and blow out through their mouth.
Yeah.
And it opens a little bit, and then you can tell them to exaggerate it or whatnot.
That's great. Another one from Katie Winterflood, actually. Great questions. When shooting one model, you mentioned you focus on the eyes with your manual focus. When working with two models, how do you choose your point of focus?
It depends on whether I'm doing a wide aperture or not. For when I was doing this shot down the bottom with the two models, actually Shelby is a little bit out of focus, but that's okay. The focus is on the theme of the shoot and the mood. When I'm shooting two models with this beauty thing here, you could actually use a longer lens to do that. Like you could have a longer lens and stand back, such as like the 70 to 200. For me, I just try and focus. I get the girls on the same level. So when I'm doing things like beauty, I have the girls standing next to each other and I kind of focus on both of their eyes, so both of the eyes on each girl, and kind of take a lot of shots to know which one's in focus as well.
We have a question from Michael Toll in Atlanta, who says, would you say that your shots tell more of a story or with a busier background rather than a solid paper background? Or what's your favorite? When do you choose what?
Mine is definitely location, for sure. That's how I've learned photography. There's just something about a background that adds interest and makes you inspired. There's so many areas you can shoot, like down on the ground to like the skyline, and locations just host so many different perspectives as well. When you're shooting on a seamless, like you're the creator of the background. You're the one that can create what's going on. Often when I'm shooting seamless, I've got really in the mood lately to use an old chair and an old vintage background. And this is what we're going to be doing tomorrow with some vintage dresses. So that's another way of making it interesting. So it isn't just a seamless, it's actually like, a gradient, like something interesting with the texture in the background too.
That's great. Anil Batra says, Lara, you've mentioned that you shoot wide open and then bring back some detail from the sky. Why not use strobe lights that you can stop down and maintain that detail on camera? Does this affect the visual quality of your style?
Is this for outside shooting? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like using lighting outside because I feel that it kills the natural look of the shot. I favor natural lighting. So I'm not going to bring too much of that background back. It's just a hint of blue. And it's so easy for me to go in Photoshop and select an area and tone it because I tone the majority of my work anyway with like selective color adjustments too.
All right, cool. Let's see. So you've done all this editorial shoot. And how do you present the images to the client? Is a question that is coming from Mackenzie. She says, how do you present your images to the client? Do you send them raw files and they choose which ones you process?
Okay, we're going to be touching base more on the editorial and submission on day 3, but it's a good question about that. I always select images. Say I shoot like 800 to 1,000 images on an editorial shoot. I select down and I focus on, say, 60, 80 shots, and I send small red JPEGs to the client so they can come back with feedback and then go from there.
Great.
Do you do any of the retouching on maybe one or two selects to give them idea of what the before and after would look like?
I don't do a full edit because it takes so much time, which is a little bit of a waste if you're not using it. But I do a treatment, which is no skin editing. It's just a color treatment to give them an idea. So it's like curves, color contrast, and adding a little bit of color and saying, okay, so here's the treatment, here's the unedited JPEG files. What are your thoughts? And then go from there.
When you are looking at the back of the camera on a shoot, are you using the histogram, or are you just judging the general look on the LCD? I know you said you're not very technical, but what do you use to light on the camera?
I kind of trust what I see. I can tell with hotspots if it's too blown out, if it's not. I try and go a little bit brighter, especially when I'm doing backlighting, and I'm not scared to do that. When I shot actually the one on the wall behind you, that's exactly what I did there. The shot for the American Indian with the horse, that's what I did there. So it does look quite dull and overexposed, but when you're in Photoshop, just bring in that contrast back. So I kind of already see my shots retouched when I'm shooting them. So it's good to get to know your retouching style so that you're familiar when you've shot something, it's going to look.
Fantastic.
So a question from Faradis, and this came earlier, and as a couple of people has asked this, what are your favorite magazines for inspiration these days?
There's so many of them. I'm inspired, obviously, all their interesting Vogues, like Vogue Italia, Vogue Russia. I love those, Vogue Australia. I love things like Oyster magazine, like something with something a little bit different. I don't like, not that I don't like them, like my style is more creative, which lends itself more to the European market. Independent European fashion magazines that are amazing photographers are involved with, and it's so inspirational when you look through them.
Great. For people who are just getting started and still trying to figure out their own style, Shannon Hamilton Photography is wondering what are some exercises that her and others should do to further pinpoint and define their style?
Okay, tomorrow's going to be our day of talking about style, which we'll talk about. But it really is just about experimenting, developing your style as much as possible through just surprising yourself, going out there and working with a concept, even if you don't think it's work. So this is what we're going to be touching base on tomorrow, but I went and did some underwater shooting and experimented with it. And it wasn't technically perfect, but I love the fact that I was inspired after I shot it, and it really made me think about trying new ideas. And I think that's the thing, trying as much as you can in the beginning, figuring out what your style is, and adding your personality to the mix too.
That's great.
So we talked about magazines, and Dave G had asked earlier, what other fashion photographers inspire you or influence you? And then I'd add to that, outside of photography, where do you look?
Okay, so photographers would definitely be like the masters, like Avedon, Stephen Meisel, Ellen von Unwerth, definitely female photographers, fashion photographers, because there's not many of us. They add that kind of femininity to their work that I really appreciate. Annie Leibovitz for the way that she goes out of her way and produces beautiful concepts. Sally Mann for her intimate portraits. I love that connection she has. And then for inspiration outside of photography, definitely things like movies, music in itself. Reading books. I try to keep updated on as many things as possible, and also researching fashion trends, what's coming back in style, like possibly predicting what could come back in style too.
That's great. Kate Dean is wondering, when you're shooting an editorial and using various locations and lighting situations, do you find it difficult to keep the post-processing consistent?
That's a difficult one, but if you keep the lighting consistent, whether it's you going outside and using diffuse lighting and using diffuse lighting indoors, you can keep it consistent by the tone. So whenever I do something like that, if I have like a black, I take the black to like a red, or I take the whites to like a yellow. So they all have that same consistency. And if the clothing and the girl look very similar, it's almost like you're following her as a story. What we shot today is definitely not as consistent because I'm showing you so many different techniques. But if I was to shoot this as an editorial, I'd probably focus on this background. So I'd focus here and I'd focus on here. So I wouldn't have shot on the seamless. These go together as a set, and I wouldn't have shot with the beauty dish because these two, the top corner and the bottom right corner, they're different shots.
We talked about this a little bit earlier, but we have another question from Essence. When working with less professional models or newer models, what advice, guidance, and relaxation techniques do you use?
Again, the music thing is a really good technique. Just making them feel relaxed, getting to know them before the shoot is really important. Like sitting down with them before hair and makeup and maybe get them to come a little bit earlier, getting to know them, because I think most people have preconceived concepts that, you know, you're the steerer and you're going to be really harsh to them on the set, especially new models. They hear all these horror stories. So it's great to get them ahead of time and surprise them, go through your work and say, this is what I'm doing, this is the concept, and just get them to know the shoot and the team and what's expected of them too.
Great.
Yeah.
So earlier you mentioned that you started out with friends.
Yeah.
So when was the turning point that you decide, oh, I need to go to agency to look for models?
For agencies, I would say it was when I moved to London, because I felt that I was in a new market and I needed to really push to the next level, and that was the only way that I could get involved with what I wanted to do. So when I was about 18 was the time that I did that, about 3 years into my career.
Great. Okay, we are getting close to the end here. Do you have any closing thoughts for the day?
I think just from the general feel of the shoot today, that I hope that everybody has took something from this. I think the main thing I want people to realize is that you don't have to have all the money in the world to be a fashion photographer, or take in fashion kind of essence into your own work. This you've done a budget. You just have to have a great eye for your casting, for the props, for the styling, and just go and experiment and surprise yourself.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, what an incredible day, folks, here in New York City. When I look up at the screen and I see how many shoots we did, it's really incredible that we did that all. And I hope that you were with us and learned so much from Lara today. So I want to give a big thank you to several folks, to all of you out here who joined us and asked wonderful questions, who had a discussion in the chat. Thank you to Canoe Studios for having us here. And a big thanks to your creative team. We had such
they were amazing today.
Great crew of people. We had Karen and Alexander and Deborah and Kat and Aaron, and then we have photo assistants Luke and John Cornicello. Thank you to the models, Shelby and Catherine, who were incredible. And thank you again to our in-studio audience, and a big, big, big thank you to Miss Lara Jade. Let's give Lara a CreativeLive round of applause. So Lara, what are we going to do tomorrow?
So tomorrow I'm really excited because we're doing Style Vision, and we're doing a full production shoot with some beautiful gowns with vintage props. And again, it's just about getting on set and experimenting with your team, but also including some more lights, but focusing on natural light as well. So I'm excited to share that with you and my knowledge and tips.
Great. Well, the comments are coming in rapidly, and people have so appreciated what we've done today. Crystal Van Rockel in Savannah, Georgia says, I love this class. It has answered a lot of questions on stylist and gives me so many new ideas to springboard from. I think I will feel more confident experimenting with vision instead of being so self-conscious. That right there is exactly
what I want to hear.
Yes, that's awesome. So we have a few announcements. The big one is that today we just announced that we are doing a photo walk here in New York in honor of our week here, CreativeLive Photo Week in New York. So there is an event on Facebook. So go over to the CreativeLive Facebook page, click on events, and you'll see the photo walk there. We are inviting anyone and everyone that is in the CreativeLive community to come and have some fun, meet each other, and walk. So this is going to be this Thursday, October 25th. It's going to be at 6 p.m., and we're actually going to meet and stroll the High Line here in New York. And we're going to meet at the entrance of West 26th and 10th Avenue. And again, all these details are there on the Facebook page. We're going to stroll for about an hour and then try to find a place where we can all meet up. But what an exciting and wonderful opportunity to meet people. This is our first CreativeLive photo walk. Is that correct?
Pretty sure, yeah, ever.
Yeah, maybe we did some in Seattle with some of the instructors that were there, but certainly the first here in
The first like
New
open
York.
call that's
Yes.
just, yeah.
So we're going to be, we also have heard that there is an art walk in the Chelsea neighborhood, which is where we are that night as well. So go to Facebook, RSVP. We want to see how many of you are coming so we know what to expect, and we can't wait to meet you there.
Absolutely. This community amazes me. We get the chance to be in the room here and kind of just get to know people in there and see how helpful you can be. And it's absolutely amazing. So we'd love to be able to see you, say thank you to you in person, and just have a good time taking some pictures, because that's what it's all about. So today we talked about basically the fashion photographer by themselves and how they can work with limited budget, with limited resources to create amazing work. We heard Lara's story, and she told us how she started out working by herself, taking pictures of herself, didn't even have a model, and was able to build that into the just amazing dominant force that she is today. I don't want to keep quoting her, but Sue Rice today in the chat room I saw, in all caps, said, "This woman is the future of international fashion photography." She said, "I'm yelling this." And today we've been able to sit here and watch her creative process and see how she approaches the shoot, see how she uses gear, but also doesn't let the gear get in the way of her creativity. It was really to me, who is not really necessarily looking to do it myself professionally, but I would love to be able to do it just with a friend or something like that. So I have those resources now. Tomorrow we're going to go in and we're going to see the full Lara Jade experience. It's going to be huge. We're going to talk about style. We're going to talk about how to develop all that and how to create your own experience or your own impression on others, and a way to make agencies sit up and listen. And then the third day, that's day 2.
Wow.
Day 3, we're going to get into retouching. We're going to get into how she marketed and used social media to really just kind of get her story out there and just put it all together so that if you're interested in doing this, you can. You have that resource, you have that ability, and buying this course will help you to do so. You'll be able to go back as you progress through your journey. You might be right now, you might be more on the this is interesting to me, but I don't have any experience side. You might be a little bit farther along. Between those 2 days of the intro today and the full experience tomorrow, you'll be able to progress along with Lara, and it will be very beneficial to you and your business and your clients. And so I really hope that you will purchase this course because it will help you. So have a wonderful evening, and we will see you back here at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is 7 o'clock a.m. Pacific, for day 2 of Lara Jade's Fashion Photography 101. See you tomorrow.